Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's see. Let's grab some more Valencia meals. And then let's also grab some. Let's put that in storage first. Edonia? So it's some Edonia elixirs. Looks like this might be cheaper to do. We'll see how many boxes we can make from this. There we go. Let's put on our process. And then I think it was blackstone powder. Where's my blackstone powder? It's on the central market. Put that in there. This. That one. And that one. So we can do some BSA rolls. Dang, I missed it. Hi, Chef Maker. I want to hear a Woosa music, my friend, for me. Sure, yeah. Did you mean a Woosa music that your friend made for you? I was like, I feel like there was a missed word there. Yeah. Blooming Death. Oh. Oh, it's so loud. Hold on. Let me turn it down a bit. Oh my God. It was very intense. It's very intense. I like the strings. I'm always a fan of strings. it's very intense. Oh, looks like I'm done the guru boxes. Okay, let's do process, alchemy, this one, that one, and this one. It feels like I'm holding my breath the entire time when I'm listening to this song, Chefmaker. That's my that's my first thoughts. Power metal. Ah, is this what this genre is? Ah. Yeah, I mean, in the beginning I was like, it's very intense. Definitely will wake you up if this like comes on to your playlist when you're about to fall asleep. You'll definitely wake up. Hi, Mads Bent. Oh yeah, you told me to just call me Mads, right? Hi, Mads. Okay, that was it. Yeah, it's very intense, Shift Maker. Thank you for sharing. I probably won't add this to my playlist, but thank you for sharing. All right, let's get back to our regular scheduled playlist here. Is that what you usually listen to, Shift Maker? That kind of genre, the metal genre. Let's put on our farm clothes. There we go. Hi Nico, welcome in. We just got started. We're just flipping our farms for now. Rock, power, metal, but not heavy screaming. Oh. Heavy screaming. I kind of feel like she was kind of heavy screaming in that song. Hi, C, welcome in. I'm sorry I'm so late today. I was volunteering at the church and I was supposed to leave maybe like 5 hours ago, but then they kept asking me to do stuff and I'm like, I'm really bad at saying no. I don't know if you guys are also like that. Cause you know, I don't wanna be mean. I didn't really have like a good excuse and I suck at lying. I didn't want to be like, I can't help you with your volunteer work because I gotta go play video games. You know, I can't really say. People pleaser, yeah, I'm bad. I'm like really bad when it comes to people pleasing because I suck at saying no. You got a dog? I don't have a dog. I don't have a dog to take care of. Now I lost in my emotions. First I was screaming my head. Now I'm like la la la. What do you mean, Dark Panther? What happened? How did you lose your emotions in the first place? Okay, let's put this there. Is that NPC still here? No. They're gone. Okay, let's vendor all these fish. Okay, and then what do I do with these brown keys? Treasure chest. It sucks to be you. Easy. It does. That's why I play these kinds of games. I see, right? I think that's why a lot of people play RPGs, right? So that they could role play. I mean, that's what RPG stands for, right? Is role playing. Like you role play as a different character, right? It'd be cool to be able to cast magic, you know? Well, I know there's like, you know, the traditional, I don't know if it's traditional, but you know, there's like magicians, right? But it's all like sleight of hand and stuff like that, right? Like Houdini and stuff like that. I guess that is kind of magic, right? In a way. Making the impossible seem possible. Also, another reason why I really enjoy isekai stories of being transported to a different world. Because sometimes life is a little bit difficult, you know? Okay, I think that's all. Oh, I have to catch a... Well, not really catch a horse, but... just catch the wooden horse. I don't even say yes or no. I'm always in my room. I have people that are annoying AF. Definitely interacting with people has always been very difficult for me. That's why streaming has been a nice I don't know what the right verb for it is, like alternative, or like it's easier when you're behind a screen, right, to interact with people. Like in front of people, I'm very quiet. I mean, I grew up Christian, right, and I've always been described as the, you know, the quiet, responsible Christian boy, and for the most part I pretty much am IRL. But when I'm playing video games and streaming, like I can sort of adopt a different personality. I feel like I'm a lot more sociable when I'm streaming, and I enjoy that, you know? It has been a really nice outlet for me. Maybe you'll find the same feeling too, I see, when you get more into streaming. Delivered that. Oh, I forgot the wooden horse. Hi Michael, welcome in, welcome in. We still gotta feed the wooden horse. Same, I'm always quiet and shy, but I'm... What is that emote? Fiki behind closed doors? Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like it's almost always easier to, I guess, be yourself when you are alone, right? You don't have to put on a mask. You don't have to pretend, right? I feel like a lot of introverted people do that, right? They want to be portrayed or like don't want to be judged and make sure that you know, as I said before, like people describe me as like, you know, the very quiet, responsible Christian boy. And again, for the most part, I am. I'm like, I would say I'm fairly responsible. I would say I'm very quiet IRL, but it's, I don't know how to describe it. It feels like I want to be able to express myself, but it's difficult, right? When there's other people around to think about you, but maybe it could just be me because I care about what a lot of people think when maybe I shouldn't, you know? Get your Fiki out. No, no, no. Definitely not. Maybe it could also because my parents are like fairly strict as well. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to upset them or anything by um doing something they don't want. Okay, I think all my dailies are done. Let's see. I feel like I was gonna do something on an alt. Maybe it was my dosa. Did I leave something on my dosa? How old are you? I'm old enough. Madsmans, don't worry. I'm over 18. I want to catch Futter streaming. He usually streams very, very late. Lee-san? Usually not this early. What the heck? Okay, I need to fix my inventory because it's a freaking mess. It's early for you, Lee-san. Usually you're around like, I don't know, 11 p.m. What the heck? Have you been playing any more Monster Hunter? Leave. Don't leave, son. No, that's not what I meant. Been playing Rise and Wilds. Oh, when was the last time I logged into Rise? Monster Hunter Rise. Dude, May 23rd, 2023. Jeez. 3 years. Never tried Sunbreak, so slowly working towards that. Oh, you're playing on Switch. Can you play with people on PC if you're on the console? I think so, right? For Monster Hunter. I know that's how it works with Wilds, right? Dang, only horse materials? Gross. Sacred Song. I think I just vendor these. I'm not really going to use those. I didn't hear. Oh, I was just saying. I think you can play cross-platform, right? With Rise. At least that's how it works with Wilds. Oh, you can't. Oh. They're isolated. Oh, maybe it's because it's Nintendo. Because I know at least on Wilds you can play with people on PlayStation. I have played with people from PlayStation before. Okay, there we go. Hi, Wispy. Welcome in. Welcome in. I should probably use the central market manager. She's right here. Land of Morning Light. Hi, Flax. Welcome in. We're just getting started. Trying to organize my inventory. Ooh, I got a fortune. 1 bill. Sheesh. Let's sell that right away. Maybe I should wait on selling my Debarekas. Whatever. Whatever. I don't think these are ever gonna sell. These are the ones that you get from Olvia Academy, I believe. What about BDO, Leafson? Have you still been keeping up with BDO? Some pretty good events this week. I mean, for the next month, really. Okay, what else we got here? How is the BMC market now? Dang, okay, it's down 200k. It was at 1.4 million buy orders, but now it's down to 1.2. I'm wondering if I should start selling. Because I have enough magical shards now. And I'm going to be grinding Sycraia a lot. So I think I should just sell it now. While it's max price. I have all the magical shards I need for now. Selling what? Selling black magic crystals. Dang, I have so many things to sell. Not the lusters. Nobody's really buying those, right? Dang, these are low as well. Are the purple ones still low? No, they're pretty high. I should keep them. I'm almost there. Well, not really almost there. In my mind, I think I'm almost there. What else? Faint Origin of Hungers. I was gonna sell a fortune, right? Where's my fortune here? We have 4 fortunes? How do I have 4 fortunes? Maybe I'll save 1, just in case. Lungs, bite, trap. Sell that. Damn, we got a lot of stuff to sell. Is Mystic better PvE than Stroker? I have seen some pretty good numbers from Mystic, so yeah, try her out, see how she feels. Have you played either or, Flex? Have you played Striker before or Mystic before? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. Dang, we're almost at 100 bill. Money, money, money. Okay, let's head back to SYCRAIA. I should be able to TP there now that I have a knowledge. I did play Striker, never played Mystic. Oh. Well, I would say their playstyles seem very similar, so you might enjoy Mystic if you haven't tried it out yet. Tagging is not really that big of a deal these days, so go try her out. Bum, 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 bum. Is the volume okay for music? Let me know if I need to raise it or lower it. I had to lower it earlier. Oh, the song itself is low. Okay, okay. It's over here. What's going on here? Has this always been here this week? Oh, dang. Oh, we can take pictures. Hold on, hold on. I'm the main protagonist. Hold on. Oh, it's all the classes. Well. Where's Woosa? Is she in the back? Oh, she's right here. Why is she facing away, man? Zerka in the back, of course. Oh, the Draconia and the Guardian are facing off each other. Who else is here? Oh, all the main NPCs too. Oh, there's a unicorn over there. What about the other horses? Where are they at? All right. Where is? Oh, here it is. This one. To SYCRAIA ruins. Bring me. Okay. Bring her a deep sea fragment. I have one. Oh, there's a cutscene. The music is kind of low. Okay, I can raise it. Hey, is that better? Or what I can do is raise it directly. Okay, how's that? Is that better? I was raising it on my audio mixer, but I think raising it directly on Spotify might be better. Okay, just let me know if I need to adjust anything else. Let me raise the in-game sound a bit here. Sound volume, maybe we'll do 35. There. Alright, let's see if we can snag a main rotation. Maybe not. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I wonder if this rotation will be free. I bet she's around. Looks like, oh, Garnier is there. I see Garnier. For myself. PK him. I'm not a PvPer. I see. Wait, was that knowledge? Is this knowledge? Oh. I always get lost here, frick. Where's the usual spot I go to? Oh, that's underwater. Did I just come from there? Is that the entrance? That might be the entrance. I need to find that room that I was in before. That room was kind of secluded. Frick. Maybe if I just keep hugging the right side wall, we'll find that room. Maybe the room's over there. Let's try going over there. That's underwater. I think that's underwater, right? Where the frick am I going? I think there was an entrance this way? No. Huh. I think if I just keep hugging the right side wall. Okay, there's there's a fork in the road. Let's keep hugging right. Is that the entrance? That's the entrance. What the helly? Okay, let's take the other fork. Let's go right. I need to find that secluded room. I just can't remember where the secluded room was. Okay, I know that the NPC is up that way, right? I mean, that goes down to the thing. This is where the NPC is, right? Is that knowledge? I got that already. I don't know where I'm going. Where's that room? I feel like it's this direction. Surely, right? Was it up there? No, I just came from there. Oh my god. Everything looks the same. I feel like I passed by the same statue like 5 times. I feel like I'm getting closer though. Surely, right? Okay, is there a direction that way? No, it's just one way here. Okay. I don't know. Do I go left or do I go right? Wait, that's where Garnier was. What the heck? Where's that room? I'm lost. I don't know where I'm going. Is it like up there? No, that's where the NPC is. What about here? Is there anything over here? What's going on? I'll find it eventually. Maybe that room is the best. The one I found before. Oh, here. Isn't this the room? Yes, this one. Okay, no one's here. Let's hide in this corner for now. Okay, let's move up. Go look for, I found it. I see, I found it. This is the one. Okay. There we go. And then we pop all of our boofs. Pop that. Oh, what the? Is this fish actually killing me? There's no way. Okay, what's our AP here? I need to use the resist crystals. And then I feel like I should use one Han BSR, right? Dang, I'm a little bit low on AP though. Let's see how much if I boof up here. 1912. Oh, we're missing like 20 AP. I guess it's my Lightstone set. We're not using the usual one. So maybe we should use just full AP then. I mean, when we Z buff, it should be fine, right? I feel like I'm missing some form of AP somewhere. Let's pop that. Let's pop this. Pop that. Install campsite. Should be fine, right? We should have Z buff all the time. Oh, we're Reforged Stones, actually. No, I am using the right one with AP. Okay, well. Booty Blast. That should be fine. Hydrodex, do you have a Woke Witch combo for Voltaic Catch? For PvP? No, I don't really PvP Jordex. I'm not really much of a PvP. Well, if we think about the base principles for, you know, comboing somebody, it's catch, follow-up damage, re-CC, follow-up damage, right? So if we just think in basic, you know, the basics for PvP in that way, I guess, you know, WRMB would be a good follow-up ability, right, for damage, and then you want to re-CC them. So it's like a good re-CC for there. Do you besides Voltaic Pulse, what is like a knockdown CC for Awakening Witch? Maybe we could discuss it through together. I feel like I should still use the excess 25%. That should help my upkeep of the BSR. Is Fissure a knockdown? Yeah, then maybe Shift F, W, RMB, S, RMB, and then Fissure Wave after that. So try that. So Shift F, W, RMB, S, RMB, and then Fissure Wave. And then follow up with some more damage after that. I don't know if that is a good combo, but again, I'm just following the basics of PvP, right? Which is catch, follow up damage, re-CC, and then finish your opponent off if you can, right? Hi Drensky, welcome in. We're just getting started with the grind. How's the spot so far? I tried it, I don't die, but mobs don't die either. Gear's way too inefficient. Oh, what's your AP right now on Drone Screen? I'm finding it pretty good. The mobs definitely, yeah, they don't hit very hard at all. A big thing is actually spacing out your tower kills if you can too, because when you kill the tower, you actually get, there's two things that can happen. Oh, there's one thing that always happens. So you actually get a 20-second buff that gives you crit rate or crit damage, 5% crit damage for 20 seconds. And then occasionally you get a 30-second buff that will increase your damage against the cryo mobs and 20% attack speed, right? So when you kill this, there, see, there's the buff, 5% crit extra damage, 5% for 20 seconds. So that should help with a little bit of extra damage if you space out your towers accordingly. And then additionally, occasionally there will be an orb that spawns that will one-shot the mobs. And that orb is a reward mechanic too, meaning that at the end of the pulsing of the orb, it will give you a loot box to get some gold bars and other items. And it can occasionally upgrade into the next tier. It goes through 4 tiers: green, blue, yellow, and red. I've gotten red once. Red is very rare, but they give you a bunch of gold bars at the end and also help you one-shot the mobs. What helps a lot too is if you can upkeep the Z buff. So I recommend having BSR Reforged Stones, like the recovery Reforged Stones. You actually get an additional 5 minutes of BSR whenever you have those stones. So definitely take advantage of that. And I kind of feel like even if you are not over the cap, Like if you can run a little bit of excess BSR, that helps a lot with upkeeping BSR as well. If you have the Han, you got a Han, like one Han BSR crystal helps a lot. Be careful of those Eyes of the Deep Sea, those towers. They put a slow debuff on you. I got hit by it, unfortunately. It's a nasty 25% cast speed debuff. This tower does not. This one that's like flat, has like a flat end, that one doesn't do anything from what I noticed. But the round one, the cylinder one, that one puts a slow debuff, and it's RNG whether it spawns as the flat one or the round one. So this one's the round one here. Make sure you avoid that attack that he does. And I don't have my thing turned on. I don't know if it actually has a back, if you can get a back attack on it, because I don't have my special attacks turned on. But just staying, you know, behind it helps with preventing it from actually hitting you. You can forward guard the CC as well. Also Drinsky, sheet AP for the most part, like you don't have to worry about that anymore. You just worry about your total AP, right? Sheet AP, just think of it as a calculation, right? And your total AP is the final calculation, right? And so it's much easier to discuss power and stuff like that if you just give us the full AP. You know what I mean? Because somebody with 380 AP could potentially have 100 more AP than somebody with the same amount of sheet AP because of all the buffs and stuff like that. So it's just much easier to just say your total AP, because sheet AP doesn't actually tell you what you can and cannot do. I'm sorry for like stuttering. I'm trying to find the right words. I'm always trying to think before I speak. Right? 1850 plus. Okay, yeah, that's a lot better to answer with, because then you can get a better determination. When you say you don't damage the mobs, are they not dying very fast, Drinsky? How many have you grinded here for? A few hours, or just like you just tried it out and then you weren't doing very much damage and you left? Because hopefully the things I suggest. What lightstone set are you using? Because if you don't have the AP, you could try all out attack, because these mobs don't really hit very hard, right? And so you can, the minus 15 DR from all out attack is not that big of a deal. Additionally, don't pull too many mobs, Drensky. I don't know if you've, have you been around since like 2018 by chance? 2018, 2019? Because this retains the original traditional grind cap of 10 monsters, and so if you aggro too many mobs, they will not take damage. They'll just go full, they'll heal up to full because they're not quote unquote aggroed. So you need to be careful how many mobs you pull, because it's the old method of pulling. It still retains the, like, if you try to damage more than 10 mobs, you won't damage the mobs that are not aggroed. Okay, so you have it, you do know then. Yeah. So make sure you don't pull too many mobs. Try to stagger pull them. It has no up here, it has no up here, it has no up here. Thanks to the tips though, I unfortunately gotta go. Okay, no worries. Vinsky, thank you for stopping by. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to help. And if I'm not streaming, you could always ask on my Discord too. I usually try to get back within 24 hours. I thought my Spotify was playing, but it's you. It is me, yes. Are you a Marina and the Diamonds fan too, Eliza? My favorite song from it's three songs in particular. This one, Prima Donna Girl, and How to Be a Heartbreaker. Those have always been my favorite songs from Marina. Oh, here's the green ball I was talking about, Drensky, if you're still watching. So this one will one-shot the mobs. It will periodically pulse. And so try to group up the mobs as soon as you can. I think it pulses every like 10 seconds or something. And then after like the 4th or 5th pulse, it will either stop and give you a loot box or upgrade to blue. Let's see if it upgrades to blue. Yes, it upgraded to blue. Let's go. Free money. Yellow in like 5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've gotten a total of like 4 yellows. 4 or 5 yellows. I've gotten 1 red though. I've gotten 1 red so far. Yes, I got another yellow. Let's go. Sheesh. Oh man, it didn't kill the stupid tower. I got slowed. Surely we get a red, right? No, it died. Well, I'll take a yellow. No, I got slowed. Like, I should not have held my river's end. I kind of feel like maybe if I build a tankier setup and I face tank the mobs, that could be a good way to generate a bunch of BSR. Because these mobs don't hit very hard, right? So that could be like a very niche strategy to upkeep my BSR longer. Is just always be face tanking the mobs, since they don't hit very hard. Although I don't think you get any BSR if you forward guard, right? Only when you super armor, yeah. Oh, we got the buff. The one-shot buff. Let's go. Loot, 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 loot. Wait, are my pets not on red? Frick. You know what? Is it this round one? It's the round one. Okay. I learned some new information. It's not RNG whether you get the one-shot buff. Is if it spawns this third variant of a statue, which is the round statue. There's the flat statue, there's the cylinder statue, and then there's like the half circle one. That one seems to guarantee. Because I had just gotten the 30-second buff earlier. Okay, we're learning. I wonder if the flat one does anything. I need to, this one. Force Field Defender. I feel like it has a mechanic. Because there's like this explosion thing. Does it put like a DP down on the mobs? I wonder. Maybe you do get, let me check my buffs carefully whenever this flat one is up. Because there's an effect, right? Why would there be an effect if it does nothing, you know? You know what I mean? Let me check if the death of the round one, the one that slows you, does anything. Let's see. Is this a round one? No, it's another force field defender. So that one for sure gives the 20%, the 5% damage. Maybe that's what it does. Is force field defender is that one. Let's see if this one also gives it. It does. Okay, so that one also gives it. Looks like they just give that, yeah. It's just a variant of the different statues. Hey, just came across your PvE combo rotation video from last year and saw that Twitch channel mentioned in the comments, and I thought I'd drop by and say hello. Well, hello, Figure Rex, or Frigor Rex. Hopefully I said your name right. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just grinding the new and improved SYCRAIA, and we've discovered a few new things about it. We discovered that these towers actually provide different buffs depending on what tower it is. There's two main towers here, which is like the flat one, that one I just killed, and then there's the round one. I call it the round one because it's kind of round. And that one puts a slow debuff on you, so don't get hit by that one. And then there's one more that rarely spawns, but that one gives you basically like an Elvia Serendia weapon buff. Here's another round one, but I should stagger it because it does give me a 5% crit rate buff. Have you been playing BDO for a while? Have you been playing BDO for a long time? Or just getting into it? Brand new player, returning player? I haven't progressed that far yet, but I'm really looking forward to it. Played BDO when Corsair was released for about 2 weeks and came back a few days ago. Okay, so you're still fairly new. Okay. Well, if you haven't done so already, I mean, you said you've been back for 2 weeks, but hopefully you've been doing your Ovia Academy quests. They're an amazing catch-up mechanic for returning and new players. That would be the first direction I would point you towards if you haven't done so already. And there's some crazy events right now, so do I have my thing? Yes. So these tickets here, I find the easiest one to do is just get the kill quests. You know, if you grind a lot, just grab the kill quest, kill fight, click this. Condition has not been met. Why? Why has the condition not been met? Oh, maybe I heard he had a quest active actually. Hold up. I did. Okay. And then I click this, have another quest. That will provide with 3.5k event pearls to be spending your stuff on. Yeah, the life skill quests, like that one definitely is a little bit tedious, that's for sure. But the combat ones, that should be pretty straightforward. Have you checked your you know this song? Figure I do not say it yet. Ooh, we got another green orb. Let's go. Hi, Ronnie. Welcome in. Do you watch Twitch streams a lot, Frigori? Because there is some pretty big Twitch drops for BDO lately. So if you haven't already connected your Twitch account to your BDO account, you should. You get a bunch of free stuff. Free Shavakadu. Hi Gwen, welcome back.
You just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
Welcome back.
They would never understand.
Hi Not Lurker. Nice to see everyone back. How are you guys doing this fine Sunday evening? 3-bill out at Ethereum, let's go. Did you get a bunch of devos? Without Agris? Yeah, I mean you only get like 1 hour of Agris per day, essentially, right? So I always tell my viewers about how, hey, if you grind a lot, just think of Agris as like a bonus. Don't think of it as your normal income, because you only get 20k per day, which is about an hour's worth of Agris. So. I don't usually watch Twitch that much, mostly dropping to check up on people. Oh, I see. Gotta ask you if you used to play MapleStory back in the day, given the music selection. I did, yes. Forget that was my very, very first MMO that I've ever played. My very, very first one. What about you? Did you used to play as well? I haven't really kept, I know MapleStory is still a thing, but I haven't really kept up with the more modern MapleStory. Everything's so different now. Like, I kind of attribute MapleStory to being why I like EDO so much, is the, you know, the classic Korean grind, right? Killing a bunch of monsters, getting loot. MapleStory is bittersweet thing for me. Started playing back in 2007, sank about 3k hours before EMS GMS merch. Next on, someone fumbled and lost your account. Oh no, it's not good. Yeah, definitely Nexon has, I mean, I've heard all about their debacle with the, you know, RNG manipulation. I don't know if you heard about that. Where they were essentially lowering the chances from like RNG boxes than what was stated, which is definitely very, very scummy. So the company has had, you know, some things that have stained their reputation throughout the years. But regardless of that, I still have really fond memories of the game, especially growing up and, you know, meeting a lot of friends and stuff like that. So those are the memories I focus on. You were talking to her for over 2 years? What? I still have physical receipts from purchases made, and given the system change with the merge, they couldn't even find it. Hey, video kind of had like a similar thing. I don't know if it was like a merge, but it was more like a transfer. They had transferred publishers, and essentially you had to opt in to have your account transferred, and if you did not opt in, your account was lost forever. And that happened like back in 2021 or something. Hey Jay, I caught a Migloo 5 minutes ago. Oh sheesh. There you go. Money, money, money. Next round is going strong. The cube chances were bad, but nobody knew how bad until they had to disclose due to legal reasons with Steam and EU customers. Yeah. Definitely that was not a very good thing. I actually had a, I don't know what the right word for it was, like debate, conversation with somebody in the past. But essentially we were talking about, you know, systems in just MMOs in general, that you enjoyed. And I was, as I was mentioning before, I was talking about, you know, MapleStory, you know, one of the greatest MMOs in the past. I don't really keep up with it today. I don't know if it's still like up there for MMOs, but I was just talking about how, you know, I had a lot of fun playing the game, and for the players who have played MapleStory, they know what I'm talking about, the memories, all that stuff. And they had just simply dismissed me without listening to anything I had to say about the conversation we were talking about, simply because, well, I don't know if it's simply, but because, you know, of that whole debacle, right? They're like, they just didn't want to consider anything I had to say in the conversation due to them not agreeing with the scummy thing that Nexon did, which I don't even think that was like part of the conversation, right? We were just talking about the game systems and what we enjoyed, right? And so I just felt very unvalidated. I don't know if that's the right word to describe it. But I'm not very much of a confrontational person, so I didn't really like debate back. We just continued with the next topic. Do you still fish at Tigris? I kind of been just fishing at Velia, to be honest, Michael. I've kind of just been going over there. Is Velia better? It's very consistent, Michael. I will say it's very consistent. So if you like the big RNG pulls like Migaloo, then keep staying at Tigris. So they have their merits, right? Each has their merit. Oh, here's the tower I'm talking about. So this one's guaranteed. It's like the Serenity Alvia buff. See the big wave? So that one occasionally spawns and will basically make you one-shot the mobs. So if I go over here, aggro these mobs and just do one blooming death, these should all die in one blooming death. See? But that one just, it like barely spawns. Here we go. I don't know how many you get per hour, but I would say maybe you get like, I don't know, like 10 per hour, so it's not too often. Kind of was good to disclose all the chances for everything, not just cash for money. Kept being open about everything since. Yeah, it's good that they turned a new leaf on that matter. And it's good they came clean about it too. I mean, they had to for legal reasons, right? But I'm glad they have kept going, because again, I have very, very fond memories of that game. You know, that whole debacle will be a stain in their reputation forever, but Maple Story will always have a special place in my heart. Didn't Rappo say Velia is the #1 spot? Oh, did he? Oh. Well, I do know a lot of people go over there, so it must be popular for a reason, right? Understandably, so sucks having to explain something from the start, having to start over complicated processes, because there's always like a new person to talk to. Have you still been talking to them since, Grigor, or have you just moved on? Because he said 2 years. Dang. Was it a account that you have spent and invested a lot of time into? It's definitely, if let's say like this account here for BDO, if I had lost this account due to some error on their end, I mean, for sure I would be putting in the effort to recover the account. That wasn't even my fault to lose in the begin with, you know. Oh, 12 years. Oh, so it's been a long time. Okay. Yeah, damn. 3K hours and $500. Have you ever thought about going back to play Maple Story? After that incident, I turned to private servers. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, definitely private servers are, you know, they're another method to enjoy, you know, a game that, you know, if you want a different experience, right? Also a way to keep, let's say, certain games alive. Like I think one of my friends, Mushki, she was a very, very big Terra enjoyer. I don't know if you ever played Terra back in the day, but she loves Terra. And there is still like a fan private server that is still keeping the original Terra alive. However, there is a new Terra, like Terra 2 is supposedly coming out in the near future, so let's see how that fares. The combat, the BAMs, the big ass monsters. I can't believe they called them BAMs. Did you play Terra as well, Kamikaze? Would you say Nymphomare is grindable if I'm missing a total of 36 AP? I would say so, yeah. Michael, I mean, only one way to find out, right? You head over there. I don't think they hit too hard, so I think you should be fine. What Lightstone set do you usually run? Because you could try running the Idania Lightstone set to give you a bunch of Idania AP. It is a little bit expensive. The Twisted Lightstones I think are still on the expensive side, but that should help you reach closer to the cap, right? I believe it should be 3 Twisteds and 1 Iridescent Lightstone, if I'm not mistaken. And also, Michael, I'm sure on EU you probably have crystallized, what do you call it? Crystallized end times, and you can upgrade your Idania Lightstones to give a little bit more monster or Idania AP as well, right? Jay, when you call your mount on your Woosa, does it instantly TP to your character or walk slowly? Well, it depends on the distance, Nefara, when you call your horse, right? It depends on the distance. If you're too close to your horse, like if it's still like visible, right? I think it's a certain amount of meters. It's like, I don't know, like 50 meters. Then it will like walk to you, something like that. But if it's far enough, like 50 meters plus, it would just TP to you. Even on a striker, it's 2 meters. Oh, is it 30 meters? On Woosa, it walks slowly. That's weird. Not sure then. Not sure if it's well, for me, it hasn't really been an issue too much at all, Nefara, because I just shove my horse up my butt. Sorry, not up my butt. Well, up my pocket. I don't know why I said butt. But yeah, I have the Krugdala Sanctuary, so I could just put it in my pocket. Maybe I'm just thinking about different things. I just have the Krugdala Sanctuary, so I don't really have to call it from anywhere.
FBI, open up!
Here we go, here we go. Expedition 33. Check settings, there's summon horse on quest completion. Oh yeah, which it TPs it to you, right? Something like that. Jay, thinking about butts while grinding? Pretty much. I'm kind of always thinking about butts. You know what I heard? Is that a lot of people think about the Roman Empire very often. You guys think about the Roman Empire very often? I don't know why. I don't know why that's the thing. I pocket search a horse for convenience. It's a bit annoying. I have to wait for my horse close enough to open the inventory. Oh, you're storing your trash in your inventory. I see. I see. Where are you currently grinding, Nymphara? Are you grinding in a spot that has like 0.3? I feel like they should make all trash loot 0.1. Right? Why are there still areas in the game with 0.3 trash loot? Big Lean 187, thank you so much for the follow. The Sag music. Yeah, maybe that might be the issue, Nifara, right? Horse. Where is it? Summon. Quest on horse completion. Where would that be under? Quality of life? Oh, here. So I have it off. Is it on your Woosa by chance? Fish body box me. It's on by default. Uh-oh. I'm looking to start VTubing myself. Any recommendations? If you want a really nice program to just get started on, Big Lean, I would look into a program called Vroid. I think it's just called Vroid Studio. VROID, and that's how I got started. It's a nice way to start free without like it's a way to dip your toes into the water before jumping into the pool. Does that make sense? Ooh, we got a purple pigment. Let's go. Just a pity though. And so I would not jump into the pool right away. So something basic like that is a good way to kind of introduce yourself to how everything works, because there's quite a few technical things going on in the background, you know, to get going. I had a friend who wanted to be a VTuber really badly. I always saw this story. My chat has heard the story many times, but she had spent like over $10,000 on a model, right? It was a very beautiful model. Luckily for her, it's just a drop in the bucket for her. She's very, you know, financially fortunate. And so when she got started with VTubing, I was there on her debut, and she kind of rushed a lot of things, right? She didn't really do too much research on the technical side of things. So she got her model. 3 days later, she booted up her stream, and she had so many technical issues, from OBS crashes to, you know, her program's crashing, the screen laggy, and so she got really frustrated and, you know, ended stream there. She tried continuing to VTube for the next 2 weeks, but she told me that her, you know, the technical side was too much for her, and that she, you know, wanted to move on. And she says she doesn't regret, you know, spending the money. Again, for her, it's like that's a drop in the bucket for her, but she said she doesn't regret the experience because she experienced it, and that she's just gonna enjoy watching VTubers instead of being a VTuber herself. So try making sure that you know understand some of the technical side, like the OBS stuff, camera settings, optimizing your game as well. It's very important because VTubing does take a toll on your computer. Right, your CPU, GPU has to render a lot of these things. Ooh, this is the one-shot thing. Let's go. Have you streamed before, Big Lean? Have you done and worked with OBS before? Posting lots on YouTube, relevant. Yeah, a lot of the growth I find for Twitch is out of Twitch, which is, I don't know what the right word is, but weird, I guess, that if you want to grow on Twitch, you grow from other platforms. Maybe I'm just like not used to that stuff, but yeah, that's how I got started. I didn't start as a VTuber, I just started as a YouTuber, and I just made a lot of memes on YouTube. That's how I got started. And then from there, I built up a small audience on Twitch from all the memes I make. I mean, I'm still very much a memer. I'm a memer at heart. We love memes. Little bit, not enough. I definitely do a lot of homework on OBS and how to optimize OBS for streaming and also VTubing. And everybody's setup is a little bit different, right? Some people have like 2 PC setups, right? Some people have like more powerful computers. And so you really need to tailor it to your current setup, right? Additionally, if you have like a web camera, so web cameras, I find they take a lot of your computer's resources. And so I don't know if you have I don't know what kind of phone you have. If you have an iPhone 10 Plus, that is a good tool to use for facial tracking, because then a lot of the you know, processing power or whatever it is unloaded from your computer and loaded for your phone instead. Your phone does get a little hot, so it's advisable to get some sort of cooler, right? Like a phone cooler, and that should help with not making the tracking not lag as much. Some people just buy a spare phone. So for me, I had bought a spare hand-me-down iPhone a couple years ago. It's like cracked. I don't really use it for anything else other than facial tracking. I just have like a really basic iPhone 10 that I picked up for like 50 bucks from a friend that wasn't using it anymore, and I still use it to this day. I always felt like I never really needed to do upgrade, because I feel like the tracking is pretty good enough, to be honest. I think the only time if I was gonna upgrade an iPhone, it was if I upgraded my model, which might not happen for a while. I personally found you organically, looking for someone to explain BDO stuff. Thanks for everything, by the way. Oh, Michael. Well, thank you for being here, Michael. I always appreciate my my viewers who have watched me for a long time. Thank you. Twitch is for sure saturated. Lots of smaller content creators are very hard to get featured. YouTube Shorts get pushed through a lot easier given tags and high traffic. Doom scrolling, game content, similar tag videos get featured quite easily. Oh. Seems like you know a lot about content creation for your Rex. I'm assuming you've done it before, just off the context of what you're saying. The way the singer's voice goes so high at the end always gives me chills. Is this like Alice? I think she pretty much sings everything, you know? Alice Deport. Been playing around with NVIDIA Shadowplay a lot throughout the years. That led to testing OBS, personally not a fan, and found that to be simple and good enough. Shadowplay. Shadowplay is pretty much built in if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, right? Bigley, I don't know if you're back from ads, but what browser do you use by chance? Do you happen to use a non-Chrome browser? Because there is still a way to hear the streamer in case there are ads playing, but essentially whenever there's a little, when there's an ad playing, there's like a little mini player of the stream on the top right above chat. You can actually pop it out and then unmute the little pop-out window. And it might not be the highest quality, it's like 240p or something like that, but you can still hear the streamer during the ads. And then you can still mute the ads too. It is because of that, it also doesn't take up nearly as much load as OBS. No, yeah, I mean, if you are just recording footage, right? Definitely Shadowplay is pretty good at that. But for streaming, you know, I think OBS is kind of like the go-to, right? I haven't really looked at other alternatives. I mean, the only other alternative is Streamlabs OBS, but that has caused me a lot of issues in the past until I finally swapped over to just regular OBS, and that I've never looked back since. I wonder if there are some good alternatives to OBS, because I have had some crashing issues, like recently actually. If there's too much load, I've always attributed it to my GPU. I feel like my GPU is dying. I'm not really sure the lifespan of my GPU, of how long GPUs usually last, but I kind of feel like my GPU is a little bit at its end. It's getting older. Woosa Awakening or Sorceress Suck? Well, I am biased towards Woosa, so I would recommend a Woosa Awakening if you're looking for a really aesthetically pleasing, comfortable class to play in PvE. But if you're looking for doing PvP, then I would probably recommend Sorceress over Woosa for PvP. There's a Chromium browser extension that utilizes VPN to overlap stream during ads. Oh, I did not know that. Yeah, well, the method that I had then suggested was you don't need anything, right? So no additional add-ons. But I'll look into that. Chromium browser extension. What is it called? Or is that also built in to Chrome? Did you pick up your 4070 when they were new? I think. I know I built this computer end of November 2023, so that's when I picked it up. I don't know if that's considered when it was new. Suxorg is stronger PvE too. She has high APM and bad mobility. That's why I had mentioned, Michael, if you're looking for a comfortable class to play in PvE, Awakening Woosa is very, very comfortable. Which you could say is better. I guess it depends on how you view what your priorities are. And I would say mobility is quite important in certain spots, right? Especially in a place like Star's End. The new Star's End really requires you to have really good mobility if you want to min-max it. You play RE9? Probably not. I'm not really much of a single player, Michael. How I usually enjoy, I mean, I've already watched everything, Michael. I've already watched playthroughs from different streamers already. That's how I've played, or quote unquote played, all the Resident Evil games, is by watching them or playing them vicariously through a playthrough or a let's play or a stream. So that's how I've enjoyed like Legend of Zelda, just like most console games, Final Fantasy games. I just play them vicariously through other people. Should be fine for another year or two. CPU, GPU, roughly 5 years of high performance reliability. Okay. Have you built a lot of computers in the past before, Figure? This was the very first computer I built, and oh man, I don't know if I want to do it again. It was a very stressful experience. There's so many holes to fill. So many plugs to plug in. Oh man, I had somebody on Discord trying to help me, and I was just like crying because like I couldn't figure out what to do. Luckily, I ended up figuring it out, but I was so freaking stressed. So maybe next time I'll just buy the parts and just have a friend build it for me. PC building is a hobby of yours. Okay. A bit expensive to indulge often though. No, yeah, I mean computer parts these days, especially RAM, right? The RAM has been quite expensive. I don't know if it'll ever go back down, but I'm glad that I did pick up, or I built this computer when I did. If anything, I wish I could have waited a little bit more. Like if I waited like 2 more years and built my computer in 2025 and then, you know, not have the RAM be super expensive just right before that. That would have been the perfect time to build a computer. Today's temp is -20. Next week is predicted to be +10. Where are you currently residing? Oh, okay. That it's -20 right now for you. What the hell? Oh, Toronto. Oh. Dang, -20 in Toronto right now? What the hell? That's cold. Hyperscalers will keep demand high for a while. Well, for the most part, I am pretty satisfied with my current setup. I just hope nothing breaks. And if anything breaks, I hope that, I mean, if anything, if my GPU breaks, I mean, that's fine, but I don't want my RAM to break. Damn, you only got the green for it. Sweden is quite similar. -13 Celsius a few days ago. Tomorrow will be 90. Are you from Sweden? You're right. Have you lived there your entire life, Gregory, or did you move to Sweden? I don't know if I could ever live in another country now. I feel like I've just acclimated to Canada. I live in Canada, by the way. I don't know if I could just pick up and move to a different country, especially a country that, you know, doesn't normally speak English. Ram failure seems pretty low nowadays. We'll see, we'll see. If anything, I could reformat my... It's been a while since I formatted my computer. So maybe reformatting my computer might help with decluttering everything. Just need to make sure I back up everything. Born and raised, moved abroad as soon as I could. Oh, I see. Yeah, because I was gonna say your English is very good, so I imagine you had moved abroad to an English-speaking area. Because I couldn't even tell that, you know, if you were from Sweden. You sound like a native English speaker. We speak pretty much required for Nordic countries to learn English at least. Denmark learns at least 2 extra languages. Damn. Well, you know, now that I think about it, here in Canada, they kind of shove French down your throat. They kind of do shove French down your throat in these parts. End up in the UK. Brexit was a thing and things were getting chaotic, so I decided to move back to Sweden. Plan is to move somewhere warmer again. Okay. Where are you thinking of moving? Like how warm? Because I cannot do warm climates. To put in perspective, room temperature, you know, it's considered 23 degrees Celsius, right? At least where I'm from. But if anything is higher than 23 degrees Celsius, I start sweating. I don't know of a condition, but I sweat very easily. So I need things to be like 21, 22 degrees Celsius at all times. Because I've always rather, you know, between the two extreme temperatures, right? I'd rather be freezing my butt off than swimming in my own sweat, you know? You could always add more layers, but like, you can't take off your skin, you know what I mean? Well, you can, but like, don't do that. Ooh, this is a one-shot thing. Ooh, let's get the tower buff. You can, but only once. True, and you can't put it back on. Well, I guess you can. Technically, skin grafts, right? You get a choice of French or Spanish. German is required for most of the places as well as English. Oh, I see. I can thank MapleStory for getting familiarized with English, early communicating with people globally, helps getting comfortable with speaking English. No, yeah, I kind of feel like the majority of my vocabulary and English speaking skills is just thanks to video games in general. Just having to constantly be reading texts and understanding like stories, right? Video games is such an amazing way to tell a story, right? An amazing medium of storytelling. I mean, there's an amazing song that's playing right now from an amazing story. Have you played Expedition 33, Figure? Am I saying your name right? By the way, is it Frigore? Frigore? I'll just call you Rex. Maybe that's easier. Is there anywhere to extract lightstones in Edonia? Usually the blacksmith. Michael, any blacksmith, you can buy lightstone extraction tools, and you should be able to extract your lightstone from any blacksmith. You're nice to the blacksmith. Oh. If anything, you could always click the magnifying glass in the top right, and then click blacksmith or repair. I believe it should be repair, and then it will direct you to the nearest blacksmith for sure. Oh, does it send you to other NPCs as well? Well, usually it sends you to a blacksmith. Is there an actual blacksmith option? Oh, I just misclicked something. Doesn't seem like it. Looks like it's just repair. Maybe I'm stuck. You successfully convinced me about Woosa. I'll slap my seasonal ticket on it and the level 61 pennant thing. Oh, good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. And if you have any questions, I know a thing or two about class. Just a few things. Honestly, it should be easy to acclimatize. Volcano, thanks so much for the follow. Do languages such as English, because it's so prevalent? My dyslexia just stops me from writing. I failed my French written exam, but aced the spoken. Oh. I guess another thing is just the environment, right? A brand new country seems very intimidating, especially if you've never spoken the main language of the country that you're moving to. Right? And like, I'm sure there's people that speak English, you know, in, you know, let's say Japan or France or something. In those, like, you know, Korea, for sure there's people that speak English, but I just feel like it'll be like a big culture shock with how everything is, right? I don't know if I could adapt very well to a brand new environment like that. The song feels very Awakening Woosa. Oh, this one crazy La Seraphim. I could see that. Yeah. Really isn't as bad as you think. Yeah, I've never done it before, so that's why it seems very intimidating, right? And for you, you said you moved abroad, so you've had experience, but it's a little scary. My main tag is Woosa because of you. Oh, your main gear, not tag. Oh. I'm glad you rolled over to Woosa. More Woosa Enjoyers. How many black spirit rage crystals do you use? Just one. I just use one. One is enough to, you know, stop the overflow, right? Because there's a lot of situations where you are not able to use your BSR right away. Like, let's say you're mid combo, or let's say you want to maximize your uptime, right? You don't want to cast it too early, right? So that extra 3, 4, 5%, maybe 10% overflow adds up over the hour, right? Let's say you're at like 98% and then you're killing a bunch of mobs, right? Most likely there's going to be a good amount of overflow. And so having that extra BSR crystal helps with that. And so you can have a lot more uptime. What do you call a Frenchman wearing sandals? Philippe Philip. Okay. Flip flop. Good one, good one. I appreciate your dad jokes every day. Because I know Tinglebots has been coming into my stream and just typing in a dad joke for the past however many years. The culture difference is quite comparable to talking to a new person. You don't start talking politics, ethics right away. Take your time and get used to how things are and just go with the flow. Which, other than Britain and Sweden, where else have you lived, Frigorn? Or are those the only two places you've been in? Do you use 3 Black Spirit Reforged Stones? I do, yes. It helps a lot with recovery, so it might not seem like a lot, right? It's 0.5% per Reforged Stone. And if you use 3, you get 1.5%, right? But if you think about the math behind it, right? I know, math, right? We hate math. But it ticks every 10 seconds, right? So you get 1.5% every 10 seconds. And over 1 hour, that's 3,600 seconds. So it ticks 360 times 1.5, which is 540, right? So that's another 540%, so 5 minutes of extra BSR per hour, right, by running 3 Reforged Stones. So that's a lot of extra uptime on BSR, and it's really powerful, especially on a class that doesn't naturally have a speed buff, right? Like, for example, Witch and Wizard, they naturally have 20% cast speed in their kit, and so the BSR buff is only a 5% attack speed increase for them, generally. But for Woosa, right, she takes full advantage of that 25%. It's a big power spike. Lived in Sweden, England, Lithuania, and Spain. Ooh. Dang, so did you speak Lithuanian and also Spanish? I can only order beer in Spanish. I see, I see. Well, I imagine there's people that speak English in Spain. And compliment hats. How do you compliment hats in Spanish? How do you say that? How do you say it in Spanish? There needs to be a cupcake version. Well, I mean, it is the internet, so I imagine there might already be one. There should be a question of the day for stream. I could implement something like that, yeah. Bonito sombrero, okay. I see, I see. Well, I have heard of sombreros before. I mean, isn't that an English word, but just like borrowed from Spain? You make Awakening Woosa look so good. Is your last guide still relevant? There's still a lot of useful information in that guide, but it is a little outdated, yes. But if you have any questions about the class, I am happy to answer it. I would say the first thing I recommend doing is setting up cooldowns. I find for any class, really, doesn't have to be Awakening Woosa, it can be any class, but setting up your cooldowns and tracking them is a really good way to get started learning with the class. I usually categorize, I don't know if categorize is the right word, but order them based on what makes sense in my head. So if you look at my UI setup, I have my buffs on my left here. That's my E buff, my healing buffs, right? And then I have my flowers on the left side. So these are my flowers here, and then I have my awakening skills up here, pre-awakening skills down here, and movement skills in the middle. Right side is like CC skills, right? CC Rabomb skills. So this one, all of these are like utility CC stuff on the right. So something like that, something that makes sense in your head. It doesn't have to be exactly like mine. Just have it display the skills that you want to see, and I find that helps a lot with learning a brand new class. Oh, Ananya, I don't have an add-on set up on the YouTube side, but what I can do is link you, or maybe I just open my window here. This is what I'm using right now. If you want to take a screenshot, Anya. If you were a shark, what type would you be? Personally, a lemon shark. There's such thing as a lemon shark? Lucky Ducky? What? Do they taste like lemons by chance? Would you say Woosa is very combo sensitive? I always like to describe Woosa as having a very wide skill gap. I don't know if skill gap's the right word, but you can play it very easily, simply, comfortably, and hold down a lot of the buttons. So for example, the very basic bread and butter is Shift R and B, WE, SE, and that's your bread and butter, right? 3 buttons to cast like 10 different skills. So that's what I mean by you can play very easily in that way. You can hold down buttons, but you'll notice that a lot of her flows, like River's End, if you just literally read the tooltip, you can cast it after so many different abilities. And so River's End doesn't have to be cast after SE, right? This is Blooming Death. You can cast it after like a lateral soul cleanse or something. Same thing with Soul Shock. You don't have to cast it after WE. You can cast it after SE or something. You can cast it after your flower skills. Hold on, I'm getting griefed on the YouTube side. Okay, well, hopefully, oh! Hopefully I didn't lose anything. Oh, no. Dang, I was tapped out. It's alright, it's alright. They can win this time. I've had a person on the YouTube side using the ping command for a couple days now. For now, I have been just timing them out, but they have kept coming back. So, hoping that if they'll go away eventually. I don't really have mods on the YouTube side, Michael. My YouTube side doesn't really get too much traction. Okay. I should have just went to a safe spot before I tab down. Let me just check if I can... Okay. Looks like that should prevent them from commenting anymore if I hide them from channel. There's not really a like a ban thing on the YouTube side, I notice. It's like hide user from channel. So hopefully they don't come back. If anything, I'll just disable the command. It's there for the people who you know, if I miss a message, but if they're gonna abuse it like that, I might as well just remove the command. I think Awakening Dosa would suit you. I have actually played Awakening Dosa before, Street Arc. It's actually my tag currently. I've played Suck Dosa and Awakening Dosa. I've actually played a lot of Suck Dosa in the past when he first came out. Awakening Dosa's the main. Maybe that's why I'm drawn to Awakening Woosa. Well, they are from the same land, right? Land of Morning Light. And so they draw from the, what do you call it? Like the Korean inspirations, right? Woosa, Megu, Dosa, they all draw from that sort of Korean style magic, I guess. You got your first Zek weapon, Skull? Let's go. How many tops? 84. That's a good number. What's next? What's your next goal right now, Skull? What's after the deck? I guess working on the offhand now, right? Do you know what's great about Arcas? They do a killer whale impression. You mean like an orca? I'm assuming you're trying to make a joke, a play on words, right? Oh dang, we got another purple pigment. High End Zone doesn't use ultimate Macalot anymore? Not really, Nifara. There's a lot of important crystals that like upgraded versions of crystals that you would use over the Macalots. So most people will be running, you know, 2 Void crystals, 2 of the Akrod crystals of Void, Rebellious crystals, Gluttony crystals. Technically, running 2 Macalods over 2 Dogged Patients would give you 1 more AP, but the 2 Dogged Patients gives you 10 Monster DR, right? So I value the extra 10 Monster DR over the 1 extra AP. So that would be a small situation where you would still technically get 1 more AP from 2 Macalods, because 2 Macalods is 11 total AP, right? But the 10 Monster DR from 2 Dog Patients I find is a lot more, like, more stats overall, right? Oh, and Justin, thank you so much for the follow earlier. Really appreciate that. Welcome in. Let me just go over here. And then for now, I'll just remove the, where is it? The cat. Removing the cat for now, the cat ping. Just in case that guy comes back. Oh, another thing to consider, Nifara, that if you are grinding in a spot where you're a little bit over the cap, you can actually run some Alucas crystals to get a little bit of attack speed. It gives you about 2% more. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but I mean, you might as well, since being over the cap doesn't really do much for you, right? Since everything is a 5% cap now. Do you know how pigments work with tagged weapons? I'm not sure, Michael. Does somebody in chat have a tag to let us know? If anything, if I were to predict how it works, it would be you'd have to untag your weapon first put the pigment on and then re-tag it would be my guess. But I'm not 100% sure since I haven't done it yet. But once I do, I will let you know. Oh, we got the good tower. Here we go. There's like a rock right there that's blocking me. I haven't played this game in like 7 years. Damn. You got everything. Is Guardian still the best class for beginners, or is there something else I should look into? There's actually a newer class called Dosa that I recommend to new players. I find it to be very, very straightforward. Zero, there's a lot of just holding down buttons to do your combos with Dosa. And so look into that. I would say Woosa and Megu are also fairly, like Suck Woosa, Suck Megu are also fairly beginner friendly. I find their abilities like fairly straightforward. Like Suck Megu, even though I haven't played her very much, I do have her as just like a season. I played it for 1 season, just for like the season characters. And learning her abilities is very easy. Just, you know, big AoEs, just hit everything right. The newer classes though, like Deadeye, they're kind of like higher in skill cap, I would say. I wouldn't say they're like too difficult, but definitely require a little bit more effort than, let's say, Guardian or Witch or something like that. Oh, and thank you for the follow as well, Zero. There's a lot of amazing events going on right now, Zero. And so definitely look into the events. If you haven't done so already, I recommend bookmarking a website called garmoth.com, Garmoth, and it has a nice UI showcasing the timeline for events. If you just scroll down a bit, also a lot of the game codes for free stuff is always posted there. And to redeem stuff, it's very easy. You just press your escape menu, type in redeem, and it's redeem coupon code. There's 2 redeems. Make sure you pick the coupon code one. That one is the correct one. Awakening Witch and Suck Sage. Okay, there you go. There's some other suggestions for you. I would say the game is fairly alt-friendly for gear, at the very least. So if you have interests in trying out other classes, the tag system is very cheap these days compared to before. I made a Succession Valkyrie, very tanky, spammable, high AoE skills along with good super armor and frontal block. How would you rate Succession Valkyrie in terms of like ease of play, if that makes sense? Is it like easy to learn? Are the combos difficult? Is it high APM? So I always consider that when picking classes for me. And that's why I pick Awakening Woosa, is because there's a lot of depth to her playstyle. You can play her very easy. The animations are on the slower side, which I do prefer the playstyles on the slower side for animations. Headley Killjoy, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you this fine Sunday evening? We got the orb. Oh, there's a person here. Also, just like a common courtesy thing, guys, just spend like 10 seconds of your life to just walk around the rotation. just in case somebody's grinding, right? Clearly, if it took more than 2 seconds, he would see that there's mobs missing. For my testing, it feels quite squishy for a Succession Sorceress. Yeah, I think for Succession Sorceress, a lot of the survivability is not tanking, it's the iframes, ADVgg. So, maneuver around your mobs, right? You do have an amazing kit for iframing around for Succession. I think that's kind of like one of her biggest identities as a sorceress is her ability to iframe very, very easily. And so that's where a lot of your survivability comes from, sorcerers. So make sure you are repositioning. And for the most part, you can kind of argue that about most classes in BDO is that a lot of survivability is making sure you're in the right position, right? Try not to get smacked up by the mobs. Best to avoid damage rather than tanking the damage. Is the orb mechanic random? It is, yes, Pelagornia. So it will randomly spawn. How I think it works and how usually a lot of events work in BDO is that you pick up an invisible item. Well, it's not really invisible, but it's in the loot window that automatically gets consumed and starts the event. And so I'm assuming that's how it works, is that it's like an item you pick up, right? That's how it works with Afuarus that randomly spawn, events in other grind spots, like boss spawns, you pick up just like this invisible item. And in which case, if that does work, then how it's supposed to be, you know, applied is with drop rate, right? Drop rate might increase those chances and should increase it if it is an item that you randomly pick up, right? And so having a higher drop rate should increase your chances of getting like more Afuarus, more boss events in certain grind spots. So try to be at the cap of 300%. I mean, right now there is a drop rate event, right? It should be 100% increase. So getting to 300% shouldn't be too difficult. There are a few things that go above the drop rate cap, such as the Land of Morning Light 20% drop rate buff that will go over the cap. Castle buff, if you're in a region that increases the drop rate of that region, right? If you own that region as a guild, that's 50% more over the 300% cap. Arsha also will go over the cap, and additionally, node investment will go over the cap as well. So make sure that your node that you're grinding in is at level 20, which would give you 10% more drop rate. Suxer has a lot of forward guard, that's why it's more tanky than Awakening. And there you go, Og. So try making sure that you are forward guarding at the right moments. Right? You're forward guarding the attacks that would be lethal towards you. Cap is for, yes, yeah. So if you are, that's like the hard cap, right? The soft cap is 300 and the hard cap is 400. So you cannot go over 400, even if you have like all of those additional stuff, like Light of Morning Light buff, Castle buff, Arsha, node investment. 400% is the cap. It's a little dark here. Let's turn on the lights. Where are you currently grinding, TV? Where are you currently grinding? Because every grind spot has a different dynamic for how the damage works, right? So I feel like a really easy example to use is Olin's Valley, right? A lot of the attacks are very telegraphed in Olin's Valley, right? When the golem is about to wind up its arm and about to, like, you can physically see it with your eyes slowly if it's gonna punch you in the face, right? So obviously you don't want to take that to the face, right? So you'd want to forward guard that, you'd want to iframe that, right? Don't try to super armor trade it if you can. So stuff like that, that's like a very, very, like, you know, easy example to use as, hey, every grind spot has a different dynamic of how you want to avoid the damage, right? Something like Ash Forest, right, where the mobs are just constantly swarming you, right? Usually just repositioning is a good way to stay alive, right? Not standing in one spot, just kiting around for any places that swarm you, right? So for Sucksork, you'd probably prefer to be moving around and jumping around than forward guarding the swarms of mobs, something like that. I remember seeing your short on YouTube with Woosa's movement, lots of cancels. Got no clue how you did that. Basically I'm using the pre-awakening skills to cancel forward, because when you start the animation for the attack, you can instantly cancel out of it with Yanban step, right? This ability here, where is it? This one, Yanban step. This one will cancel an attack into a forward dash. However, it has a stop if you continue the animation, right? But attacking will cancel that animation. So it's a little bit of a double dip, right? So you cancel the attack and cancel that weird, you know, RP moment, right, with an attack. And so if you use your abilities, right, you can cancel out of that awkward dash by using the attacks. It will put those attacks on cooldown, but in return, you get a lot of burst movement, right? So if you watch carefully in the YouTube short, you'll see exactly the timing for it, right? For pressing Shift, Q, E, and then F, right? It takes a bit of practice. It's not as simple as, let's say, Musa, where all you have to do is press one button and you're just dashing infinitely, right? Until you run out of stamina. Right, so you do have to practice that. There are some more simple movement things you could do, like butterfly step is one button, right? And you go a very long distance, right? So that's something you can do to get from point A to point B pretty quickly. It's a little bit slower than dash canceling. So the dash cancel is more of an advanced technique. It's not something you just do naturally, it's something you have to practice to get good at it. You can also combine it with a lot of awakening movement as well, Pelargonia. So Nether Strike cancels Yanban step as well. So in awakening you have two dashes before it does a little stop, but Nether Strike will cancel that, right? So you can do Shift W, F, Shift W. That's already 5 dashes for that one movement button, right? So that's a simpler one you could do if you don't want to do the more advanced techniques. You can learn it later. Don't start. Have you ever learned an instrument before by chance, Pelagornia? Right, when you're learning the violin or the piano, you don't start with learning a song, right? You start with learning the basics. You start with learning your arpeggios, your scales, right? The chromatic scales, the octave scales, right? You start learning the bread and butter first, right? And once you're familiar with the bread and butter, then you can start adding some, you know, I don't know, peanut butter, cinnamon, sugar, right? Something to spice it up. Hopefully those analogies make sense. So don't start with learning the more advanced techniques first, just start with the basics first, and then once you get more comfortable, then you can start incorporating the paprika, the cumin, the oregano, the bay leaves, right? Start with a little bit of salt and pepper first. I smear the instruments with peanut butter and top notes. And for those who are like wondering who the heck I'm talking to, it's the YouTube side. I mean, let me turn on my YouTube chat. Oh, I'm gonna die again because I keep tabbing out. The healing is absolutely nasty. Is that from life on hit from the skill add-on? No skill add-ons. It is so Blooming Death provides 120 HP, I think. Yeah, 110 HP per hit, and then Shift E is 500 HP on hit. So those two skills also chain together really nicely. SE and Shift E. So this one, SE and Shift E, they chain very nicely. This is the 100% is the Shift E as well. Unfortunately, you don't get any healing from the 100%. I kind of wish it did heal you. But yeah, you have a lot of HP recovery with this class. I guess my potions help too. The Harmony Drafts, they will also provide a lot of extra HP on hit, right? It gives you, where is it? 17 HP on critical hit, 12 HP on regular hits. And then they stack as well. So you're getting about 30 HP on hit for just using an ability that 100% crits. Which Blooming Death and Shift E are 100% crits. So you do have a lot of defensive capabilities. Without me hit, yeah. Like, not only are you hitting a lot of hits on the ability itself, if you're hitting like 10 mobs, that all stacks up, right? However, the hit on the ability itself only approx on one mob, right? So the 120 HP isn't like per mob. It's like for the one mob. And it's only determined on the amount of hits of the... It's a little bit weird on the wording. So if you look carefully in the wording for, let's say, Mark of the Moon. So Mark of the Moon states 500 HP per hit on attack 3. Attack 3 hits twice, right? So you get 1,000 HP back, essentially what that means. So for Blooming Death, it's 120 HP on attack 1 and attack 2. Attack 1 hits 3 times, attack 2 hits 4 times, and so that's 7 times 120, which I'm bad at math, but it's like about 900 HP, right? Something like that. But the potion hits on everything. So every single hit on every single enemy will also proc that extra HP on the potion, on the elixir. So in addition to that, that's a lot of healing. Unfortunately, flower attacks or summon damage will not proc any on-hit things. So my flower here that I spawn, like this one, it won't proc any healing things. So if I let this go, it doesn't heal me, right? It doesn't do like the little ticks. Have you played any Awakening classes, Rex, before? If so, you'll notice that you can't use your pre-awakening abilities with awakening skills. And I find that for Awakening Woosa specifically, the pre-awakening kit is one of the most powerful pre-awakening kits out there. It's pretty much the Succession Woosa skill kit. But just like, it's like 90% of it is intact, if that makes sense, right? It's still a very powerful damage tool, right? So, for example, like Stormfall, Shift Q, this is from Pre-Awakening, it still hits pretty hard, right? It still will do the job. It won't hit as hard as your other abilities, like low DPS, right? But it's still a really powerful AoE tool to just kill things if they're like, you know, you need to finish them off or something like that. Or you need to stay in super armor. I don't think it says it in game, but super armors will naturally give you a inherent damage reduction, and every class has a different amount depending on what they play. So for Awakening Woosa specifically, it's 15%. You get 15% less damage taken when you're in super armor. Some classes are more. So for example, Striker and Mystic, I believe they have 25% inherent damage reduction when they are in super armor. For other classes, like let's say like Sork or something, they probably have only 10%. 10% is baseline and scales up to 25%. And then for classes with shields, they have different properties too. So for Succession Valk, Succession Nova, Guardian, Succession Guardian, Warrior, Valkyrie, they all have like between 35% to 60%. I think Succession Nova is a 60% damage reduction when you have your shield up with her specifically. I think Guardian is like 40%, so stuff like that. There's a lot of things that they don't tell you in game. At least I don't think they tell you that in game. But they had listed it out a while back, so that's what I remember. Most classes have their base kit overwrit by Awakening. Yeah, there's a lot of Awakening classes that you'll just stay in Awakening for the most part. I think a lot of the older classes are a good example of classes that for the most part you're staying in Awakening. But I find for the newer classes like Dosa, Megu, Woosa, their pre-Awakening kit is still very powerful to use. Especially for utility. Utility being HP recovery, buffs, right? So for example, this ability here, Shift F from Pre-Awakening, that gives you a 30% movement speed buff for 10 seconds. And it's a party buff too. So if you hit allies with it, it gives them that. So you can dash a little bit faster in Awakening like this, right? All of that 30% movement is affecting your Awakening dashes. So a good way to use it is, let's say, see this mob, it's like 10% HP. Well, it just died, but you would finish it off with a Shift F and then you would move on to the next pack, right? So that's like a more realistic way of using your movement buff, is if you're using it in tandem with like finishing off a mob or something like that. And so you get the buff while finishing off the low health mob. Awakening Mako uses only one skill from pre-awakening for mobility. Is there any other utility in Mako for pre-awakening? Do you have like a DP down or a I don't know, like a DP buff or something like that? Because at least in you know, for pre-awakening, you still have your Q block, right? The awakening Woosa does not have a Q block in awakening, but you have it in pre-awakening, and you can easily transition into awakening for this class too. CCs as well, I count as utility. I mean, CC is a utility, and so for Megu, doesn't she have a bunch of ranged CCs, or is that not present in pre-awakening? Is that only in succession? The cake. I hate how the cake freaking interrupts you. In PvP, that's a different story, yeah. It's always a different story. Oh, Garnet just got another Pendeb Rekka earring? Wow. Happy for him. Good for Garnier. He's just making Pendeb Rekkas for profit at this point. I think he's made like 3 already. He's buying Tadebos. How much are Tadebos right now? I just finished my Nymphomari test run. I did 1 rotation. It was decent. The big Nama was clean, but otherwise smooth sailing. Yeah, the big elite does do quite a bit of damage, but the more you practice, the more efficient you'll get, and the safer it'll be, Michael. As with any grind spot, right? You'll get more familiar with it, the dynamics of the grind spot, the damage you can withstand, right? So just keep practicing. A lot of these times whenever, let's say you're watching a video, right, a lot of people like to watch a grind video to kind of see the both like numbers wise, the potential of a class, the play style, right? That doesn't just come overnight, right? Whenever you see people making giga numbers, right, that doesn't just come right away, right? Those people who have played those classes to make those numbers probably have spent a lot of time learning their class and also learning the grind spot too, right? You don't automatically make the best trash numbers in your first hour, right? It might happen later or earlier for certain people, right? But for sure they've spent the time, they've done their homework on, you know, grinding the spot and learning their class to make those kinds of numbers. The big Naga is 100% gonna catch me slipping at some point. I'm calling it. Are you running 100% resistances there, Michael? Hopefully you are. Because that's also another big thing in PvE, is getting CC'd is a DPS loss and also dangerous, right? So try not to get CC'd by running 100% resistance. It's a lot easier to run resistances these days, because before you needed 2 resistance crystals plus like a small one, right? But now you only need 2 because your offhand, right, now provides 10% resistances. It's a lot easier to run resistances these days. Additionally, there didn't used to be a fighting spirit crystal. Fighting spirit crystal was added like much later on, right, when with Mountains of Eternal Winter. Same thing in with multiple CCs. In the past, for example, Olins used to have stun and knockdown, so it was actually very difficult to hit both resistances for spots that required you to have both. Right now, it's just one. The No YOLO Show. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Ooh, we got the yellow one. Let's go. And then some places had all 3. I think Turos. I think I remember Turos having all 3 types of CCs. It was so freaking annoying. But I'm glad they had reduced it down to just 1. Crypt? Yeah. I remember the Dark Knight had floating. It could float you. So that covers the knockback and floating part. And then stun from the lawn mobs, right? They would spin through you. I don't know what that ability is called from lawn, but they would like do this like spinning attack that would dash through you and stun you. And then the bear and the wolf, in that place, like the Saloon Bear and the Saloon Wolf, they would knock you down. I mean, for the most part, you could just run Stun Stiffness. That was the most important one because you could avoid, right? It was fairly easy to avoid the attacks of the bear and the wolf. So that was manageable. But the Dark Knight, oof. Like, I always just played safe and just stayed in super armor against the Dark Knight because if she floated you, you were dead. You were gone. You were a goner. We haven't had a super dangerous spot since. Wait, I noticed. I don't know if they should do that again. Right? Like Crypt, when it first came, let's say Ash Forest. Ash Forest came out 2019, guys. Ash Forest came out when people had like 550 gear score at most. Right? Back in 2019. If you were like 600 gear score, you were Giga Gear, right? And then they added a spot that requires 700 gear score. What? Probably top end was like 650, right? If you were like, I don't know, it was very difficult to get pens, right? Most people had like 10 armors, 10 weapons, try accessories. That was the soft cap in 2019, right? That was like 570 gear score, right? That was like, you were good. You were in a good spot, right? So for them to add a 700 gear score spot when most players was like 570 gear score, that was kind of crazy. And then Crypt came out and sort of the same dealio, right? Although Crypt was a, you know, just a little bit higher, 310 AP, 400 DP spot, 710 gear score spot, right? Crypt was like significantly more difficult than Ash Forest too. Well, I wouldn't say like super significantly, but it was quite difficult. And they also had significant amounts of evasion, and you just couldn't hit them. And they were so tanky because you couldn't even hit them. I mean, people were starting to approach 700 gear score by the time Odalita came out, right, with Crypt. Right? I think people were reaching like 630, 640 gear score, right? Your Tet Armor, hi HP Bar, how are you? I remember getting ready to grind Crypt and watching all the guides, and then they neutered the spot, released some other better spots for less effort. Well, it was like not even a good spot to begin with, Michael, at all. The only time it started becoming relevant was when they added double Rekka belts. Right, that was the first time that people actually saw interest into the spot. Before that, like if you're grinding there, you were just there for the challenge. Right, the only notable thing, I guess, potentially was the costume, right? But you could grind the costume in other places, right? Olin's Valley for the chest, Ash Forest for the helmet for the most part, right? But yeah, back then, if you're grinding there before they added Deboreka belts, you were just there for the challenge, right? Which, you know, fair enough if you wanted a bit of a challenge, but it was not really that worth. Right? Uturi. Using BSR for cast speed? Yes. Trying to maintain as much uptime as possible? Yes. Is there any good way to improve uptime? I heard some stuff regarding my bombs, but can't really find explanation of what entails. Is your Woosa setup utilizing? Your bombs don't provide any more BSR. I'm using 2 additional tools to help upkeep BSR. One is a Han BSR crystal. So to craft these, you need the Jin crystals. You need the Jin version. They're kind of expensive. They're 35 bill, but you would need this one, and then you need to upgrade it with the crystallized end time crystals. These ones, you need 100, 300 magical shards, and 500 magical lightstones, and 100 of these. So they're very difficult to craft if you're just starting out, and that helps with increasing your capacity, right, for the least amount of AP taken away. And so you only lose about 7 monster AP, I believe, right? Because this one doesn't provide the +7 from the general, so that helps with overflow. And there's a lot of situations where you will overflow on BSR, right? Like for example, let's say you're just a little bit off from 100%, and you're doing your combo and you kill a bunch of mobs, right? Most likely you'll overflow like 5-10%, and that adds up over the hour. Right? Especially if you're in a spot where mobs die very, very quickly, right? And then another thing to help with recovery is the Reforged Stones. So Reforged Stones unlock once you have sovereign weapons, right? And it's in this menu here, this button right here on your thing. So these Reforged Stones, you can customize it to give a little bit of extra stats for each single one. So every single one of these, I'm adding 3 AP, 5% crit rate, 2% back attack, 1% crit damage, and 0.5% recovery for all 3, right? So that's 1.5% per crystal or Reforged Stone. And that 1.5% goes a long way. It adds almost 5 extra, well, almost 6 actually. So about 5.5 minutes of extra BSR per hour. And again, BSR is very, very powerful for Awakening Woosa because she does not naturally have a cast speed buff like Witch or like Striker or like Shy, right? They don't have their own attack speed buff. So that 25% attack speed buff from BSR is a huge power spike. Double it, yes, the native regen is 1.5%. So you go from 1.5% to 3%. And then you also get 1% per kill, right, per mob. There is one more thing that not many people use because it's like not that popular, but there is a Lightstone set effect that gives you another 1.5%, I believe, that for recovery. But most people would rather have the extra back attack and crit. Yes, flat regen. It's not based on maximum range. It's 1.5% flat, not 1.5% of your cap. So having more BSR cap would not increase that native regen. If you do play with a Shy, let's say you're in a party grind spot and you have a Shy, they have a buff that gives you flat plus 4.5%, which is huge, right? That's a lot of extra BSR per hour. If you're grinding, let's say Olin's Valley or Mirmok Ruins or Gyfin's, like those party spots, right? You'll get a ton of, you can pretty much upkeep your BSR almost permanently with a Shy buff. It's a pretty big trade-off, yeah, for yours. So the best options is the Reforged Stones and the BSR capacity. This one, the Dawn Crystal. Those are your more popular options to use. As for Rabombs, I mostly use them as ways to transition to Reawakening rather than as actual DPS tools. So they're more for utility, like transitioning and super armor. What is even Rabombs? Oh, so that's the OG way of calling them. The in-game way that they changed, they used to be called Rabombs, but it's the skill enhancements. The skill enhancements. So these used to be called Rabombs before they had changed them to skill enhancements. I guess it was easier for translation to call them skill enhancements, but the reason they're called Rabombs is because it was developed by so the Rabomb is from an NPC in Valencia called, I'm pretty sure her name is Rabomb. This one, yeah. So this NPC, she developed the technique of combining two skills together to create a new skill. So that's the lore behind of why they're called Rabomb skills. They were literally labeled Rabomb skills in the past. But then they had changed it when they had done some UI changes. But yeah, that's the lore reason of why they're called Rabombs. I still call them Rabombs because that's why, I'm used to it. I'm used to calling them Rabomb skills. But yeah, she was the originator for those skills. How do you cancel Shift Q without moving or switching to Awakening? Cancel Shift Q without moving? You can't, Michael? You have to move in order to cancel it. Actually, in Succession, there's a way. In SQ is a way to cancel it without moving, but you have to be Succession to use it. I thought I saw you do it. Huh? Like this one? Oh, I have to move to cancel it. If I want to cancel it. Can you clip it, Michael? Did it happen very recently? Are you able to clip it? And then I can maybe explain. When you were PvPing. Oh. Well, the last time I PvP'd was during the RBF event, which was like a week ago. Maybe you didn't see it right? Yeah, I don't think there's a way to cancel Shift Q without moving. Well, besides the Succession one that I mentioned, you can cancel Shift Q with SQ, but that's a Succession only skill. So, did you see that, like, it would did you see shift Q and then it suddenly stopped all of a sudden? The only thing I can think of is maybe the animation finished. Michael? Maybe like I just had enough cast speed, right? Maybe I had a shy buff, I had Z buff, and I shift Q'd, and then the animation just finished, and then I just continued with my abilities. That's the only thing I can think of what you maybe saw. Did you see the new outfit? Oh, there's a new outfit, Streetnark? I did not see the outfit. Do you have a link to the new outfit? Been going mad trying to wrap my head around the game. Well, if you have any other questions, Rex, I am happy to help. There's a lot, Rex. Like, it's not your fault. There's a lot of in-depth stuff. There's a lot of like weird stuff too. If you've ever heard the phrase "rock look deep," it's from a very, very old thing. Very, very old event. Super, super old. Well, it's like 6 years old. I guess that's super old, right? But that was the most stupid. Okay, so I'll tell the story because it's kind of interesting. But essentially, in 2020, they had this event called the Mysteries of Summer, and it was basically like a puzzle event that you would have to go out of your way, like out of the game, to figure out, right? Sometimes. And then they had this one puzzle where they were showing a picture of some stupid doodles on a whiteboard or something in Tariff, and that doodle ended up leading you, like how to solve it was you had to look up a guild with that same icon or something like that, right? It was a guild made from I guess the GMs, right? And in the message board was the password called Rock Look Deep, and it was like the most obscure, crazy. I think everybody agreed that was like the craziest puzzle. Crazy meaning like it's so freaking ridiculous of a puzzle for people to figure out. That they were trying to figure out this like doodle of what it meant, what it means. It's like a stupid doodle of a freaking otter or something like that. It turns out you just had to look up the guild with that same icon, and then the password is on their message board of that guild. Oh my god, it was so freaking. Oh, is that the link, Streetnark? Okay, hold on. Let me just kill this back. Is Zagreus coins worth on Ezerhid? It's the best spot I can farm right now. Other than X. That's only 1 hour. Yeah, I would say Ezerhid is a pretty good spot for coins. I mean, if anything, you could always save it for like higher end spots whenever you do get to higher end spots, hit a challenge, because they don't expire. So if you're worried about wasting it or something like that, you could always save it. They're permanent. So. But, you know, I wouldn't say Ezerhid is a bad spot to use it in. You'll get more value, you know, if you use it in a higher end spot, right? But up to you if you want to use it or save it. But again, it's permanent, so you could always save it, you know, and stock them. Let's see. You said this is the new outfit, right? Oh, this is the outfit? What? Interesting. Okay, so it's very Elden Ring. This looks straight out of Elden Ring. What the heck? Holy. Okay. The cape though, it kind of almost looks like an alternative version of the Idana outfit, right? Once it gets off, I can go Tungrad since I'm not too far off. Yeah, Tungrad would be probably a better spot than Ezerhid. Maybe saving is smart. Yeah, again, it is permanent, so you could always save it. It's nice that most things don't expire anymore, right? The Disciple of Sauron. Yeah, it is. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I wonder if there's a female version of this, or is this a male exclusive outfit? Oh, they got the short version too, a short cape. Okay. I don't like the short. The short cape kind of looks stupid. Okay, it kind of looks dinky. The long cape is the way to go. Yeah. Yeah, the short cape. Maybe they just remove the cape. I think at this point, just remove the cape if they're going to have a hide cape option. But it's either long. Yeah, it should definitely long cape. Yeah. Oh, is there a female version? Hold on. Oh wait, Nether Soul. Ooh. Wait, is it an event quest? Dark Prince. Ooh. Oh, okay. Oh, they have the shy version. The shy version looks so freaking. What? Oh my gosh, not the shy version. I guess they didn't want to leave shy away. It's a one-piece outfit. Okay, we'll see how well it dies though. Imagine Woosa like this. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if hold on, let me see if there's an announcement. So a lot of the times for the partners, people who are partnered with BDO, which I am partnered with BDO, they usually give new outfits out. So we'll see if we can snag a free one. Hi Ivy, welcome in. Yeah, we were just checking out the new outfit. It looks very cool. Yeah, a lot more fantasy, right? Because a lot of the outfits we've been getting these days is very modern. And I've heard a lot of complaints about, oh my god, where are the fantasy style outfits? We're getting more like modern outfits, etc., etc. But yeah, here we go. Here's a fantasy style outfit. You know what that armor reminds you of? What does it remind you of? Also, I just want to quickly use the washroom before we continue some more grinding. The game cover for Dark Souls 3. Ooh, let's take a look. Butterflies. Ooh. Yeah, it kind of looks very similar. So, Dark Souls 3. It's very Dark Souls, yeah. Short cape and all. Yeah, the short cape. Where's the short cape? This one. The crown looks very, Sauron, right? About time they did my fantasy after all the modern slob. Well, it's good they have options, right? Little pudding, right? Not you can't please everybody, so I think it's important that they do have different options. Maybe some people do like the modern stuff and prefer that. So either way, new outfits, more options is always a good thing. That's how the Necromancer class should look like. Ooh, yeah, we'll see. We'll see 3 months, guys. So usually how the time frame goes for new classes is that it releases after the Heidel Ball or after Calpheon Ball, right? That's how it's been for the last however many classes. It's always like right after Heidel Ball or Calpheon Ball, bam, it's on the Global Labs. Bam, it's on the next patch, right? So we'll see. We'll see if we get a Necromancer this patch. This looks exactly like the Necromancer from D2. Necromancer D2. Doesn't it? Like the armor, right? Doesn't it kind of look like the armor from Necromancer? Like with the bone cage? Kind of. Have you played D2 before, Rex? Dude, my armor's so freaking broke. I keep forgetting to repair my armor. Long ago. Well, in D2, they just added a brand new class. I don't know if you knew, Rex. They added a brand new class called the Warlock. And so I had played for a few days with my friends. But I found that the content in D2, maybe it's because I'm spoiled. I've played a lot of Path of Exile, and Path of Exile has so much content in the end game. And then when I got to the end game in D2, it felt like I was only doing one thing. There was only one thing to do, which is like farm the same spot over again. There wasn't like other content to do. You got a few more characters than my, yeah. I mean, I pretty much have almost all the slots unlocked. I didn't really need to buy any more slots because I have all the classes that I would want. I have a lot of witches, as you can see. This was back in the day. This was back in 2019. So basically in 2019, there was a new weapon that released called Pen Black Star, or just the Black Star weapons, right? And nobody really had a Pen Black Star back in the day, right? And so I thought, probably the best way of getting a Pen Black Star is to quest for 30,000 quests and get the 300 stack for completing 30,000 quests. And so I thought the easiest way to do that was make a bunch of copies of Witch, because then I could transfer all of my main gear to these alts. And so these were all used to, there was even more witches. I think I've deleted maybe like 5 at this point, maybe more, but all these witches were used for questing. You play PoE as well? Yes. I don't think I'm going to play this season though. I saw the new league, but timing is horrible. There's so many BDO events that I want to upkeep. So maybe next league I might play some PoE, but yeah, I have played PoE as well. Are you another PoE enjoyer? What build do you usually go in PoE? What's your go-to build? For me, it's Righteous Fire. I'm a Righteous Fire enjoyer because of how easy it is to play. You just run around, things die. Okay, let me put up a video. And I just need to quickly use the washroom, maybe grab a snack or two. You played all the builds? Damn. RF Auto Bomber. Ooh. Righteous Fire. I usually go minion builds, but last league that I played in, I played Righteous Fire, and it was just so freaking fun. It was Keepers. Keepers was the last one I played. Before that, it was Settlers. So I played Settlers and then Keepers, and then that was the last one I played. RF Explode with Herald of Ash. Ooh. For my RF build, I played it was like a cast on crit or a cast on hit. I think that was it. Or cast when damage taken. I think that was it. Something like that. Cast on hit, cast on damage taken, something like that. Okay, any new Pistanity videos? It's true, baby. This one, baby. You've made so many weird builds. Well, that's the beauty of PoE, right? Is the possibilities, the endless possibilities. Have you played much PoE 2? Okay, guys, I'm just gonna quickly use the washroom, grab a snack from the kitchen. I'll be right back. Oh, 400 hours. Yeah, that's quite a bit of time, you know? Okay, be right back. Hello, I'm back. How to make the water look invisible? Huh? Whoa, look at all the fish. What the heck? How does that work? Does it just cancel out the light reflections? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my God. Oh! Polarized glasses. Oh, wait. No, it's, oh no. It's squirt. How? Dude, that's gonna, oh my God, the cleanup. Yeah, that's why you gotta like score. What is it called? Like score.
Garnier Video just raided
Garnier.
us with a party of
Holy.
355.
Hi, Garnier.
Let's
Welcome
give him
in.
a warm welcome. Garnier Video and the Epic.
We're just watching some Daily Dose. I'm eating a
355.
snack right now.
Welcome to the Rebel realm.
How's your stream,
Ready for
Garnier? Welcome
mischief,
in.
Epic games and unforgettable vibes. Over the moon to have you here. Let's make this stream one for the history books.
Welcome. What did you do on stream today, Garnier? Did you ever end up getting your D2 stuff, D2 club? Unfortunately, I was at church and then I was supposed to go home like 5 hours ago from church, but they kept asking me to like do stuff because I do volunteer at the church, and like I suck at saying no. So I was there for like extra 5 hours. So we started streaming a little bit late. I did, but the ante was really low. I might play some until Vel tonight. Okay, okay. Well, I don't know if you already picked it up from Kairos, but I gave Kairos my Enigma, so you can keep using it. Just I'm not really playing very much. Oh. And was 92 using it? Yeah, it's very useful. I don't know if I'll continue playing Garnier. I have to be honest. I was just talking to Rex over here. We were talking about PoE and about how I feel like I'm spoiled with PoE of having so many end game options to do that for D2 you're kind of just doing the same thing. Right? When I was like farming the terror keys, or the keys of terror, key of hate, it was so freaking boring. I was losing my mind. Oh my goodness. I was like, where's my Blight League? You know, where's my where's my ultimatums, you know? That sadly goes for Diablo as well. Yeah. I mean, definitely I had a lot of fun playing the Warlock, the new class, but the endgame options, I don't know. Okay. There's this content creator. I'm sure you know this content creator, Garnier. There's a content creator called Mr. Llama SC. And I don't know how he does it, but he's been playing the game forever. And I'm like, how? There's nothing to do. There's people who make videos where like, oh, I ran 5,000 Countess runs. I ran like 100 Chaos Sanctuaries. I'm like, oh my God. Ain't no way. You have 30k hours in D2. What did you do? What did you do? The dog. The Doge. Also, Garnier, I'm sure you're planning to get a nice dinner or something, then take a nice break after stream. So if you have to go eat or something like that, or sleep, don't let me keep you up. Or we can hang out. Oh shit. No, ain't no way they put a freaking, what's it called? Like the belly dancer thing on the freaking. He's shaking and he's shaking. I might have blown up like 400 bill silver today. What? I did see you got a Pandebo. Was that not profit? Was that not profit? Were you in the negative? Uh-oh. Wait, you got 2? Did you break even at least then? Oh my god. You sent it all? Let it ride, I guess.
The robots are here.
You have 28,000 hours on VR. What do you do in VR chat? I've never played VR chat before. But if I was gonna play it, what would you recommend to do in VR chat? Just talk to people, I guess. But I don't like talking to people. The one thing you've been trying to hit for a month? Oh, the Pendebo. If you're both fine. Oh, your friend. Your friend has 28k hours. Oh, the earrings specifically. Well, if you have 400 bill, it'd be pretty easy to get a Pendebo beefy bovine. If Garnier hit 100 Pendebos per day, he would still lose money. No, Garnier. You were buying Tads? Oh my god. What compelled you to do so? Was it just out of Whoa, look at that guy. That's a thick boy right there. What the hell? Damn. But what compelled you to spend all your money on Pendevos or Tetdevos? The love of the game, I see. I just need 30 bill a week for armor and sun tabs. I'm kind of just waiting for time gated stuff. I see. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, you can do what Nero does, Garnet, is tap for Pen Ball and God. I heard Nero has been tapping for Pen Ball and God. Holy crap. I think he's like 200 or 300 taps in. Wait, what is that? Is that a chinchilla? No, chinchillas are fluffier, right? Is that just a rat? Oh my, wait, is that Garnier? Just kidding. I'm just kidding. It caught me. A possum? Really? I thought possums were more scary looking. um um Possums are adorable. They're so scary looking to me, Ronnie. Right, we're thinking of the same thing, right? Possum. Yeah, these ones. I feel like they're kind of scary looking. Like these, like when they have their mouth out like this. I feel like they're so scary. Get them out. Ugh. All animals may be cute to me. Is there an animal that you think that is not cute? What's an animal that you would not be want to be in the same room with? Your mother-in-law. 8? No. I see. Jesus Christ. That's a good one. Any animal that's protecting her young. Or like a bear, like a mama bear. Yeah. Mosquitoes aren't animals. They're insects. And I despise all insects. Get them away from me. Stop biting me. Oh, I'm not looking away. Oh my god. What? Wait, they can grow that big? Holy. That's a lot of food. Dude, I love pumpkins. You hate moths? Um, I just don't like insects in general, Butters. Are you a moth, Butters? Bowling. Have you guys ever gone bowling before? I went bowling once on a field trip, and it was actually pretty good. I didn't know exactly how I was able to hit those pins, but they kept hitting. Oh my god. Did you know how to finger the ball? I did. Excel 1310, thank you so much for the follow. Who brings a periscope to bullet? Apparently that grandma did. Oh, oh, the turtle. The cat. The cat. He's like, what is that? The side eye. I love the dog side eyes. They're so good. I, why do dogs naturally side eye? Oh my god. Was that a skunk? Oh, it's a badger. Oh. Honey badgers. What? Honey badgers don't give a fuck, right? I've seen that video. Later, you heading out, Garnet? All right. Or you're just saying later. You're just saying later because he said later. You mean the video? Oh, oh. Yeah, that's me as well. Oh, what the heck? Discord. That's, yeah, like, let's say something is falling. I kind of just freeze. If I have to be honest, I just freeze and hope that it goes away. I erased it from my mind. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, what? What? Physics, I guess. What? I guess the forward momentum like balanced out, right? Like it canceled out. Pennywise, stop. Um I love how she's just standing like this. Probably gonna be saying "I told you so" or something like that, right? She just Oh. Wait, that's like that one movie. What's that one movie with Rapunzel? Tangled, yeah. Oh, the seals. Aw, they're so cute. That's not. Oh my God. Why? Why do people have to do that? I hope he's okay. He's just thinking about life. He's just thinking about life in the car. Wait, does she get it? Oh! Free bananas. Let's go. I need that. Why would you do that in the first place, right? What's the point? What? Oh my God. That's like out of a horror film when the fish come out of the water. No. Yeah, that's a nope for me. Oh my God. The little pig? Goodbye, little pig. He outran him. Oh, oh my God. Not the sinkhole. Holy shit. Oh, is that a little gopher? Oh. Oh no. I hope they don't lose the ring. Oh my god. I remember there was this one clip where somebody was proposing on a yacht and then the boat kind of rocked a bit and he lost balance and he dropped the ring into the ocean. And I was like, no. No. Oh my gosh.
System says, Draconian Lord it just raided us with a party of 2. Let's give him a
Draconian,
warm
thank you so much for the
welcome.
raid.
Draconian Lord it and the dynamic duo, welcome to the Raccoon Hideout. Ready for epic games and mighty vibes? Thrilled
Hi,
you're
Webby,
here.
welcome in.
Let's make this stream a tiny but epic adventure with loads of fun together.
Hi, Draconian, welcome in, welcome in. We're just taking a bit of a break from the grind, eating a snack, and watching some Daily Dose. How was your stream? What'd you do on stream today? Oh, oh, the guy, the face he made. What? It's like magic. What? What? Oh my god. She could be a ventriloquist. The uncanny, how's it going tonight? It's going well. Going well. We are just taking a bit of a break from the grind and eating some food and watching some Daily Dose. The usual on BDO, you know, grinding for Sakrai crystals. I think we can make another one, but we'd still need about maybe like almost 100 more shards to finish off our Sakrai crystals. So ways away to go. Are those cheese wheels? Ain't no way. What? Okay. What a waste of cheese. What a waste of cheese. Oh. Um. What is that? Wait, is that a bone? Is it like a dinosaur bone? What the frick? No. Stop. Monka. Oh. Oh, you would still eat that. I would still eat that. It's a disassembled, what's it called? Disassembled burger. That's all, right? Deconstructed burger, you know? Fancy. Um, oh, I mean, that's one way to get around. Oh my God. He's so majestic. Jesus. Does he not know what he's saying? What? Beautiful. Oh, what's going on? Is this just a ride where you just shoot water people? Hi, Anima. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're just taking a bit of a break from the grind, eating a snack and watching some Daily Dose. Oh, he's a scrub daddy. Does anyone have also a scrub daddy? You're so freaking good. What? Hello? Oh, why? Why? Oh, jeez. Mind bending illusion? Wait, what? Hmm. I see. Excellent use of free will right there. Oh, oh, later. All right. It's time to get back into the grind. Okay, put music back on. It's sweet desire. Mm, 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 mm. Mhm, mhm. You want to go trees, Garmoth, and then Vel? Oh, is Garmoth spawning soon? Yeah, we can do some trees after Garmoth and Mel. Garmoth's spawning soon, right? I feel like it's got, yeah, the I haven't repaired it fully yet. uh, just for you. Thumbs on. Okay. Whoa! Hex thighs? What the? Webby? Jesus. Oh, there's Futters. Hi, Futters. I bloom just for you. Dang, I have 1 billion silver? We're almost there, kind of. I feel like I've been saving these up for at least like 2 years now or something. When did these come out again? These bloodstones? Granted, I don't go to every Garmoth, but holy moly, it's taking forever to get these. Need 4 more. Ooh, you know what I can redeem now is my pearl stuff. Ooh, what should we get here? Oh, where's that? It is in Dregan. It's spawning in 2 minutes. So if you haven't left a boss alt here, you should leave a boss alt. It is south of Glish. It's pretty close to the fast travel point. And then 30 minutes after Rex, there's Vel. There's some extra Vel spawns all the way over here. Shining Adventure Support Pack. Ooh. Oh, this is a 30% discount coupon. Ooh, horse outfit. Yanaros. Oh, Blacksmith's shiny box. Let's pick these up. Here we go. We got some Gamba. Okay, here we go. Upgrade? No upgrade. No upgrade. No upgrade. Upgrade? 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 No upgrade. Upgrade? Okay. I think that was like 5-5. Yeah. Let's see if we can upgrade even more. No upgrade? Upgrade. No upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrade. Okay. That's 3 out of 5. Okay, let's see if we can get some upgrades here. Upgrade. Upgrade. No upgrade. Okay, 2 out of 3. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can get the next one. Purple? Wait, no, I'm supposed to not cheer for that one, right? Wait, is this the good one? I don't, or was the other one the better one? I can't remember. Cheer is good? Oh, is the cheer one good? Oh, okay, okay. They are the best ones? Oh, okay. All right, let's see if we can get any here. Prawns? 20! Did I just get 20? There's no way. Was that 20? What the frick? Oh my god. Holy. Did we beat the game? Oh my god. Hi King Sarah, welcome in, welcome in. Oh my goodness. Hey, that's the first time I've ever gotten anything from those boxes. Holy moly. What's the chances of that? The window's open. Yeah, open your boxes, guys. Open your boxes. Window's open. Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye, everybody. I'm just kidding. Dang, Garmoth died in like 30 seconds. Holy. Okay, watch this. I'm gonna get a heart right here. 3, 2, 1. Never mind. Just kidding. 20. Yeah, basically 20,000 cron stones, guys. Holy. Yeah, I guess we'll open these now. Damn. Let's clean up our inventory here. I guess we'll simple alchemy these. Stop by to see how it's going after finishing recording. You get 20 bucks. Holy, have you still been keeping up with BDO, Sarah? There's some pretty good events right now if you log in. Pretty good events. As you can see, I just got 20 costumes. Sell the gold bars. Okay, I think that's it. Damn. I guess I'll pick that up on my someone in town, because I want to leave my alt here. And then Vel's spawning, guys, in about 25 minutes. So get over there. You might get some Vels. Not really. I just stopped by your stream, so I don't have a whole lot of time with managing my music. Right. You're making a lot of music. Well, don't work too hard, King Seth. Don't work too hard. Make sure you leave some time for some gaming. Well, what about any other games? Have you been playing any other games? Or just focus on music? Dude, the Resident Evil 9 just came out, guys. I don't know if anyone's been playing Resident Evil 9. I've been watching a lot of playthroughs on YouTube. That's how I usually enjoy a lot of my single player games, is by simply just watching it off of like a playthrough or stream. One of my favorite Resident Evil streamers is called Bach Basoup, and he always has some entertaining commentary whenever he's playing some whenever he's playing some Resident Evil. I will eventually. Older Leon looks hot. That was a big, definitely a big, what's the word for it? Do you remember when Resident Evil 8 was getting promoted? People were thirsting over Lady D, right? Lady Dimitrescu, or however you pronounce her name. And so I guess same thing here with Leon, I guess, it's part of the promotion, you know? I play Limbus Company. You know, I've heard of Limbus Company, but I've never really looked into it. What is Limbus Company about, King Saraf? RE9 has caught my attention. Yeah, I just released a couple days ago. In terms of the story, they definitely like the voice actors, amazing. Like whoever voiced Grace, I really felt her emotions during a lot of the scenes, and especially when like whenever she's interacting with monsters, right? She has like the scale. I think that was the point of making Grace the main character, or like one of the main characters for Resident Evil 9 is because if you were to bring in another character from the past, right, it's not really that, like when you were like, if you ever saw like the Leon, what the heck, did I run out of charge on my horse? Damn. A lot of the Leon parts are very John Wick, like you feel very powerful, right? You know, it doesn't feel like you're trying to survive anymore. You're kind of just it's very action based, right, for Leon sections. But for Grace, you really feel that survival horror, right? That was similar to the feel of RE7, right? When they had the first person stuff, right? Grace's part is meant to be in first person. That's the default setting, is Leon in third person and Grace in first person. And there's this huge contrast with their play styles, right? Grace took a lot of the more like survival horror aspects, and Leon, you know, the more action aspects. No bikini. I don't have the outfit with swim speed, if that's what you mean. I have the Rosalind outfit. I do have a bikini though, but the bikini by itself doesn't give you swim speed. Apparently that Pi Mouse for Hire game comes out the same day as Crimson Desert. Pi Mouse for Hire game. Let me look that up. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. What is it called exactly? Pi Private Investigator. Oh, this one. Is it this one? It kind of looks like what's that one game with the teacup? Cuphead? Kind of looks like Cuphead. Is this from the same company that did Cuphead? Oh. Troy Baker. Oh my god, he's an amazing voice actor. Damn. I'm assuming that Vel is a world boss. Yes. What's the reason the spawn increase is so big? The reason the spawn increase is so big? So right now, so usually Vel spawns twice a week. Gwen, it usually spawns on Wednesday and Sunday, but right now there's an event where he spawns pretty much every day, and the big drop from him is called a Vel's Heart. This one, and it's worth about 15-16 bill, and they've made a change recently where these hearts can be combined with an alchemy stone. So let's say a destruction alchemy stone. And so you get the benefits of the stats of the alchemy stone with the sheet stats, right? Like the +3 AP sheet stats from Vel. And so you can combine them together. So for me, I have the Splendid version. This is the Splendid I have. And then I combine it with Vel's. So it's a very like important progression item going forward. So it's nice to be able to leave an alt over there. Are you from NA, Gwen, by chance? Are you in NA? If so, I can summon you over there, and you can leave an alt over there. If you have an alt, that's the best way to go about it. Where do they spawn? It's like way deep in the ocean, so it's a little bit annoying to get to. That's why just leaving an alt over there is the ideal thing to do. And then usually if you check server chat, people will be like if you just type, let's say you're in one of the servers, right? Right now I'm in Balano 6. So you could check server chat and just type in xvel Balano 6, and there's like a really good chance you could join a platoon, right? Somebody will just randomly invite you. The community is like, you know, usually very friendly in that way. And then if any person in the platoon gets credit for the loot, you also get credit. So you don't actually have to do anything. You just need to be present and in the platoon You're getting a Dark Prince outfit when it drops. I did see that earlier. Yeah, Beefy, they linked us. I don't know if I'll pick it up. We'll see. We'll see. I do prefer more like, I don't know if it fits my Woosa is what I'm trying to say. Beefy. I might pick it up for my Dosa, but I don't know if it'll fit my Woosa. Speaking of outfits, I need to repair my armor. Hold on. I feel like it's not really a Woosa outfit. You know, I know Woosa can use it. I feel like it doesn't fit her aesthetic very well, you know? But you do have some time to get there, Gwen. You got 18 minutes, so it's still a little early. Dropping my alt there, then use the tag to move them. Well, your tag is connected to your main unless you click a button to travel separately. And so ideally you would just use a completely different so for me I have like a boss alt at Zarka, Karanda, Nuver, Garmothville. So you just want an alt over there that's not connected to anything that you would just leave there forever and never use again just for that boss. You just use it for that boss. That's what I recommend, especially for Vel, for the the sea creature, because getting over there is super annoying, right? You have to go out of your way. Whereas, let's say for, I don't know, Zarka is just like right here, you know? So definitely use an alt that you don't ever want to use again and you just leave it here forever. So that's what I would recommend. Do you have Magnus unlocked? I do, yes. But yeah, do you have an alt of that sort, Gwen? Because yeah, we can summon you over there just to get an alt over there for you. You do have one? Okay, we are on Ballado 6, and then we can invite you to a party, and then I can summon you over there. I have a special item called a Laffy Bed Mountains upgraded compass, and it could be used to summon characters in a party. You want to summon as well, Fraps? Yeah, sure. Yeah, we're on Ballano 6 on NA, and my family name is the same as everywhere, JaykunVT, JaykunVT. So just make sure it's family name, not character name. So whenever you're typing, make sure you click this button to swap between family and character name whenever you're whispering. So you just type it in this right box, so it would be like JaykunVT, like that, and then you just whisper. Yeah, so there's Fraps. I see Fraps. I guess I could technically just ride my Woosa over there. I do have a boat. I have a pretty fast boat. And it's pretty early. I'm not really doing much anyways, so might as well ride it over there. Let me grab my... I guess I could grab my pre-owned accessories. And then sailor's stuff. What's the thing called? It's like a log. Yeah, Manos log. I kinda wish there was a... you know how there's an alternative gear slot for tools? I kind of wish there was an alternative gear slot for gathering as well. That'd be nice. When I have an alt over there, do they have to join a platoon? Yes. Yeah, you need to be in a party or platoon that can get credit. So the easiest way is just typing in your server before Vel spawns, like X, Vel, and then server name, right? And then people can invite you. And usually there's a lot of people who would just invite random people, right? Ooh, let's check what else we can pick up from these event pearls. Gleaming Adventurers box. Ooh. Alright, let's see. Can we get a bunch more costumes from this? 100 crons? Rare Cronstone bundle? 100 crons. Well, we did get a rare Cronstone bundle. How much will that give us? So the worst one is 100 crons. Let's see. 150. Well, you win some, you lose some, I guess. So let's get this one. Blacksmith seal. This town from dust. Okay, let's put that here. Let's clean up our inventory while we're traveling. Look at all these gold bars. Do I have any more gold bars somewhere? I do. What was your family? It's the same as my Twitch, JaykunVT. JaykunVT. All of my socials are also all the same across the board. So for Twitter, YouTube, all JaykunVT. I have 2 Lucretia's daggers.
First off, who are you?
It is I, JaykunVT, V before the T. There you are. Did you get the invite, Glenn? RT invite? There you go. So again, make sure that alt is a alt that you will never send back to land. It just at Vel forever. And then when I reach the destination, I will summon you guys. And when I click the compass button, there should be a little rainbow icon on the top right that appears. And you click that little rainbow icon. Does anyone else need a summon in chat? We have 2 slots if anybody else needs a summon for an alt. Now would be the time because we do have a bunch of Vels spawning over the next week. Oh, and Krusty, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Flutters. You have an alt over there, Flutters, right? You're in Asia, Raja? Yeah, I'm from NA, unfortunately. So only NA people. Catalina 1, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Just heading over to Vel right now. Vel. You're on the wrong server? Oh. Are you on a EU? Okay, what else can we buy here? Ooh, we should probably buy this. Because I just used Combat. Let's get some loot scrolls. Probably, yeah, let's get loot scrolls. Let's move this one, that one, this one, that one. Never really bother with world bossing. Just show up and fight with the server and get rewards. No damage. Yeah, pretty much no damage requirements. You just need to tag the boss for the most part. For Vel specifically, you don't have to tag the boss yourself. Just somebody in your party or platoon needs to tag it, and then you'll get credit. For Vel specifically, but every other boss, like Garmoth or the Land of Morning Light bosses, you'll need to tag it at least once. If you're gonna set up alts and prioritize, it would be the Land of Morning Light bosses. I really recommend setting up a boss alt at Bulgasal, he's over here, Uturi, Sangun, and Golden Pig, because they will drop something called a Primordial Ember. This is needed. Well, technically not needed, but you'll save yourself some time by getting this Primordial Flame. It basically acts like another Pen Blackstar, and so you'll save yourself some money by simply just showing up, getting those embers. You can even drop the full flame itself, the full 100 ember flame, at a very, very small chance. But you might as well get started now, so that when you're ready for sovereign weapons, you can have that flame and ember to craft it with. Again, alternatively, you don't need the flame. You could just use 2 Pen Blackstars, but it replaces one of the Pen Blackstars for crafting. So. 25. Oh, does it sell it from the shop too here? The embers. Oh yes, here. Embers are primordial. What else can we get here? You get a rare pet, underwear box. I guess maybe these artisan memories might. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oops. We gotta get out of the water. You're heading to bed, Ronnie? Okay. So, is everyone ready for a summon? Just let me know when you're ready. I know Fraps, you were on an alt before, so I'll wait just in case. You ready to go? Okay. I thought you were gonna bring your level 2 alt. Okay. So I'm gonna pop a summon, and then on the top right you should see a little rainbow, like 3-person rainbow thing, and you just click that and you should appear right next to me. I used one of my pocket. Oh, is that what happened? I see. I take month-long breaks. I should max my family silver. Month-long. I mean, that would be the best way to go about. If you're gonna take a break, is take 1 month break, so that you can get the returning rewards, right? Because can I even see the returning rewards right now? Might be only for returning players. Let's see. Is it attendance? Reward. Login. Yeah, I can't see it because I'm not returning. Are you guys on the boat? Maybe you just guys are just invisible. Oh, there. Wait, are you guys stuck in the boat? Are you guys stuck in the boat? Wait, how do I open the cabin? Shift X? Shift X while sailing. Oh, Shift X while sailing. There, I opened the door. I guess you fell through the ground. We have an outfit. Ooh, fit check, fit check. Let's buy some more grilled bird meats while we're waiting. Go. Guess we'll buy some more pet feed as well. I guess I had plenty of feed actually. Can we fit a bunch in our thing? Maybe 800? For the future, when I swap for the boss, am I just going to spawn in the water? Yes. And that's okay. So, again, you may have, if you check the server chat's like the brown color, unless you change the color, but it's like a brown-orange color. You'll notice people sometimes typing X in chat. That's kind of like the go-to letter, I guess, for inviting people, and you just type X, Vel, and then your server. So in this case, we're in Balano 6, so X, Vel, Balano 6. And then a lot of the times people will just randomly invite you to a platoon. You just accept and then just stay in the water. Even if you die, you can, if you die, you can spawn at nearest safe zone and it will put you like next to the spawn location of Vel. Don't click next to town, otherwise it might TP you to, I don't know. I don't know if it'll TP you to Land of Morning Light or probably Okilazai. But yeah, just do nearest safe zone or something like that. Hi Evil Kill, how's it going? We're just about to kill Vel here. And then to get the bundle, it will be in your B tab, your Black Spirit save. So you can press B, and it should appear right here once Vel is dead. There is a schedule for Vel too, so make sure you check the schedule on the event page. It should be spawning tomorrow as well, and Tuesday and Wednesday. And who knows, maybe you'll get the Vel's magic heart. Have you ever pulled a heart, like the full heart? No. I've never pulled the full heart. I've pulled the magic a couple times throughout the many years of playing video, but I've never pulled the actual heart. But you can get the heart. Would Garmoth have the time schedule for him? We can check. If anything, you can check the event. So there's a timeline here that's really nice. And the event should be called... What's the event called? It should be called Velnado or something. I think we could see it on the in-game events. Where is it? Events. Here, Velnado. And if I click Learn More, it should bring me to the page. Is it under Tools? On Garmoth? Oh, is that the link? Here you go. So, today is Monday. This looks like there's no spawn on Tuesday, but it's spawning twice on Wednesday. Oh wait, tomorrow's Monday. Oh, we're here, right? This is where we're at. So it spawned earlier today too. Maybe it's done spawning. Maybe this is the last one. Might be the last one. It'll update tomorrow? Okay, so it's not the last one. Okay. Veld has a lethal attack that you can avoid if you go under the water, but you can also just let him kill you and just spawn later. Jay knows how to read this kind of like certain song. Wait, who's not reading it? Who's not able to read it? Hey, what do you think about ADVgg Links? I have never grinded it before, but I heard it was similar silver to Miramok. But Miramok is like easier. But I've never grinded before, so. So this is the attack, Gwen, that you gotta go under for. He'll do like a big splash. You're just gonna be a little bit under the water to avoid it. A certain Woosa player, like Ray. Embers too. Thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, even if you die, it's all right. He'll do it one more time later on. Was the Awakening hard to learn? I would say the beginning combos is pretty easy to pick up, but mastering the more complex combos will be difficult. So I like to describe it as having like a wide learning curve. Wide meaning it's like, you know, the simple combos are easy to learn, but the more advanced combos, they take a bit of extra time. What's the indicator for him doing the lethal? I think it says there's like a system message. I can't remember exactly what it says, but it's like a red system message that's like, oh, Vel's gonna do something bad, something like that. But again, it's alright if you die. You'll still get credit, so don't worry about dying. Is it Vel is enraged? Yeah, that might be the message. Think you'd be out for ADVgg? I've spent some time with Webby and I. Yeah, sure. You should do it here soon. You can kind of tell based on the HP. Oh, there it is. Vel is enraged. You don't have to go too deep, just like under the surface, basically. Oops.
I'll do your stupid effing flip. Yeah, here you go, Chad. Here you go. Here's your flip. Yes. Are you ready?
Pretty much a fa moment for Billion. He should be dead here soon. There we go. And so you just stay in the water here. If you're leaving your altar, you just stay in the water because I'm about to head back. All right. And then good luck on your bundles. Good luck. Again, you can press B and it should open, it should be in your B menu. And just right click it to grab it and then hope that you hit Avel's heart like this. Just kidding. Close. Imagine. Could have been Avel's heart. Would you be available on Gyfins on Thursday? Yeah, if I'm streaming, if you see me live, Draconian, you can ask me. But sometimes I'm like unexpected things come up. So basically, if I'm not streaming, I'm not playing BDO. If I'm streaming, I'm usually playing BDO. That's kind of how I balanced my gaming, is I don't play BDO when I'm not streaming. Most of my progression is done on stream.
No, these are not mommy milkies. These are daddy milkies. Drink up.
One day we'll play some VR chat. Dang, look at all the ships. Should be a disembark button, right? Yeah, here, disembark. Let you feeling. Then I can transfer it back to Velia and just take the well. Your horse got whacked? Uh-oh. Make sure it's in a safe spot. Don't neglect your horse. Evil Kill for 20, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. You're headed off for the night? Alright, have a good night, Draconian. Thanks for stopping by. Let's do that. Apply. Oh, do you not have a third person yet, Futters? Oh. Here you go. We can bring Ronnie. Ronnie, when you go trees. EU. Oh. Oh, time to start a new account in EU, in NA, right? Looks like someone's here already. When I'll be able to do endgame content photos. Oh, what's your gear score right now, perhaps? Missions. Day 3, 545 gear score. Yeah, they catch you up to speed pretty quickly, Rex. Yeah, if you do like all the academy, season servers, you can get to the 600 gear score pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure I've seen people get to 700 gear score in like a week. In storage, does the sell items button sell to the central market? It's a vendor. So it's like you're selling it to a vendor. So it's useful to, let's say you get a bunch of trash items, like for example, these underwater ancient power stones. This is the trash item from SYCRAIA, and I shove it into my storage like this. Wait, why isn't it working? There we go. You can sell it directly to a vendor from the storage. Yeah. If you want to sell it to the market, you have to manually post it yourself on the market. So it's there for convenience, because before in the past, what people would do is they would shove all of the trash on a horse, and they would slowly walk their horse to a vendor and then take out the trash from their horse and then sell it to the vendor, right? So they just made a quality of life for having a button at the storage to just directly sell to a vendor. 700 feels like a stretch for me. It'll be there faster than you think. Rex. Nowadays, it's very easy to gear up these days compared to before. It'll get up there pretty quickly. The blank page before you. Pull it yourself? Yeah, you could do that too, yeah. Just pray someone doesn't gank you. Well, usually you're in town and you can sell it to like a wharf manager at Heidel or something. Or the stable keeper. What reforged stones do you use for PvP? Let's see. What do I use for PvP? I think it's this one. AP, down attack, accuracy, DR, crit damage. Not to see it for you. No one else. The game has gotten way easier, even if I only AFK life skill for the most part. Yeah, fishing, probably the best AFK life skill right now, especially for new players. I don't know if you said you started 3 days ago. Rex, did you happen to get something called a dreamy fishing rod by chance? Because they gave everybody a dreamy fishing rod a little while back, like a week or two ago. And so I don't know if you picked this up, but this is basically the best fishing rod in the game, but it's timed. 30 day, yes. Everybody is kind of using this to get fish. And if you don't have any mastery, usually the go-to is Velia Beach. And what you would do is after you finish fishing, you would go take the well to Land of Morning Light. And you get a bonus for the distance you sell it at to a trade manager. And also before you sell it to the trade manager, just check if the fishes are like decent price, because sometimes they would sell at 80%. 80% is the lowest it can go, and the highest it can go is like 130. So if you can get the fishes, like it's server by server, so you can like hop around if you want to maximize your fish. I usually hop around my 3 home channels because there's no cooldown, and see if the fish sell for, you know, at least 100% of the value instead of 80% of the value, and then you'll get an extra like 100 mil or 2 by just selling it to like with a decent price. Icon, I created my new mentor account and did not get one. Oh, is the mentor mentee thing back? Is it back this week? I'm at 628 gear score after 2 days of grinding from level 1 with academy stuff. Yeah, there you go. 628 is pretty good for 2 days. Damn. For how long of AFK fishing? Well, most people AFK fish for like 10 hours, right? They would, you know, maybe go to bed. Like they go, let's say that you go, I don't know, you're responsible and you go to bed at 11 p.m. and then you wake up at like, I don't know, 7, make breakfast or something. Or let's say you go to work, right? You go to work at 9 a.m., come back home at like 6 p.m. So usually like 8 to 10 hours of fishing. And then what you would do is the higher fishing level you have, you'll get this option to throw away any lower grade fish. So I usually throw away blue grade or lower and only keep yellow grade or red grade fish. And then every night you might make like a bill to a bill and a half to 2 bill, depending on what fish you get. And then again, if you sell it to the right, you know, if you sell it for a decent price at the vendor, you might get an extra 100 mil or 2. So that could end up, you know, an extra 10 to 15 bill per week just fishing overnight. There's also ways to min-max your fishing as well. Let me go to my Dosa alt. I way too recently found out you can check that on the map too by clicking on the wheel. Oh, you can check the fish prices on the wheel? Really? Okay. I did not know that. Let me try that. Okay, let me open my map. I know you died, Tamiya. Yeah. I mean, that happened to me earlier. Just tabbing out. So you said you can click on the wheel and check the price? It costs some energy. Oh, there we go. And then seafood? Oh, it's a little bit annoying to check it. Because it doesn't show you, like, I guess the common fish. I feel like that's a little bit annoying to check this way. Because it shows you every single fish. Instead of the fish that you want to sell. Unless there's a way to filter it. You can't find a third footers? Oh. Well, we can do it another time. Footers. If you have the fish in your inventory, they will show up on the side. Oh, really? Okay. That's good to know. I'll try that next time I sell my fish. Actually, I can try it right now. Hold on. Let's see. I think I might have some fish on my Sork. have a few fish here. Okay. Let's see. So if I go to Land of Morning Light. Wait, how did I do it before? I just like spam clicked it before and then it worked. Oh, there. Oh, okay. Yeah, so grunts are 80%. Looks like it filters it out based on the fish you have on your person. Okay, my trade goods. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so this is 80%. So I can maybe check the one at Unjonga Street. Right? So this is 97%, 129%, 80% here, 82%, 115%. Okay. What about Bookpo? Oh yeah, prices are definitely the best on here. Mm-hmm. 16 minutes on his hour. Did he want to grind? I can just do some inventory management while we're waiting. Saves you a little time not having to ride around if you check 2 to 3 trade managers. What I usually do is that if the prices are shit at, you know, the Magnus, I just ride to Njonga Street and usually it's better. And then if it's not better, I just sell it anyways because I'm too lazy to check. Yeah. Okay. Let's put this here. Anything else I can exchange here? Ooh, let's grab these. Can I gamble here? Like the points gamble? I think we have that set up, Poopster, yeah. Usually Futters gambles away his points. I got a question. Will you be busy on Tuesday? Yes, I'm not streaming on Tuesday. Tuesday I have something else to do. Tuesday is an off day for me, so I don't usually play BD on Tuesday. But most likely I'll be streaming on Thursday. Usually get 130% on one of our home servers. Yeah, usually if the price is like decent, I'll just sell right away instead of checking. But yeah, if the prices are shit, I just rotate between our home servers. Wait, is that the miracles like righteous fire cast when hit? Or what, miracles? Is that the miracles? Wait, why are you in my chat right now? The miracles. I know you. Caught. Webby and I play Phasma on Tuesdays. Was going to see if you wanted to join us. Tuesday I have stuff to do, unfortunately, Draconia. But for sure I'm down to play some Phasmo if I was free, if we find a time frame. Ronnie, no! I check video every now and then because I'm just curious. I see. Are you preparing for this leak in Miracles? I was telling my chat I was it's like kind of awful timing on the new league for Mirage League about because BDO is having some huge anniversary events right now. So if the league was scheduled maybe 3 weeks later, I would totally join and play this league, but it's just awful timing. Okay, what else can we exchange here? Glasses. I guess we'll pick up the artisan's memories. These are 10 mil each, right? So if you're getting about 400, 500 pearls per hour, just grinding, I guess it's another 40, 50 mil an hour. That's pretty good. When did I get? I usually just type like, oh, give points to all. So anybody who's lurking will get points. What's it called? Add points all, like that. What's the command, Futters? I forgot. Is it with no space? So you guys can gamble if you guys want to gamble. Was it 1 million? I can't. Let it ride, guys. Let it ride. Okay, let's go vendor or melt all of our stuff here. Wait, why can't I check the pouch of my sorceress? Oh, sorry, it's not my sorceress. It's my Garmathon. Dang, I can't believe we got 20 outfits from that box. Holy. Open your blacksmith shiny boxes, guys. Easy 20k crons. Shame. Why are you doing the SpongeBob faces? No. I think there might be a cooldown when you can gamble, right? Might be a little bit of a cooldown. Extract outfit. Here we go. Lost all your points? No. So much gambling. I mean, since we did get basically 20k crons, why don't we do some taps while we're waiting for Utaro to finish his hour? Gamba, that's right. Oh, Billie Eilish. Did someone put up Billie Eilish? Okay. There's a group grinding here already. Duel for spot. Is there any way to see the music queue? I think. Pretty sure that there it is. Yeah, SRQ. Yeah. And then if you want to add anything to queue, just type !SR and then name an artist. Oh wait, Nuver spawning. Is it just Nuver? Oh, it's Bulgosol too. Why don't we do that first, actually? You want to watch her live? How much do her tickets cost? They must cost a fortune these days, no? This is oh. Wait, how do I play this class again? Dang, that's a long linger on her side dash, her super armor. Do you recover stamina? No, you have to wait until the linger is off. There we go. Ooh, what do we get? Crit damage. Alright, next one is Nuver. Rex, the best way to go about it is get the Spotify link. Because sometimes the bot will just pick one. Because the bot's a bot. So I can remove the queue. Remove the song from queue. And it's very easy to get the Spotify link. You just type in the name and artist on Google and then just, I guess, type Spotify. And then you just grab the link. Where does fish pink dolphin? Like, oh, where do you fish for it? It's in Rana, I think. Like right here, Lake Flondor for the pink dolphin. I'm pretty sure that's where it's from. You don't have to download Spotify, Rex. You can just Google the Spotify link. You don't need Spotify yourself because there's a web browser version of it. So no need to download the whole program. You can just Google it. I got last hit and S knowledge on Bulgussi. Oh shish. There you go. What's her ecology at right now? If you go by. There you go, Rex. And that should add it to the next song. Oh, you have Spotify Premium. Okay, okay. Account only 2 months old, so only 3055. Haven't went for much. Okay. Well, as you naturally grind in spots, you get your ecology. I think you can easily get like 8,000 ecology just by grinding in different spots. Not really having to go out of your way. Anything notable here? Not really. I guess we did get the pearls. Okay, why don't we do some taps here? Taps, taps, taps. 92 more reverse skills till I get my quest, Garma's Heart. Oh. How many scales does it give these days? I remember it used to only give like 2 or 3 back in the day. It was an awful grind. But I think they've increased it since, right? Alright. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Surely. We'll do like maybe 2 taps. I don't have a really good stack. 326. Ugh, kind of a stinky stack. Fortunately, it's the best I got. Let's see, do we have any 350 stacks at least? Only 300. Ugh, that's all I got. Oh, we'll see. 0.8%. Here we go. Tap number 3. Okay. Tap number 4. Oh. We'll save it for Wednesday. Wednesday we're doing some events on Wednesday, so we'll tap it then. We'll expend everything then. Let me go repair it real quick. Let's go to Grotto real quick. Is Wutar coming soon, Futters? I think his hour should be done soon. I still haven't gotten the new account pieces on this account yet. I have so many sets sitting on the old one. You can actually exchange extra Nuver account pieces for more blood eyes, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like if you have extra horns and wings, I'm pretty sure you can talk to an NPC and get extra bloodlet eyes. Now it's done. Done. Let's go see if Balfour is free. I guess there would be more towers to do it on, right? No green buff? I can pop one real quick. Let me pop one real quick. Pop this. Bye. Done. Let's go full booty blast AP here. Okay, reforged stones. Do I have booty blast on? I do. Okay. Let's go full booty blast. Natsumi. Dang. If he jumped one more time, I think I could have killed him. But most likely he's going to go into his middle phase here. Yeah. PoE 2 Act 1 boss fight phase. What's that guy's name again? Where's the PoE 2? Yeah, PoE 2. Hi Broxy, welcome in, welcome in. Come on. Aw, man. Wait, was that... I actually got a new time? What the heck? I didn't even think I did that too well. I thought that was a very sloppy run. How did I get a new time? What the heck? If I killed him during that one moment where he kept doing the jumps, it would have saved like 30 seconds. Damn. Because he iframes so much. If I got just a little bit luckier, it would have been like a 2-minute run. But that middle phase takes a whole ass minute. I'm just gonna grab some water real quick and then we'll get started. Then it has to, yeah, there's just a lot of just idling during that phase. We're back. Okay, back. Back. Stars and mobs are demi-human. Yes, you. How do you make the POV so far? How do you make the POV so? Oh, the field of vision. So make sure you have the camera setting in camera graphics set to 100, and then also if you have your crop mode turned on, I have the height set to 50%, and that actually makes your field of view a little bit farther. Package. Okay, let's put this on. Okay, let's put on this one. Okay, I think we should be good. Turn on loot scroll, don't forget loot scroll. Oh, we can do our 200%, guys. Are you guys ready? For this next pack here. Here we go. 200%, go! Sheesh. The attack speed is crazy. So if you guys don't know, with Shy, she has a unique attack speed buff called Sun, Moon, and Stars. And at max level pen, it provides 25% attack speed that stacks with every attack speed in the game. It's its own icon. Usually that is a good rule of thumb, is that if it has its own icon that you can see on the buff bar, it will stack. Utaru buff, yeah. Shy's OP, guys. We need to nerf Shy's. Too strong. What color will it be? Blue. 200% go. Oh my god, looks so good. And this last part needs to heal. It needs to be like a 5,000 HP heal for that part. It's so cool. I feel like I'm missing something. But I'm sure I'll be fine, right? Actually, I don't remember like 45 minutes into the hour. The song is fire. The guitar in the song, yeah. Pretty good. What would this be a genre of? What would the genre be of this? I guess rock? I guess whenever I hear electric guitars, I just think of rock. Rock music. Bolder music. Emo rock? Oh, I could see that. What's that one song? All I wanted was you. What's that song called again? Was it All I Wanted Was You? Is that what the song is called? All I wanted was you. Paramore, yeah, Paramore. That's the artist, right? I've heard that term thrown around in a couple different genres. The term progressive. What does that exactly entail when you say something is progressive? Like more modern? Like it's a more modern take on rock music? Does the music include they, them pronouns by chance? Is that what they mean by progressive? In a non-homophobic way. Is that what progressive music sounds like? Which one is better in 1v1 small scale? Awakening Tamer or Awakening Mystic? I would kind of lean more towards Mystic than Tamer, just because of how tanky Mystic is. And being tanky is very, very strong in most cases, right? If you just can out tank the damage. And also you have a lot of tools as an Awakening Mystic for CC. Tamer is a lot more burst, though. And hey, if you can burst your opponent down, that's also a good thing. So it depends on what playstyle you want, right? So if you want to burst somebody down, I think Tamer is the go-to, but I think overall just being tanky, like Mystic's super tanky class, fairly good damage, good CCs. I would probably lean towards Mystic, especially in a group setting, right? CC is very powerful when you can you know, coordinate your group to do stuff, right? You CC a couple opponents, your party members or allies follow up, right? Is Mystic hard to master? I've never played Mystic myself. I've only seen what they're capable of, so I'm not sure on how to answer that. Maybe some Mystics in chat can answer that. Is Mystic hard to master? I just know that I'm always getting grabbed by Mystics and then I'm dead. That's my usual experience with Mystics. You get grabbed and then I'm dead. What's your current main right now, House? What are you currently main? Is it Mystic or Tamer? Tamer. Well, definitely when you are learning a brand new class, I find one of the most difficult things about learning a new class is breaking your old muscle memory, if that makes sense. Like your fingers are just used to the buttons for a class you've played for a long time. So for me, that was Witch. I played Witch for 4 years when I first started playing the game in 2018, and then when Woosa came out, it was a heavy adjustment period before my fingers finally got used to Woosa, you know? So that's probably going to be the hardest thing to do, is breaking that muscle memory. Can I play Awakening Woosa without going into main hand? You can, but I feel like you're missing out on a couple important buffs that are really nice, Moriyama. So Shift F from Pre-Awakening provides a 30% move speed buff for you and your party. So if anything, at least incorporate that a couple of times. Shift Q as well is really powerful AoE. So you're missing out on a few really useful tools. How does Awakening Woosa feel in Underworld? Pretty good. Bubblet, you have a pretty good kiting kit with this class. Mainly SF, this one. You can kite really well with that ability. And Sycraia is all about chain pulling to make the numbers, right? I don't know if you grinded Sycraia back in the day, back in 2018, 2019, but that was the method, and it still is very much the method today. The reason being, Sycraia adopts, well, it doesn't adopt, it originally has the traditional way of pulling, right? Of going, of pulling 10 mobs at a time. The cap of hitting things is 10, right? You can only aggro 10 mobs at a time. And so if you pull too many things, it's not going to damage any mobs that weren't in the aggro group, right? And so your flowers do a pretty good job of constantly kind of just DPSing, sustaining the DPS as you are kiting around, right? And you have long range, right? So as you're like spinning around backwards, you can pew pew from far away to clean up any mobs back there while you are pulling the next set of mobs, right? So I kind of want to say it's one of the better classes for Sycraia for the kit that Woosa has. If you're worried about the main hand stuff, like swapping Murayama, swapping weapons is probably the easiest in Woosa, in my opinion. There's an ability called Lateral Soul Cleanse. This one, you're gonna be using this ability a lot. It's spammable PvE iframe, and you can cancel out of a lot of pre-awakening skills like Shift Q. You can Shift Q and then cancel into Lateral Soul Cleanse to reposition and also swap you back to Awakening. So the toolkits for swapping in and out of the weapons is very easy with this class. So I wouldn't worry too much about having it feel clunky between Awakening and Pre-Awakening. I know for at least for Witch, there was really only one ability that kind of swapped you, which was WF, right? From Pre-Awakening to Awakening. But I find that the Awakening kit is like perfect for having that hybrid playstyle. Looks easy. Yeah, it's very, very easy. You have more options too, right? Like you can use, you know, just a hotbar, right? So I can hotbar Soul Shower like that to get back into Awakening. So lots of options. It's very, very easy to swap. And you won't be using your Pre-Awakening too often, just to it's just there to supplement your main skills, right? So you don't have to be popping into it. But if you do pop into it, right, Shift Q is a very, very easy way to pop into Pre-Awakening, and also deal some decent damage, right? This ability here does decent damage, and so you can just stay in there and then Shift F and then get back into Awakening right away. You don't have to go into Pre-Awakening on Witch anymore. No, yeah, they've made it a lot easier these days for Witch. Definitely not required at all. I mean, there are there was like a few things in the past that did put you in Pre-Awakening, right? Like Speed Spell, right? Speed Spell used to put you in Pre-Awakening, now it doesn't. Does Mana Shield still put you in Pre-Awakening? Does Mana Shield still exist? So stuff like that, heals, right? Like the Rabam heal. Healing Lighthouse. So those are all technically, so think of it like that, Murayama. Think of the Pre-Awakening for Woosa like Rabam heal for Witch, or Healing Lighthouse or Mana Shield, right? It's there to supplement your Awakening, right? Mana Shield doesn't replace anything for Witch. It's just there to help you and give you support and utility for your Awakening kit, right? But you're not really you're not always using Mana Shield all the time. You're not always using Rabam heal all the time. Same thing with the abilities for Pre-Awakening Woosa. You're not using the Pre-Awakening skills all the time. You're just there for mostly utility and buffs for the most part. For PvE. Sage's Memory, yes. So stuff like that. You can kind of think of it in that way. And that's how I utilize my Pre-Awakening. It's mostly a way to help my Awakening kit for the utility and stuff. You can use Mana Shield immediately after Speed Spell. It won't put you in Pre-Awakening. I'm assuming that works because you're still kind of chaining the animation of Speed Spell, right? And then since you're in the animation of Speed Spell, or like chaining the animation of Speed Spell, it puts you back in Awakening, right? I'm assuming that's how that works. I want to try Woosa Awakening. I heard it's only RMB. That is a lot of her flows for her flowers is holding RMB, yes. But you will need to do other stuff in order to keep going with her flows. There's a lot of holding down buttons, like holding E, holding RMB. So I would not feel too intimidated. I would say probably the hardest part about Woosa to learn is the movement. The attacking skills are like fine, but learning how to move on the class is probably the most difficult part for newer players or people, you know, getting into the class. It's not as simple as, let's say, Witch, right, where you just hold a shift movement skill to move around and reposition, right? It's not as simple as that. Or like Musa, right? With Musa, you just hold W, R, and B or something like that, and you just infinitely dash or something like that, right? But you do have a lot of options to be zooming around, right? You can dash around like this, right? You can keep dashing forward, like, and then you have butterfly step as well. So all of that does require a lot of different buttons to press, but it just becomes second nature once you learn it, right? It becomes like the back of your hand, right? Ooh, is my 200% off cooldown now? No. You're gonna like this? Varian Strix. I guess we'll see. We'll find out. You should feed me? Yeah, I can feed you when I get to 200. Actually, I think I can feed you right now. Hold on. Alright, stand still, Flutter, stand still. There you go. Are you at 200 now? Oh, are you back? I see. Welcome back. Just grinding some trees. Ooh. I like the drums in this. Song has so many different elements, yeah. Like the first part kind of sounds like house music, right? And now it's very like rock. Rock with the, ooh, there's a violin too? Okay. I love me some strings instruments. It's giving me Lindsey Sterling vibes. I've got a few more songs that are kind of complicated. Well, as long as it's on Spotify, you can song request it. This part kind of sounds like synthwave a bit. A little synthwavy. Retrowave. Oh, the violin. Have you ever played a game called Final Fantasy 13 by chance, Rex? Because this part kind of sounds like that one FF13 battle theme. You have? Yeah, then you know what I'm talking about, right? It kind of sounds like a Blinding Light. I think that's what it's called. You found it? Miracle of Sound, Crucible. Do you think Wukong or Warrior performs better in endgame PvE? I'm kind of leaning more towards Wukong just because of the AoE. I don't think Warrior has the greatest AoEs, but I've seen Wukong have some pretty big AoEs. And usually having more AoE is more comfortable and easier in PvE. Whereas if you have less AoE, you have to really try harder, right, to pull those numbers. So a really good example is Awakening Megu. Awakening Megu does amazing numbers, but you really gotta try pretty hard with your positioning and pressing your buttons to upkeep it. Like Ninja is another good example, right, etc, etc. So I always lean more towards recommending the classes with big AoE because it's a lot easier to play in that way. Sweet Buddy, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, really appreciate it. Went to nap after waiting to upload a 1 hour and 25 minutes video. Is that like raw footage or did you edit it? I see, did you do some editing? And if so, what editing software do you use? Oh, DaVinci, oh sheesh. Yeah, DaVinci is really good to get started on. It's free to use, and like you don't need the premium version, like the paid version, in order to do just some basic editing, right? Just putting clips together, exporting it. Yeah, slight edits. Annoying to deal damage, dodge, position, and kite to bundle mobs. Yeah, if you have AoE, that it becomes much easier to do all of those things. Is making Woosa good these days? Yeah, it's gotten a lot of updates over the past year, ABC. If I were to give you kind of like a, I don't know, a rating, let's say the best grinding class in the game is like, you know, like an S tier. I would probably put it like right under like an A+ tier for clear speed and just like ease of use. So if you're looking for a really high mobile mage aesthetic class, right, with pretty good damage, try this class out. I do have a bunch of combo examples. If you type in !combo, I have a whole playlist of combo suggestions for you to try out. You do try out this class. There's a lot of holding down buttons. So it might seem like I'm casting a lot of abilities, but this button, this combination right here, if I just hold down one button, that's one spell, this is another spell, and this is a third button, right? So I casted all those 10 spells using 3 buttons. So there's a lot of like holding down buttons with this class. And you can take it up a notch by incorporating some pre-awakening abilities too. If you've ever played Succession Woosa, pretty much you have the Succession Woosa kit in Awakening. It's just slightly weaker. It's like 90% intact, and so it's still a very powerful kit in Awakening, especially in PvP. If you ever plan to do any PvP, the pre-Awakening kit is essential in order to add alongside Awakening. For PvE, you can stick with Awakening. You don't have to incorporate too many pre-awakening abilities in PvE, but definitely in PvP, it's very highly advisable. So if you like that sort of hybrid playstyle, oh, I got a new title, oh, Buzz Buzz Buzz, then you might like this class. And by highly mobile, I mean like you can really zoom on this class like this. You can really zoom, and you got butterfly stab. This is one button right now. I'm not pressing anything. You just move your camera around. I'm looking to save my fingers from Suck Ninja, and I really like her effects. Yeah, definitely give her a try. I think if you guys have any interest in trying out a brand new class, try it out. If you don't like it, then you just move on. And if you do like it, then you play it. Yeah, it's very aesthetically pleasing, yeah. Actually, I can show you a really aesthetically pleasing ability here very soon once I get my 100% here. Did you lose all your points, Poopster? Oh my god. Oh, you lost half your points. Okay, here. I think it's off cooldown. But this ability is called Stormfall. Here we go. Look at this. Ooh, this is the 200%. Shing. It takes a long time, but it looks very cool. Cinematic, yes. Very, very cinematic. What browser are you using, Rex? Because I think I mentioned this like a little while ago about how if you have a non-Chrome browser, you can pop out a little mini player, right? The one above chat whenever an ad is playing. So you can do it on Firefox or Opera or Brave. Those are the ones I can confirm work with that thing, and you don't have to add any add-ons or some sort of browser extension. It's just built into Twitch. You're running Opera, then it should work. Yeah, yeah. Try it the next time an ad is playing. You can do it on any stream. Whenever you see that mini player, it doesn't work on opening ads. Like let's say someone has like when you enter a new stream, right? You get an ad right away. You can't do it with that, but it has to be like a mid-roll stream, not like at the beginning of the stream. It kills the audio. Well, the point is so you can still hear the streamer in case there is a, you know, they're saying something. So although the quality is not too good on the mini player, right? You can still, let's say you ask a question or something, you can still hear the answer. Right? So that's the point of that. Not to give you it's not supposed to give you like the best quality stream experience. It's just so you can just hear what's going on. Woosa PvP montage. Woosa. It said at the end. It sounded like it was farting. It sounded like me after Taco Bell. What the heck? Holy shit. What's going on at the end there? Yeah, it's a fa moment, yeah. I'm not getting audio from stream when the ad starts mid-roll when it popped out. Oh, you have to unmute the pop-out. Rigor. So when you pop it out, you gotta unmute the stream. Unmute the little mini player. You just hover over it. There should be a button to unmute it. And then you just mute the ads. Hi Rect, welcome in, welcome in. We're just grinding some Mutamock here. How are you? Oh, there you go. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you for the support, Ronnie. Thank you for gifting a sub to Rex. Hey, that's one way to get rid of the ads. True. Oh, I see. Who was that one guy before? It was Skull, right? I see. I remember Skull would always like would gift a bunch of subs, and then and then you would be like, "Oh, I'm iframing the gifted subs." It was so freaking funny. I miss Skull. I think he may have quit BDO though. What is the color? Color. Green. Dad fail comes by every now and then. Butters. Just not all the time like before. Which, you know, that's just how the nature of streaming goes, guys. That's just the nature of streaming. People, they move on. Not because like they don't want to watch you anymore. They just don't have time, or they're busy watching something else. Right? That's just the nature of streaming. Yo Jay, if you deal with any FPS stutters while grinding, everybody does. Yeah, for the most part, everybody has to deal with the FPS stutters. I don't know anyone in BDO who has not dealt with some sort of FPS stutters every once in a while. And if they say they don't deal with FPS stutters in BDO, they're probably lying or don't know what an FPS stutter is. Yeah, everyone has to deal with them, unfortunately. I don't think there's like 100% solution. There's ways to improve it, like you can reduce the FPS stutters, but I have not met anyone in BDO who has 100% perfected BDO's optimization so that they never have any stutters at. So it's not your fault is what I'm trying to say, Ring of William. It's not your fault. BDO is just that way. I've kind of just accepted it. I've kind of just accepted the stutters as part of my gameplay. It's a gameplay feature, you know? It's a challenge. It's a permanent challenge that is enabled in BDO. The challenge is every now and then your PC stutters, you know, and you just got to deal with it. Have you guys ever done a movement ability and then your game stuttered and then you're like 5 maps, you're like across the map or something? Like if you're a Witcher wizard, you'll understand. Like you double TP, you FPS stutter, and then you're across the entire world. It's so freaking funny. You saved my mental, thank you. It's not your fault, Ringo. It's not your fault. Even the most powerful computers, like you'll get some FPS stutters. Again, like if you have better optimization, you'll reduce it, but you'll just have to deal with it. Especially if there's a lot of things happening on screen, right? Let's say you're doing Node War. I mean, that's why a lot of people, you know what RuneScape mode is by chance, William? You know what RuneScape mode is? If you ever watch Czane or something, you'll see RuneScape mode, but basically they turn down their settings so that there's literally no textures and it kind of looks like old school RuneScape for the aesthetic of BDO, which I cannot do. I play BDO for a reason, and the reason is to look at pretty things on my screen, right? I don't want to look at old school RuneScape when I'm playing BDO. What crystals can I slot into that center spot? So you can input something called an Ancient Spirits Crystal of Swiftness, and you can actually get it right now using the event pearls. There's something called an equipment tailoring coupon. If you go to event pearls, this one, and so you would use it on the one that you want. And so there's a couple different ones. There's ones that give extra amity, ones that give +2 movement speed, and then you would melt it down. So those are the only. There's one that gives crit as well, but crit doesn't matter because you'll just have 100% crit. And so for the most part, 99% of the time, the middle crystal does not do anything for you. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. But if anything, the middle crystal from the +2 movement would probably be the most effective, because let's say you're not using any buffs, right? You're not popping any elixirs because you're in town idling, right? At least you have the +2 movement speed, and having +5 movement speed here actually gives you 20% movement speed, right? So if you're not popping any buffs, you'll just move faster, like in town or something. So that's what it's mostly for. It's not too relevant to have it, right? It's not too pressing of a matter to have that middle crystal slot. But if I were to suggest one, it would be the movement speed crystal. So try to get something called a Calpheon Noble Dress. It can be any Calpheon Noble Dress. You would use it, there's some on the market right now, you would use it on the equipment tailoring coupon, and then you would melt it down by, I think, heating. It could be heating, simple alchemy, something like that, and then you'll get a crystal out of it. And then you could use it with all your sets. Thank you, no worries. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to help. Dang, is my inventory full already? Did you mention Lindsay Sterling? Yes. We love Lindsay Sterling. Very talented musician. Those songs are all in the same playlist, by the way. Oh. Not the glorp ass. Rex, you have 7 TV, right? And if you don't, you're probably seeing a bunch of weird typed messages in Twitch. But hopefully you have 7 TV. And if you don't have 7 TV, you need to add 7 TV. Yeah, like that one. Toyota Helix 2024. So those are all emotes. If you can't see them as emotes, you need to get 7 TV. Not that one, Batman. And it's just on 7tv.app. Whatever you do, don't look at party chat. Oh, I usually have that off. I usually have my party chat off. This? Oh, is that trumpet? You know, the vibe of the song kind of reminds me of that one artist that's saying, I'm trying to remember the name of it. I think it's called like Dopamine? Where it's like, you're everything I want, but nothing that I need lately. Something, something, something to something. Anyone know what I'm talking about? My DOPAMNE. Sounds very familiar, yeah. There's like a French version of it too. There's a French and English version of it. Let's see if I can find it. Dope vibe. Is it this one? Madeline? Yeah, let me add it to the queue here. You're heading off to bed, Batman? Alright, thank you so much for hanging out, Batman. Have a good night. Good night, Batman. The real Batman. This one. You've probably heard this before, right? Nothing that I need lately. And what she's describing in the song is a phone. If you listen to the lyrics carefully, she's describing the phone. You're everything I want, but nothing that I need lately. Talking about your phone. Get off your phone, guys. Stop doom scrolling. No? Lately, you're making me think. You need your brain rot? What? On the topic of You're My Drug, I've got at least 10 different songs. You know what's a classic song of that kind of drug thing? Is, how does it go? I took a pill in Ibiza. That one's pretty good. That one's a classic. That's from the good old days, right? That's vintage. There it is. The song is also kind of nice. I can also put up the lyrics. There you go. There are lyrics now. Sing along. Was Jordine hard for you as Awakening Woosa? I have actually never fought Jordine. Rex. I'm too geared for that. Is that toxic? But in reality, yes. I have actually never fought Jordine. I skipped to Rusalka and then I went to Ancillary after. So I'm not sure. I have not fought Jordine yet. Jordine? That's for people with no gear. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. You will never understand the beauty of Jordine. Is Jordine a fun fight? Well, alright. I wish you could fight the bosses after you fought your first boss for the week, you know? And then I would try it out just to see. Begins to absorb energy from its vicinity. What color will it be? What color is the sky? Mi amor, mi amor. Green. Yar against NPC sucks. Are you losing? Are you losing, or are you saying it's like it's too easy and that's why it sucks? Too easy. Okay, okay. What is this? Not the type shit. I feel like C-Zane says type shit a lot. if I had to think of a content creator that uses type shit, it would probably yeah, it would probably be C-Zane, no? Who else would say it? I feel like Azure would say it too. Sorry, Azure. Yeti for sure, 100% Yeti, right? Yeah, Yeti would definitely say type shit. When did type shit become a thing? Which of the Dani weekly bosses are easy for you? So I fought Rusalka, Enslar, Karshan, and Kafris. Probably Rusalka, the easiest. The hardest is probably Karshan. The reason why Karshan is because there's no freaking room on that platform, and if you decide that you're gonna dash, you'll fall off, and then you gotta restart the entire boss fight if you fall off the platform. So that's number one for sure, Karshan. Probably right under that is Kafris. Kafris has a lot of deadly CCs. If you get CC'd, then you're dead. But at least there's no stupid platforms that make you fall off the thing, right? And then after that is Enslar, would be third, and then Rusalka, the easiest. I have not fought Jordine, so I can't really rate him, but I imagine he's like, you know, the bottom three for easiest. But ideally, you should be fighting the boss that is the highest tier for you, right? The gear score required is the highest, so you get more stones, right? So if you can do Enslar, you should do Enslar over Rusalka. And then, you know, so on and so forth. You should do Karshan if you can do Karshan, and then Kafris. But yeah, Karshan, to me personally, is the hardest just because of the platform. Having to restart just because, like, that's happened like a couple times before where she's at 10% and I just decide to iframe an attack, and then I iframe off the platform. You know, it's super annoying. I should know. Not the type shit. Not looking forward to Karshon because you play Wukong. Yeah, try not to use too many movement skills on Karshon. Oh, it's the Ah song. I've heard this a lot in it makes my ears feel crunchy. Does that make sense? It makes my ears feel a little crunchy. I don't know if crunchy is the right word. Itchy, yeah, I don't know. Just because of the, I don't know, the frequency. Oh, are we done? Are we done? You party. Segmented is and compressed. Is that what's happening? It's almost a little bit hard to listen to, just because of how, I don't know, glitchy it sounds. Maybe glitchy is the right word for it, right? It's like glitching out. It's like making my ears vibrate. It's very that's the texture and sound frequency it's hitting. It's like it's very vibraty. If you need stimming, yeah, it'll definitely wake you up 100%. Oh, here we go. I drive a sports car just to prove. Here we go, the classic. I need to add this to my playlist. This is a banger. Buggy, yeah, it sounds very buggy. Oh, did you queue up something evil? Or Rex, sorry. You guys were in the same thing. Yeah, not you evil. Yeah, I misread. Because I was like looking at Icy's reply to Rex. Yeah, okay, yeah, my bad, evil, yeah. My eyes misread. Okay, let's clean up our inventory here. Damn, we got a pretty good amount of silver here, guys. Stuck up on the station. Okay, I don't think we're going to... I don't think these will go up too much, right? Wait, they are going up. Should I keep them a little bit longer? The Essence of Dawns? They're kind of going up. Maybe I should keep waiting. Because this is basically almost 20 bill worth of Essence of Dawns. I thought they were not ever going to go back up, but holy moly. We'll put it up. Said so. Ooh, what can we exchange these for? Radiant Premium Box. Or should we get 4 more Blacksmith Shiny Boxes? You know? Who am I? Oh my god. It's making me autopath all the way back over there. It's in Heidel. Maybe we just get more Shiny Boxes, right? For 5? Wait, there's NPCs I don't have knowledge on? Oh, mushroom vendors. Wow. Not the OEA. Do I still have my clip from when I did an OEA? Where is it? Clips manager. Where is it? I think I had it here somewhere. I knew I had it here somewhere. Maybe it's gone. Hello, hello. You totally inspired me to play Awakening Woosa. I think your skills are totally beautiful. Same. How is she in PvE and PvP? Does she have fun? How is your movement? Does she feel smooth in PvE? I would say it's one of the better PvE classes right now. If I had to give you like a tier for her, let's say the best grinding class is like an S tier. I would put her right under it for A+ tier for clear speed and movement and ease of use and comfortability. In PvP, she'll probably struggle a lot more in 1v1 situations, smaller scale situations, because her kit is mostly you know, it's a long range kit, so you'll do a lot better in node war situations. You're kind of just pewing from far away, right? You have massive range, you can place your flowers. All of your abilities for the most part, like I kind of want to say like 80% of your abilities have some form of CC, right? All of your flower combos will CC. So if you could just pew right here, it can make a lot of, you know, opportunities for your teams to capitalize on those CCs, the random CCs, right? So in PvP, probably take her to node war more than, you know, 1v1 situations, etc., etc. In movement, really highly mobile. You can press one button. This is one button, and you're just you have a lot of distance for one button, right? And then you can do some more like simple movement, like, you know, a small dash like that. That's like one sort of motion for that dash. And then you have some more advanced stuff where you use your pre-awakening skills to dash forward like this. So you have a lot of movement like that. You can really burst through it, and you can even follow it up with some more butterfly steps, right? So you're very mobile with this class. And yeah, she does feel smooth once you learn her. She will feel clunky at first. I feel like every class kind of feels clunky at first once you are learning it, right? I think the biggest thing is the muscle memory. I am Hulk, right? Is breaking the muscle memory from your previous class. So for me, it was Witch. It took me a little bit of an adjustment period in order to break the muscle memory I had for Witch to play this class. And so I imagine that's going to be the same story for everybody learning a new class, is adjusting your muscle memory, right, to fit the new class. Okay, let's swap our stuff here. Let's go back to SYCRAIA. And if you're looking for some combo examples, I do have a combo command, and it will give you a whole playlist of combo suggestions you could try out. I recommend just learning her bread and butter first, right? The very first the oldest video in that playlist. It teaches you like the bread and butter. So just hold Shift R and B, and then WE, and then SE. So those 3 buttons are your bread and butter, right? And then you can do fillers, like Shift F is a filler, Shift E is a filler, Shift L and B is a filler, and then just repeat, right? So all of that, you can cast all those spells in about 5 buttons, right? So you're just holding down buttons a lot of the time. Again, you know, Shift E is a filler, right? Shift L and B is a filler, Shift F filler, and then hold Shift R and B again. Just keep holding R and B, WE. So very easy in that way. How is it in grind? Do you stand a lot in one spot or do you move around opponents? Well, I think everybody, every class needs to know how to maneuver and reposition. I am Hulk. So my advice for you is use an ability called Lateral Soul Cleanse in order to maneuver. This is a spammable PvE iframe. When it's off cooldown, it's a PvP iframe, but you know, always it'll be a PvE iframe. And then what you would do is you would cast your abilities and then use that every 2 or 3 spells. So for example, you know, my bread and butter combo, right? 2 spells, move. 2 spells, move, right? 2 spells, move, right? So that's how you would kite with this class, is every 2 spells you would just move, right? Just keep doing this, keep moving like that. That's how you would maneuver, especially if you're trying to get back attacks. I am Hulk. So a good example would be Black Shrine bosses. You're not going to be able to stand still in a Black Shrine boss, right? So I don't know if you're planning to do Black Shrine bosses on this class. So let's say I want to refresh my Sanguine buff, right? So let's go to do Sanguine, and you can kind of see how I position around a situation like this, right? Where I do have to constantly move around. And your mobility kit is very smooth and easy to use once you learn it. And so maybe this would be a good example of showcasing how to reposition with the class. You can cancel out of most of your abilities as well, so you're not stuck in place. In comparison to, let's say, Awakening Witch, right? Awakening Witch, you have to kind of finish the animation, right, before you can magical evade. You see, I'm always trying to be behind the target. And then I can be ranged too, right? I have massive range, so I can damage him from far away. And you have something called, you have delayed burst too with this class, so it looks like he didn't jump up into the air. Otherwise, I would have done the delayed burst combo. Have you ever played Monster Hunter by chance? Like Monster Hunter Rise, Wilds. So I kind of view these bosses as those kinds of dynamics, right? With Monster Hunter, you have to learn the behaviors of mobs. So here, you know, just dash away because he's going to jump 4 times, right? Is that second jump, third jump here. 4th jump does not have an indicator, right? And then so you would try to avoid and attack accordingly. This one, he will either walk forward or jump in the air if he jumps in the air, right? Let's see if he jumps in the air. He does. So you prepare your flowers ahead of time and then move accordingly, right? You can cancel out of most abilities. Who was this? It's like club music. It feels like club music. I'm starting again with BDO. Now have 845 gear score. I just can't decide between Awakening Woosa, Musa, or Awakening Drak. Well, tagging characters is very cheap these days, so hey, you could always play all three. So there you go. Hopefully that helps you, you know, get an idea of how to play this class. All right, let's go grab a deep sea fragment. Oh. And then why don't we swap over our Lightstone set, because we forgot to last time. Get a little bit more AP. I wonder what the hold on. I just want to try it out and see. What's the Lightstone set for BSR, guys? Lightstone, BSR, BDO. I kind of want to try it out. See how it feels, you know? Because it feels really nice to have a BSR going. So it could be fun to use. The skills and movement, beautiful, yes. But it will take you some time, Hulk. It's not as easy as Musa, right? Musa presses one button and that's your entire movement kit for the most part, right? You just dash with that one ability. So you do have to get used to how her dynamic is for movement. There's a lot of different keybinds you might need to press. So it takes a little bit more effort to be moving around with her. But once you do learn the movement tech and all that jazz, it's a really fun class to move around in. What if I just search Black Spirit Recovery? Dang, is it? I'm wondering. Is it only 1%? So Mountain, Mind Iridescent. Mountain, Mind Iridescent. What does Mountain give? Do I have any mountains? I might lose too much AP actually, guys. Yeah, I might lose too much AP. Does Mountain even exist anymore? It does. Ooh, it is kind of expensive. Wait, why are there no mountains on the market? I heard she's supposed to be good with BSR. Yeah, she does not naturally have a attack speed buff, which a lot of Woosas are complaining about how they want an attack speed buff for the class. I personally am okay with not having one. I find that I prefer, I mean, I'm biased, right? Because I prefer a slower play style. So that's where I sit on the fence. Is I'm okay. I mean, I'll take one if they give us one, but I'm okay with not having one personally. Tanky, yes, you have a lot of recovery tools. Yeah, but we have a lot of recovery tools. So like SC has 120 HP per hit. This one is 500 HP per hit on the final hit. SF gives you 30 DP for 10 seconds, and you could do it twice to refresh it within a 10-second margin. So you have a lot of defense in that way. There it is. There it is. ooh, ee, ah, ooh, ee, ah. We need the cat on screen. Need the cat. Jesus Christ. There it is. Here we go. I need to add this to my playlist. It can only get better for Awakening Woosa. Are you saying, like, are they going to improve it in the future? I mean, I feel like every class is going to eventually get some updates, right, as the game ages. It might take a while because, you know, there's 30 classes in BDO with a lot of them having 2 specs. So it eventually, right? But Awakening Woosa has come a long way because launch Awakening Woosa needed a lot of help. It needed a lot of help at launch, but it's in a pretty good position right now. It's in the best state it's ever been since launch. Frick, where is that NPC? Oh, here it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. Why does this song sound just like the BGM from Lightstone Survivors? Oh, I've never heard of that game before. Is that like kind of like Vampire Survivors, Rex? Pretty much, yeah, the Survivor series. Do you like those kinds of games? The reverse, I think they're called reverse bullet hell games, right? Where you're the person shooting out a bunch of stuff. Okay, I need to remember where the freaking room was. Was it up here? I think so. Yeah, this room. 0. Top-down survival with more detail, but with variety. Oh, okay, okay. Have you ever played, what's that one game? Bonk? Mega Bonk? That one was super popular. Zero, zero. Okay, that one. Okay, I think we should be good on buffs. The cooldown is 0 seconds, but I guess you guys did it at the same time. The cooldown should be like, there should be no cooldown, but I guess there's a 0 seconds is a cooldown. Okay, I think we should be good here. Oh, I need to get a house buff. Zero, zero. Unintended 30 seconds. That's the Twitch cooldown, not the bot cooldown. Should have typed your message faster. You know? Should have typed it faster. Oh, here's a little trick, guys. If you're in an area like Histria or Sycraia that you can't use a horse buff, you can use it in your guild manor. And you can horse buff from your guild manor. It doesn't have the effect, but the buff still goes through. Okay. I think we should be good now. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, my splendid. There we go. Oh shoot, I'm using the wrong crystals. Oh wait, golden pig just spawned. Hold on, let me go to golden pig. Lol. Is this from Dr. Stone by chance? It sounds like it's from Dr. Stone. Oh, it is from Dr. Stone. Oh. Hi, Katie. Welcome in. I don't remember where I left off with Dr. Stone. Dang, this guy's almost dead already. Resi3572, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Pew, 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 pew. And it's Market. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. And 2MX, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Lots of follows right now. Damn. Ooh, a gold bar box. Ooh. What am I gonna get? 3? I'll take 3. 3 is good. Who else is up? Nuver. Wait, no, not Nuver. No! It's not Nuver. Who was it? Was it Karanda? Frick. I stopped watching at episode 79. I think the last time I remember, they unlocked this girl who could make food. Like it was a baker or something. It was Zarka? Okay, thank you. I think that's the last arc that I remember seeing. The most memorable arc was when it was the one where Senku was making glasses for the watermelon girl. That one was really good. That's the one I remember the most fondly. That episode where she could finally see clearly. It was very touching. Oh no, I think I remember another arc where everybody got turned to stone, and then Suika, right, the watermelon girl, she spent like 10 years or something like that turning back everybody to human, right? I think I remember seeing that part. And I don't remember what happened after that. And then she grew up. So she kind of, everybody stayed at the same age because they were all turned to stone. And then she grew up. I don't know if it was 10 years or 20 years. And then, you know, with Senku, he got everybody back to life. And they were talking about how, you know, they were saying, oh my god, you know, Senku's so amazing for being able to figure out how to turn everybody back into flesh after like a day or something. And then Senku's like, what's more impressive is Suika figuring it out on her own, and it only took her 20 years or something like that. That happened. Yeah, that happened. Maybe, I don't know if that was a movie or arc or something like that, but I remember seeing that. You haven't got there yet? Oh, well. Get spoiled then. Get spoiled. I thought you saw it. Maybe fan made? No, it was definitely a scene I saw. Definitely not fan made. If it was fan made, then their animations are like on par. Oh, I got another bloodstone? Damn. Isn't getting spoiled a good thing? Well, some people don't want to be spoiled, right? Rex. Some people don't like getting spoiled. Okay, let's go back to our regular thing here. I need to swap this back to Han. Is this Tate McRae by chance? It is. I recognize that cursive singing anywhere. Hi, ADVgg, welcome in. Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. Get it, Ray. Get it. Oh, this is the one-shot thing. Yes, we got the one-shot tower. We kill these so fast with this buff. Oh shoot, I didn't pop my elixirs. What time is it for you right now, I had to guess? It must be like a morning for you, right? Morning. Soon they'll improve the buff or the spawn rate. I feel like if you get an event of any kind, then you just overclear this spot at least. 10 a.m. Oh, sheesh. Are you eating breakfast right now? What are you eating for breakfast? Is it 10 a.m. for you as well, I see? Morning, addict. These EU people SMH futters. AM for me, my dog had me up at 7 a.m. What kind of dog do you have? No addict. I saw this one video where this woman had taken in a dog. She adopted a dog that was extremely skinny. Like, it was almost like a skeleton. And I don't know how that dog lived. I guess through sheer willpower. But she documented the journey of the recovery of the dog. And it went from looking like a skeleton to being like one of the floofiest dogs that I've ever seen. And then someone in the comments was like, this is proof that there's no ugly dogs, just like dogs that just don't have the right circumstances or something like that. A cockapoo? I've never heard of a cockapoo dog. I need to look that up. Or better yet, do you have any pictures? Do you have any dog pics? Can you share with the class? What the heck is a cockapoo? Is that like a cocker spaniel? I've heard of cocker spaniel. I've never heard of cockapoo before. There's very much ugly dog. You know, there are some dogs that look like their face was like they like face planted into a wall and it just never went back. You know what I'm talking about? There are some dogs that do look like that. That is true. Yeah, just cross between cocker spaniel and poodle. Oh, that would make more sense. Yeah, when you say cockapoo, okay. So do you know about the cock build? I see. Comet cock build. PoE, Path of Exile. We were talking about cock builds. Do you know what cock is? I just need to have the clip of the cock build. That when Zesht was getting bombarded by all the comets. I need to find that from the Blood Mage. How do I post a pic? I guess the easiest way is, do you have a personal emote? Oh, sorry, personal Discord? I don't know why I said emote. Because what you can do is you would Control V, like copy the you would upload it to your personal Discord, right? And then you copy link of that thing. So basically what Futters did, you'll get like a fat link, right? So you would upload the picture into your personal Discord, like a private Discord, and then just copy a link of that specific link and it would give you a Discord link. And then we can see it. That's probably the easiest way to go about it. But hold on. Let me go find the video. The floor, let it done alone, not upon the floor. Get upon the floor. I don't know if this is the exact video. Let me see if this one works. This is kind of like a shitty quality, but this is the cast on crit build that I was talking about. And then all the freaking comments just brah. Oh my god. Final boss defeated. Holy. One day I'm gonna, it's very expensive. It's like one of the most expensive builds in PoE 2. But one day I wanna build something like that. That's weak sauce, really? It looks pretty powerful to me. I just pulled up the first one that I saw. I think there was a faster clear where it just like insta died. But it was from a Korean player. It was originally in Korean. Right now I have all 5 pieces of Diablo 4 gear. What do you mean by Diablo 4 gear? Is that autocorrect? Oh, Deboreka. You probably mean Deboreka, right? Should I upgrade to Karazad pen right away, or should I save up to buy Deboreka and trade for Nov? The usual go-to is to wait and buy a Pendebo Og and then exchange for Nov. Not only will you save a lot of money in the long run, but then you don't have to worry about RNG or stacks. So it's just like a win on so many levels. I know it sucks to have to wait 130 bill for your next upgrade, but your future self will thank you. But again, it's like, I totally understand that it might take a while to save up that much, but it is the most silver efficient way to go about your Nov Karazads. Is it EU? It is NA. Last time I checked, the NA prices were that much. I mean, I could just open it up right now, actually. For the necklace, at least. So these ones. So this is base value 131 bill. So there's some orders up here for 127 bill. But yeah, this is generally the go-to route for Karazads. What? I wonder why it's so expensive on EU compared to NA for that. For NA EU, it's like 180 bill. I'm wondering why it's. I feel like on EU it would have been cheaper. I wonder. Maybe just more people grinding, more people need it, more demand. Check the showcase at the start, kind of scuffed, but it showcases the tech. Okay, hold on. Let me kill this back here. Base samples are 500. Maybe there's lots of people enhancing. Showcase at the start. Kind of scuff setup. Okay. Poor man's ward loop. Oh, I heard about ward loop builds in the past. I don't think I ever looked into it more, because I remember they broke ward loop. But I do remember ward loop builds in the past. Oh, this is PoE 1. Yeah, I mean, everything's a lot faster paced in PoE 1. PoE 2 is usually slower paced. Because that was a PoE 2 clip I linked before, Rex. For the Blood Mage. Everything's a lot slower. It's like twice as slow. Yeah, I mean, this is PoE, right? Do you know? Have you seen the watching PoE emote? This is from 7TV. Can you guys pull up the watching watching PoE emote? That one. That's basically what's going on. Have you played any more PoE after we had played I see? Have you done any more PoE content? Or was the last time you played PoE 2 was when we last played together? You played the new Sork Ascendancy. Okay. That's the one with the genies, right? How far did you get? Did you progress all the way to like T15s and stuff? Because that's kind of like a lot of the progression in PoE to measure is if your build can do T15s, and then from there you start, you know, doing bosses and stuff like that. No? Dang, so many effects on stream. Play it again with the group? Yeah, for sure when there's an opportunity. I do want to play some PoE again. Just right now is like the horrible timing, right? With all the BDO events. So maybe when BDO is in a bit of a drought, right? Then that would be a good opportunity to, and if the timing is right for a new league. For sure, 100%. I want to pick it up again. What do you have in the hotbar? So there's a few things that you use off hotbar. Mostly I use my rebomb skills. So Shift Z, I usually use that off the hotbar. I have Soul Shower on hotbar and Blooming Death on hotbar and Moonlit Blast. But most of the time you will be using your key inputs over the hotbar. I just have them there for like specific niche uses, mostly transitioning. So let's say I'm in pre-awakening, right? I can use Soul Shower off hotbar to get back into awakening. So very, very niche case uses, not really part of regular gameplay, right? So it's mostly there for utility purposes to have those abilities on hotbar. And I'm mostly using them as I'm using the hotbar as a cooldown tracker rather than an actual hotbar for the most part. Oh, we got the one-shot tower here. We got the one-shot tower. Let's go. One shot. Oh, did you ask a question, Moriyama? Yeah, if I miss anything, guys, I'm not trying to ignore you on purpose. Sometimes some people, you know, they do the SR message. And so if I miss anything, please just copy pasta it. Yeah. The SR messages, like the song request messages, do take up a lot of space. So. Gear advice, yeah. Link away, yeah. I can try to help out. No, it's not your fault, Rex. It's not your fault, yeah. It's just what happens. It's nobody's fault. I see you linked it. Oh, do you not have a Garmoth set up? Wait, you have a Nav Awakening? and everything else is kind of looking funny. Well, first, definitely, get your armors going. I think your AP should be fine for a while, and so you kind of want to have a balance, right? Kind of a balance between your AP and DP, right? So once you have enough AP to go to the next area, you would work on your DP, etc., right? And I think an easy way to boost up your gear score is your DP at the moment. So get your Pentuvala, exchange it for a Fallen God, right? And then from there, you want to have the Kafirs going, right? A good one to go for is Kabuas. Kabuas is going to boost your DP a lot, your defense, your DR a lot. So I would go for Kabuas as well. This is not in any specific order as well. I'm just suggesting you some different pathways. All of the destination is the same, right? That's how you kind of want to go about gearing in BDO. Is that eventually you're gonna lead to the final destination, and every route you take, some of the routes might be a little bit windy, right? It's a windy road, right? Or it could be like a cliff, right? That you got to jump across. You got to jump to, right? Jumping across is kind of like enhancing, right? Do you want to take the route where you try to take that leap of faith to get across the cliff? And if you fail, that's like you falling off the cliff, right? And if you can handle climbing back up to the top of the cliff and jumping across, then that's the enhancing route. Or some people like to take the long and windy road, right? So that's saving up, buying your gear, right? And buying it off the market. It's very safe. There's no stacks to worry about. There's no RNG to worry about. It's just a nice, slow, winding road to your destination. Is that an alternate account, by chance, Mariama? Because I could have sworn you were a lot more geared than this, Mariama. EU, yeah. Yeah, I remember your NA account was significantly more geared. I kind of feel like since you are geared on NA, you probably don't need my advice, if I have to be honest, Mariama, right? Since you're like 870 gear score on NA, right? I'm pretty sure you don't need my advice. You were dying in Turos? Well, I mean, that's, if we just think about it logically, if you're dying, there's two things, right? You're taking damage that you shouldn't be, or you need more defense to be able to take that damage, right? In which case, both conclusions lead to needing more defensive stats, right? And so I don't think it's too difficult to think about that, especially if you have geared up already, right? I would maybe understand a lot more, Moriyama, if you're brand new to the game, right? Of needing advice. But since your main account is like more geared than my account, I feel like you should know these things. You know what I mean? Are you new to Awakening Megu? That could also be another factor, right? Is that if you are inexperienced with the class you're playing, then you're not sure about the defensive layers you have for your class, right? So what I mean by defensive layers is, for me, I have, a plus 30 DP buff on my SF. I have an HP recovery ability on my SE. I have more HP recovery ability on Shift E. I have forward guards on those abilities. So those are all defensive layers to be thinking about. Resistances, that's also another defensive layer. Are you getting constantly CC'd at Turos, right? Getting chain CC'd in a grind spot where, the mobs can put you in lethal range is a good sign to get some more resistances. So all of those are defensive layers you could look into without having to have to get gear, right? Those are all like just class based. You know, defensive crystals are fairly on the cheap side compared to like the more offensive crystals. So for example, the max HP crystals, right? If you have low DP gear, if you look at the max HP crystals, these ones, so you can get a wand crystal for 30 mil. This increases your HP by 780. The difference between the low tier one and the high tier one is a difference of 70 HP. So it's like 150 HP for two. Not much of a difference. But if you get two wands, that's another 1500 HP, right? And at your gear score, that will probably be like a huge increase in your total HP, right? I feel like you might have like 3000, 4000 HP at your gear score, which another 1500 would equate to about 40 to 50% increased in max HP, right? So there's some defensive layers you could look into if you're dying at Tauros, right? You're heading to bed, Marquette? All right, have a good night. Why would someone get Nov Awakening before basic gear? I'm sure there's like a multitude of factors, Elysium, right? Some people, I feel like a lot of the times when you do have like a really high piece of gear for one slot, how do I word it? Either determination or RNG, right? Determination or RNG. I mean, Moriyama just said that they one-tapped their Nov, right? So I think we can safely say that it was a really big RNG moment, right? And some people can get really geared if the stars align, right? And for Moriyama, the stars aligned for their Nov Awakening. Right? The difference between going with gear curve and catching up is different. I've always going the gear curve, but catching up is kind of confusing. Okay. I can kind of see that. Yeah, I'm trying to put myself in your shoes. I think look at the issues you're having and then go off of that for determining your pathway, right? So right now you're tripping on a rock, right? When you're walking down the road to your next destination. Tripping on that rock is that you're dying, right? So how do you fix that? You move the rock off of the road, in which case getting more DP, getting more defensive stats would be your next goal right now, and try to go off of that. Don't look at anything else on the other pathways, because I think maybe you're getting confused because you're at the crossroad, right? You're at a crossroad with 20 different paths. So if you just look at what's in front of you first, this rock that you're tripping on, maybe that might help find you the direction you need to go towards, Mariana. And so for now, just get more DP. I feel like an easy way to boost up your DP right now is getting a Kabua, right? I don't know what the prices are in EU for Kabuas, but they're fairly available on NA. And let's see what they are at. Yeah, you can definitely save up 9 bill pretty quickly, and that gives you a ton of DR. Something cheaper you could do right away as well is running 4 Iron Wall Lightstones right away, right? You have enough AP, right? You definitely have enough AP with your Nov Awakening, right? So don't worry too much about running offensive Lightstones. Worry about what the issue you're having right now is, which is you're dying, right? So buy some Iron Wall Lightstones. They're very cheap. It should be like 5 mil each, maybe 10 mil. Shove 4 of them into your Lightstone set, and that should give you a ton of DP defense. Oh, are they not as available on EU? I see, I see. Are there a lot of buy orders? I imagine if there's not too many buy orders, you could still put up a buy order and it'll fill, you know, fairly quickly. Thanks, Jay, that help. Yeah. It's I'm sure you noticed with the way I explain things, it's very I don't know if abstract is the right word, but visually. I like to explain things less on paper, right? Textbook way of explaining things, but more in a visual sense, because that's just how my brain works, and it makes a lot more sense in my brain when I think of things in that way, right? Analogies and stuff like that, metaphors, those make a lot more sense in my brain. Hi, Immortal. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just grabbing some Sycraia. Yeah, hopefully I was able to give you some direction, Mariano. You got this, you got this. You've done it before. Right? You've done it before on your NA account, so you can definitely do it again on your EU account. Is this Ray as well? Dang. Very talented. I feel like Ray has a lot of songs where it's like, she sang this? Right? Like you've heard it before, but you don't know it's her. And when you realize it's her, and like, dang, she sang this too? Genza Baradenza. Hopefully I said your name right. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome in, welcome in. This has a lot of like 80s vibes, this part. I think I remember talking to you about this before Icy. This kind of gives me the same vibes as Say So, right? With the 80s vibes. Is there any fast way to get boss gear to start swapping out Tuvala? Yes, actually. When you finish seasons, you should be given some pen boss gear for free, right, Rex? Have you done everything in seasons? So you get something called, I think it's just literally pen boss gear. What is it called? It's like a box. I can't remember where I shoved it in. Did I put it in Velia? Gear. What if I just search gear? These ones. So I have 3 unopened from like seasons or something. You get also another one from Magnus Questline, I think. And that should easily replace your Tuvala right away. Additionally, when you graduate, make sure that you graduate with one Tuvala armor piece. Generally the chest is the go-to, so make sure you at least graduate with a pen Tuvala chest, and you'll get a new quest called Leveling Aid Fugar's Aid from your Black Spirit, and it will tell you to talk to Fugar, and you'll get an item in order to upgrade your pen Tuvala into a Hex Tuvala, which is level 6, right? And then from there you can upgrade that into a Deck Tuvala, level 10 Tuvala enhancement, and you exchange that for a Tri-Fallen God armor. The Tri-Fallen God armor has 108 DP. And it shouldn't be too expensive to get it to deck. Maybe like, I don't know, like 10 bill or something like that to get to deck. This is where I'm at. Yeah, there you go. You have your pen Tuvala stuff. I guess you would want to get your offhand to pen. Might as well. Doesn't take too much resources. If that is your first set, which I assume it is. But yeah, do everything in the season pass, and then once you do your season pass, you can graduate from season pass. Graduating from OV Academy is different, by the way, if that wasn't clear already. The graduation from OV Academy is like a completely different graduation than the season graduation. Missing durability to push it. Oh, you should have been provided a bunch of timeless blackstones, right, to repair it, no? Oh, it's not a seasonal character. Oh, okay. Do you have your graduation cap in the past? Because that's where you would get the quests. You have the graduation cap somewhere, hidden somewhere. You can press Control F to find it. So you just type in graduation cap. Once you have it in your inventory, you can talk to your Black Spirit and then look for a quest called Leveling Aid Fugar's Aid. If you're looking for a alchemy stone to use in the meantime, if you finish the Ulukita questline, you'll get a free alchemy stone with 1 AP on it. And I don't think the questline takes too long for Ulukita, maybe like less than an hour, maybe like 30-40 minutes. You just kind of run around and kill things. Talk to people. Wait, is it? I don't remember it taking very long. Maybe I'm just better at questing than you are, Ronnie. Have you thought about that? I'm just kidding. Maybe you just suck at questing. Just kidding. Just kidding. Feels like a lot of work for minimal gains. Well, the alchemy stone that you're gonna get in the future might take you a while to get. Right, so I'm suggesting you slots that you can upgrade for now, for free, which is that quest line. And eventually you would want to do all the quest lines at least once to unlock all the account features, right? So Land of Morning Light unlocks, gives you some AP and DP, right? Family-wide AP DP, stamina, 2 crystal slots, right? Magnus questline unlocks the fast travel points, etc., etc. So Camasylvia gives you 1 DP, Odalita gives you 1 AP, stuff like that, right? So it all adds up, right, as you said before. So you do want to finish the quest lines at least once. Sometimes previous quest lines might be required to do the next quest line as well. I know the questing is a little bit on the boring side, but you gotta do it eventually. As you level up too, you'll get some Kaposha accessories. When you graduate, you'll get another pen Kaposha accessory as well. I think the go-to is the earring, right, from the graduation. Or it might be the necklace. Might be the necklace, actually. I don't know if you get multiple, but you can try to pick up a Kaposha necklace when you graduate. That should be equivalent to a Tet Ogre 30 AP. Needing 61. That shouldn't be too difficult, especially if you pop a lot of buffs, combat buffs. So if you check the loyalty tab, I don't know if you've already picked up the bunch of XP scrolls in the loyalty tab, but there should be something called, where is it? This one. 530% XP scrolls. So you get 53 of these. And then if you check this chart, you can see a bunch of stackable buffs you can get. So the Lightstone set is a pretty significant one too. And if you're trying to level up very easily, you can actually, are you on an NA by chance, Frigor? Are you on NA by chance? Because I can leech you over here. An easy way to get levels early on is to just leech from somebody, and you don't really care too much about your level past like 62. Most people don't care. I don't care, and so you can just like stand and then just get XP. Oh, you're on EU, Sag. Yeah, but if you are looking for someone to leech, I mean, if you just go to a place called Gyfin Temple, if you go underground, there's a lot of people grinding there usually, and a lot of people usually don't care about their XP. And so you just ask nicely, hey, can I get a leech, you know? And again, you won't be taking their loot away because you should be within level range. There you go, Ronnie can boost you. So you just pop all your XP buffs and then just stand in a corner. There you go. There you go, all the EU people. I'm wondering if I have more EU viewers than NA viewers. I mean, this is kind of the time where EU viewers would be up, right? Now that I think about it. Maybe I need to adopt a European accent, you know? What would be the easiest European accent to do? What would be the easiest one to do? British, true. Wait, Danish? Is Danish accent easy to... What does a Danish accent sound like? Fake Germans, the Germans. It's a Germans, a common. French. Ooh, oui, oui. Oui, oui, baguette. Ooh, we got the one-shot mechanic. Let's go. One-shot tower. I'll talk to you as we dance. From the sides. Grit your teeth and exaggerate Z. Yeah, I know a lot of TH sounds. You would say a Z sound instead, right? Something like that. I just need to listen to the Jewels. Do you guys know the Jewels? I think he's still playing BDO, right? I haven't seen him stream in a while. I feel like I saw him streaming the other day though. But it's been a hot minute since I've seen his streams. I just need to sound like the Jewels. He was on like yesterday. Oh, damn. Account name, it's usually family name is the go-to, Rex. So family name is, you know how you have character name, right? That's different on each of your characters. Then family name is like the same across all your names. OV1, you'll most likely have to be on a regular server, Rex. So you can swap out of it because the LVS servers are for exclusive for new players. So Ronnie's most likely not going to be able to enter. But it's only like a 3-minute cooldown to swap servers, so you can always go back. You got the purple dye on all your weapons, I see. Holy. How's the market for the purple dyes? I'm assuming you're buying it, right? Because there's no way you can grind it out that fast. I know. I've tried. I have freaking... How many dyes do I got? I only have 27 after grinding all this time. It's a 20 bill min? What the heck? Like the full one is only 20 bill? Oh my god. The com dye, like white? You want a white aura for your weapons? That would be kind of cool. You have current add-ons for me? You can try those. I have these for SYCRAIA at the moment. I'm gonna try these out. But for the most part, as long as you've got attack speed, you know, crit rate, crit damage, back attack, down DP, somewhere, it should be good, you know? I do have different add-ons for specific places, like Star's End. I have like down attack add-ons in there, so you just tailor it to what you need for the spot, right? So again, for Star's End, you would want some down attack stuff like that. Maybe in more dangerous spots, you want to add some more, you know, HP recovery or something like that, you know? But as long as you have the most important add-ons going, minus CP, attack speed, crit rate, crit damage, back attack, right? Then you should be Gucci. One less dance. Yep, that's how you pronounce it. We need that one Ariana song. I see. With Troye Sivan. We could just dance to this. We could just dance to this. Oh wait, here's another one. Just dance. Not the just dance. Yes, that one I see. We could just dance to this. Just dance. If Lady Gaga was British, just dance. Not you too, Ronnie. Not you too. Not the stupid hamsters. You don't like them, Butters? Why not? Just dance, dance. Dun, 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 dun. Sweet cake. There's the cake. Cake is a lie. Oh, there's the cake. We got a ton grad ring. What the heck? We could just dance to this. What's this? Oh, Adele. I haven't heard much from Adele in a while. But I've always saw her as someone super funny. Whenever I see interviews of Adele, she's so freaking... she's always like swearing, but like in a funny way. There was this one stupid video where somebody was filming Adele. Like she's at this like club or something like that. And then I guess it's like an older phone, but her eyes were like bright red. And then her, what she was saying was like, well, how did everyone know where I was or something? Like, how does... Do you know which video I'm talking about? I need to find that video. And the comments are so freaking funny. Hold on, let me go find this in the video. Where's the video? YouTube Adele Club. This one. It's so stupid. And the comments, her eyes. Because you're freaking Adele. Is that the same video? Or this awkward moment? Okay, hold on. Okay, what's going on here? She's not even looking at the camera. What the heck? Ignoring the camera on purpose. Was it like a bit? Like she was trying to be funny? Or was she genuinely like, ugh, you know, I don't want to deal with this? Because I could understand both. There's a story. Good luck understanding it. I don't think I could do that kind of accent. What kind of accent she has? I know it's British, but it's like a different kind of British. that's rude. I mean, if she said no, right, then don't. Like, I love how she's so very like comedic about it. I don't know if that's the right word for it, right? Like she didn't make it into a serious thing. She was making people laugh with the story, while at the same time explaining that, you know, that was not okay with her, right? I wanna get good at that. Is like speaking in a way that is both respectable and comedic at the same time. You know? Maybe the accent helps as well. I feel like the British accent helps as well. With making it sound more, I don't know, respectful and funny at the same time. The communication skills. Cynthia Erivo. I've seen so many memes with freaking Cynthia Erivo being super overprotective of Ariana Grande. What's another good one from Adele? I'm trying to remember one that goes something like, it's like, you look like a movie, you sound like a song. That one? My God, this reminds me. What is that one? What's the song of that one? I forgot. That one's a good one too. When we were, yes, that one. When we were young. Oh, that's the wrong one. What's that other one? No resolve, set fire to the rain. I don't think that's the right one either, right? Yeah, I don't think that's the right one. Let me remove it from queue. You gotta put in the name and artist, I see. So the bot knows. I'm trying to remember another one that I really liked from her. I feel like I remember the lyrics. Something about river? I think that's one of the lyrics, yeah. Yeah, something river. Frick. It's on the tip of my tongue too. Easy on me. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one. Where's it go? Easy on me. Right? We got another blue ball. I wonder if this blue ball kills the mobs if it's more than 10 mobs. No, it didn't turn yellow. Frick. Oh my god, I can go rock. To the beats. Has she made any new songs lately? I feel like a lot of these are in early 2020s, right? Most recent album was 2021. Yeah, it's been a while since she had made music, right? But it is vibing. He might be asleep. Here we go. Oh, we got the one-shot mechanic here. The way you talk. Dang, that's slow. Those dang altos. Still sound like a song. Ooh, another bonus tower. Cake, cake. Oh, Team Joe, hello. How are you, Team Joe? What is grinding some SYCRAIA? Just vibe into some Adele. You like Adele, Team Joe? You know Adele? Is that another bonus one? Sheesh. Bonus tower. Just like a moon. Just like a song. Chilling, yes. Just chilling. I think we've almost got enough shards for all of our crystals. How many shards we got right now? This actually is the find button because my freaking thing is so messy. Sycraia? Do 50. Okay. So we need 70 more? 70 more? So we're almost there. We want to make 2 of each of the crystals. What about you, Team Joe? Have you been doing any SYCRAIA? And I never knew. Minus 60 off the cap. I feel like you could still do it. The SYCRAIA, it's not very hard. You might still be able to do it. There's a lot of mechanics here that help you kill the mobs. So whenever you kill the towers, you get a 20-second buff for 5% crit damage. And then occasionally you get a special tower that gives you a 30-second buff for 20% attack speed. And you do more damage to mobs here. And then there's a light ball that spawns that will one-shot the mobs periodically. It will just pulse. And the mobs don't even hit that hard too. So I don't know what lightstone set you're using, but you could try using an all-out attack for a lot more AP, and then upgrade all out attack for more crit damage and AP. So I feel like you could still do it. You're farming a Tenebrom? Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. What are you working on next right now, Team Joe? What's your next upgrade right now? When the child pulls... Wait, they've done that before, Team Joe? They're old enough to pull the internet? Well, you need to child-proof your internet area, Team Joe. Put some, I don't know, like a gate, you know? You're gonna child-proof it. I just hit pity back to back on Octsav. No. Still missing 4 deck accessories. That's my goal for now. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, definitely hitting the pity on a weapon is a little demotivating. That's for sure. Oh, here's the light bulb I was talking about. There you go. One shot. Boom. Forever. That's what we should do. I see. Some Adele karaoke, man. Weather incoming? Let's see. I've gotten one so far. Good job. Team job. I've gotten one red orb so far. To change. What about any other games? Have you been playing any other games lately, Team Joe? The new RE9 just came out. And everyone's freaking thirsting over Leon. Which Roto is this? It's the one where you just... When you enter, here I can show you. So when you enter from over here, this is the entrance right here on the right. Where's the entrance? Oh yeah, here. I'm out of stamina. So the entrance is right here. And then you take a left. And then you hug left. I don't think it's the best rotation. It's just the one that I found that was empty, you know? You go up the stairs and then this is the rotation right here. I mean, it is Leon. Dude, when I saw some stories about how the face model for the like for Leon is getting so much, like, just people snooping around, right? Like to the point where he had to deactivate all of his social media and bothering his family as well. They're harassing his family as well for like just information on him. And so I do feel a little bit bad for him because like he didn't ask to be snooped on, harassed like that. Because I guess people are just thirsting over him. That's so annoying. Too many games to count, too much on the plate at the moment. Hi man, what is the next best spot to farm after Tungrad Ruins? I'm progressing gear score, but I can't reach AP for the new region. I think, have I told you about the best grind spots tool in Garmoth Pass? Because you could use that tool and see some suggestions based on Garmoth. Best grind spot. This one. So Tungrad is about 1400 AP, right? So you could try Dokubi Forest as another option if you're tired of Tungrad Ruins. Dokubi Forest is more of a tower spot. And so if you prefer to just stand in one spot, you might like Dokubi Forest. So try that out. Have you grinded Dokubi Forest before? It's a fairly chill spot. Occasionally you have to iframe the Dokubi King. It will do this like one-shot attack. And then there's an AFK mechanic as well. So you can AFK a part of the grind. Oblivion, M83 Suzanne Sundfor. I don't think I've heard this artist before. It's very dramatic sound. It sounds like it would be from the soundtrack for Interstellar. Just of how dramatic it is. Have you guys seen Interstellar? You may have seen the meme. If you've never seen Interstellar, you might see a meme of a guy crying. Let me see if I can find the Interstellar guy crying. This guy. So you may have seen this image of the guy crying, and that's from Interstellar. And I think this is right off, what was it? Like his daughter sent a message, something like that, and he finally got the message. The sea, not the seas. It's the end credit from Oblivion. Oh. Like Elder Scrolls Oblivion? Like Bethesda? Hey, if I have as much total DP as the zone's DP recommendations, will I be safe there? Example 700 DP, but I'm 10 or 15 DP behind. Yeah, you should be fine. You'll just take a little bit more damage than usual, but that's just like a recommendation. That's not like a, like if you're not there, then you'll die kind of thing, right? The biggest thing for survivability is understanding your defensive layers for your class, So what class do you play right now? Class do you play? So for example, for me, Awakening Woosa, right? I have SF. SF is a repositioning tool and it gives me 30 DP. That's a defensive layer. S-Eep is a forward guard and gives me 120 HP per hit, right? That's another defensive layer. Lateral Soul Cleanse is a PvE iframe, which repositions you. That's a defensive layer. So as long as you understand your defensive layers for your class, then you can grind a grind spot with significantly less DP and still survive if you know what you're doing, right? He left his daughter when he was a kid. When he got to the message, she was an adult. Yeah. Sag. Wait, Oblivion is another space sci-fi movie. I don't remember. I feel like I've seen Oblivion before. No, it was a different one. Do you know which movie I'm talking about if I describe it? So there's this woman who she's kind of like a language specialist, and these aliens visit Earth, and then she's trying to decipher the language, right? And it's like drawn pictures, kind of like hieroglyphs, and she's trying to like figure it out. You know what I'm talking about? Arrival. Yes, that one. That one was a good one. I like that one. You play Wukong. Okay, is Futters around by chance? Maybe Futters would know. I've never played Wukong before, but just understand what your defensive layers are for Wukong. Does Wukong have a DP buff by chance? Does he have a spammable PvE iframe? How well do you know his movement to reposition, right? So depending on the grind spot, I think a good example is Olin's Valley. I don't know if you've ever grinded Olin's Valley before or seen people grind Olin's Valley before, but you're fighting this big giant golem, right? And he does this attack where he's winding up slowly, takes him like a good 5 seconds to wind up, and then he slams down very slowly, right? Obviously, you're not supposed to tank that, right? Even if you're at the recommended AP DP level, you might take lethal damage if you get fisted by the golem. You know what I mean? So each grind spot has their own dynamic for damage. And another example that is kind of the opposite of that is, let's say, Ash Forest, right? In Ash Forest, you're getting swarmed by minions, right? There's not too much mechanics going on. You're just getting swarmed by the ghosts. And if those ghosts scratch your back really hard, you're probably going to die. And so the trick for Ash Forest is that you're constantly kiting and moving, right, as you're fighting the ghosts, right? So stuff like that you need to think about when you're grinding. It's not just about your DP keeping you alive, it's you keeping yourself alive by knowing how to use your defensive layers, right? Movement, HP recovery, forward guard, super armor, etc., etc. Why did they have to nerf my farming? Oh yeah, you get less blush leaves, right? You go. Yeah, that came out of nowhere. It definitely came out of nowhere. Can't die if you don't get hit. That is true. That is true. Surf is in the class to play to not take hits though. I do know mobility for Seraph, at least for Pergatum form, is not the best. And so you just gotta deal with it, I guess, Rex. You just gotta deal with it. And by deal with it, I mean like you gotta run away. Right? You just gotta run away or something like that. The song's been already sung. There's another one. Are you playing Pergana form or light form? Because I know light form has very easy movement. So I feel like you can easily maneuver around if you're playing light form, but dark form I can understand not being able to move very easily with that class. Then mobility is, there's not a spammable dash in dark form, but in light form you can spam your shift movement, right? But yeah, again, if you're playing dark form, I understand if you're not able to move around very much. Well, maybe the solution is to just play light form, right? Well, it could be the solution is either you deal with it as dark form or you play light form and you have an easier time, right? So those are some of your solutions. I'm not saying that's the only solution, but just suggestions on how to help you not get hit. Grinding Ash Forest back in 2020 got only the reason I'd live was yes, back in the day, Team Joe, I'm sure you know, and for those who didn't know, Witch and Wizard were one of the very few classes with a spammable PvE iframe. They had only added a bunch of PvE iframes in when Land of Morning Light released, when Boss Blitz was released. They added pretty much most classes got, if not all classes got, some form of PvE iframe when Land of Morning Light released for the Boss Blitz specifically. So it took a while for a lot of classes to get their PvE iframe. Not every class had one. And it wasn't even labeled too, right? The Witch PvE iframe was not even labeled. You had to just understand that it was. But now it is. Now it is labeled, which is good. Before, you just had to test it out. Love song, baby. Avoid taking any back shots. Your class is pretty swishy since Wukong is an evasion class. There you go. Gotta move around. Dash, dash, dash. Does Oris have a resist? We could check. If we go to Monster Zone info. Knockdown bound. So yes, knockdown bound. Katie crystals, yeah. If you have the Sovereign offhand, you should only need 2 knockdown crystals, adamantines. Why not this? Do you have them, Nasa? They're very new, so it's understandable if you don't have them yet. Because the only people who would have the Scry crystals is if they're grinding it, right? So if you're not there to grind it, you probably don't have them yet. You can try to get them. What's your APDP, Nasa? This is a 395 AP spot now. It's the only place to get them now. So if you're only grinding ores, I imagine you're not there yet. And what the Sycraia crystals do is that it just adds monster AP to the resist crystals. So you get 4 more AP. So this is what they look like. And there's one for each variant. So it's essentially the 25% resist crystal with 4 monster AP each. So if you're wearing 2 of them, you'll get 8 more monster AP. Which helps a lot here in Sycraia because these mobs do not have a species. so you cannot take advantage of species damage. So it's kind of hard to reach the cap here, since you don't have access to species damage. So that extra monster AP helps a lot for this. But yeah, you could try putting buy orders up, Naso. It might take a bit of time, but you'll need 30 pieces to craft it, or try to put the full order. But again, it's still fairly early for people to be selling them often. Might take a bit of time since they just got released this week. You can try again, maybe like, you know, maybe you'll get lucky and pick some up. Let me see if there's any orders on them actually. I knew this song sounded familiar. Yeah, if you type !song, that displays the, I mean, you can also see on the top right. So !song or the overlay on the top right will tell you the current song name. Let's see. Are there any on the market? Oops. Sycraia. Yeah. There's 0 sold. 0 sold. 0 sold. What's about the shards? Oh, this is about 2,000 sold. Okay. So people are selling these. So you can put some buy orders on the shards. So that might be a way for you to get it. But the crystal itself, it might be difficult. They're going to fix the need for Riz at Sick next week, right? For Riz? What do you mean by Riz? Fix the need for Riz? Like they're going to remove it? Like you don't need a resistance anymore? I don't know. Not that kind of Riz. The hamster. Is that what they said? That they're gonna remove the need for resistances? In which case that will allow us to run a little bit more AP, but not that much more, right? Because the crystals you would probably replace the Sycraia crystals with would be Macalods, and that would give you 11 AP for 2 Macalod crystals, which is not that much more than running the Sycraia crystal itself. The Sycraia crystal gives 8 AP total for 2, and 2 ultimate Macalods is 11, so I guess it would help just a little bit, but not that much. Do I even take the risk to grind ores, or do I stay Miru? Have you never grinded there before, Naso? I think it's always a good thing to try different grind spots if you're interested in grinding there, so that you can use it as like a learning experience too, right? Because if you always play it safe and don't challenge yourself, it's kind of hard to get better at the class you're playing. And so maybe you can challenge yourself by tackling a grind spot you never grinded before, right? So you can view it like that. So that's how I viewed like the boss splits in the past, right? C7 and below, right? C7 was kind of like not worth to do for how difficult it was. But I chose to do it anyways because it was very rewarding. In like when I beat the boss, right? It was a very rewarding feeling, and I felt like it improved my reaction times and all that jazz, right? Understanding my cooldowns, my movement a lot better. So you can view it like that too, instead of just viewing it as just a way to get more silver, etc, etc. Sounds like a Souls player. I've actually never played Dark Souls at all, but I have played Monster Hunter before. And so I kind of treat a lot of the bosses like monster hunters or monsters from Monster Hunter. I find ores annoying. It definitely can be annoying with the mobs that dash around. For example, the flying guy, the fairy looking guy. I find him probably the most annoying because he would just back attack you as well. He would go through you and back attack you. But I learned to deal with it, you know. It's not too bad once you learn how to deal with it. Oh, we got the buff again. Maybe I should wait on destroying this. Wait for some more what do you call it? Wait for more mobs. Yeah, I think we should be good now. Is this French? It is French. Oh. I recognize the accent. If you don't like his, no, it's fine. Definitely do not dislike. You know what this song kind of reminds me of is I think it's called Copain. Spelled Copinnes. Where is it? Copins. This one. Let me add it to the queue. By Aya Nakamura. It's also another French song. You know that artist? Yeah. It kind of sounds the same vibe because of the heavy audio mixing. There's a lot of audio mixing. Which I don't think it sounds bad. It's just very noticeable. It evokes a particular vibe. Dang, only freaking green. Here it is. Is this in my playlist? It is. It's already in my playlist. This is a good one. More French. Yeah, I put it up. This is a good one. And then the hook here. I'll make a pin. Do you hear all the audio mixing during that line? It's very catchy, yeah. I feel like at the end of the day, as long as it's a catchy song, I feel like a lot of people don't care about the process, right? So a really good example is Sabrina Carpenter. So there's a song from Sabrina Carpenter called Espresso. And I don't know if you guys have heard that one. That one's a really popular one by her, right? And that song was using just some loops from I can't remember what it was called. Soundwave. It was like a very it was like a public one. Well, I don't know if it's public, but it was using just like a band loop or something for the majority of the song, right? She didn't write that part, but it was like altered just slightly just to fit the catchiness of the song. And so people noticed that, but at the same time, I feel like because it was so popular, you know, I feel like that kind of proves that, hey, like the processes of the song, some people don't care about it, a lot of people don't care about it, as long as it sounds catchy and is good, you know? I feel that's kind of like the essence of pop music, right? Maybe if you're writing a more emotional piece, maybe the process is a little bit more important, right? Like, let's say you're trying to tell a story, right? Maybe Expedition 33 could be a good example of a lot of the lyrics and the songwriting and the music of Expedition 33 tells the story of what's happening, right? And so maybe in that sense, the process is a little bit more important. But for pop music, just use the same 4 chords everybody else is using and sing, and it'll probably sound good, you know? I think that's also one of the beauties of pop music, is that there's a simplicity to it, right? That it can just sound good with not too much work put in, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Not to say that Sabrina Parker did not put in a lot of work. She's a very, very talented vocalist. But you don't need too much. Right, it's kind of like a less is more kind of situation with pop music. Catchy song, lyrics are great. Yeah. Sabrina Carpenter her lyrics always are very like, what's the right for it? Like, I don't know if quirky is the right word, but there's a lot of wordplay and funny and comedic, you know, comedy in her lyrics that I really like. Like, there was one song called Please, 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 and then she was talking about basically her boyfriend is not the most likable person, and she's kind of like begging him to not embarrass her. And she's like, oh, why don't we just stay inside tonight instead of going outside to feel the air? You can instead feel the ceiling fan. The ceiling fan feels so nice is one of the lyrics. It's so freaking funny. Provocative innuendos. Yes, there is a lot of innuendos too. But it's mostly like the cleverness of her lyrics is also what is really entertaining. Right? Music is a type of entertainment, and definitely her lyrics are very entertaining. No, you're good, Nasa. Yeah, keep spamming it. Yeah. Thank you for being our DJ. Espresso isn't about coffee. No, yeah, I understand that. It's more so talking about how she's gonna keep you awake, right, all night or something like that, right? Is what I'm understanding about espresso. There's a lot of like double meanings too. Like there was a lot, one line it's like do I Mountain Dew it for you, something like that. Which, you know, Mountain Dew is like a pop. It's a drink, like a soda drink, soda pop, right? And do it, right? Like, do I do it for you, right? So kind of like play on words like that. That makes it super entertaining. So there's like a lot of double meanings like that. I think it's called, it's a French term, right? Double entendre? Double entendre. I'm pretty sure that's the term, right? Double entendre. And an easy way to explain double entendre is, let's say, you know, you say to somebody you look hot, right? It could mean either they're temperature wise because they're sweating, right? And it's a hot day, hot, but also hot as in they look attractive, right? So that's I feel like that's a very easy way, an obvious way to explain double entendre. Is it bon entendre? I don't think I've ever heard of bon entendre. I've heard of double entendre before, which I guess is meaning double meaning or something. Both exist, double entendre and bon entendre. Okay. I guess it depends on what you learn first or hear first. For me, it was the double entendre. Ooh, we got the one shot thing. Ooh. It's an old French expression we don't use anymore. We say double sens now. Oh, okay. I didn't know it was still used in English. I don't know if it's regularly used. I just know that that was the term I learned when we were trying to, like, I guess when we were learning it in English, I guess. A double meaning. I've just heard that term thrown around. Hopefully, BMC stocked up with this new spot. Well, on NA at least, I don't know if what server you're on, but on NA, it went from 1.4 million to 1.2 million buy orders. So it's going down. It is going down. We'll see how far it goes down. But going from 1.4 million to 1.2 million buy orders, that's a pretty significant drop in a short amount of time. It's been less than a week, right? So maybe let's say in a few weeks to a month, right? It might go down to 100K or something. We'll see. It's okay. It's going down. Wait, that's the wrong one. Oh, I see. You didn't even get the right one. I think it's called Timber from Kesha and from Pitbull, right? It's not what it's called. Timber. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Right? That's also a fun one. You see, like those lyrics. Like I love that whenever lyrics do that, right? It's going down as if they're, you know, talking about a tree that's falling down, right? Saying timber, because that's usually the saying when a tree is falling down. And then she says, "Oh, you better move, because otherwise you'll get hit." Move, but also move as in dance, right? When she says you better dance. I love those kinds of lyrics. Die Young is pretty good too. Die Young is the first time I heard Die Young was honestly when people were using it for the TikTok trend where people would knock on a door, right? They would like do a knock prank, right? They would knock on the door and run away, but they would have the music going, right? I still need 2,500. Are you grinding Sakurai right now, Woo? Woo 151052. That's a very normal Twitch name, but on YouTube. Usually when I see names on Twitch or on YouTube, it's like John Smith, Rebecca Adams or something. But you have a pretty normal Twitch name for a YouTube guy. Did you saw a new outfit? I did. Hi, Connor. Welcome in. Yeah, it's the very Dark Souls like outfit. We were actually doing a comparison between there was the cover for Dark Souls 3, and it looked exactly almost like it. Peak Sauron. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings as well. Yeah, we were talking about that too. Gustav. The piano part in the top. Oh my gosh, so good. Top tier composition, yeah. Lorian. Yes, we got blue. We got the blue one. Bleu. That's how you say it in French, guys. It goes from blue to bleu. Sacre bleu. No, it died. The freaking blue ball. It didn't turn yellow. Goddamn. Yeah, Gustav, no. We got another special tower. Let's go. Wait, that's another special tower too? Oh my god, I gotta save that one. I killed too fast. So that one specifically, guys, will give you a 30-second buff that will basically give you a damage multiplier for 30 seconds, as well as a 8 attack speed buff. That's what it's called. Special tower is a new mechanic. So there's 3 towers that can spawn, and it's RNG which one you get. This special tower is a lot less common. And so it's always this one. You'll notice the shape. It's a little bit difficult to understand the shape until you get familiar with it. But this one specifically, it's called, what is it called? Tower of Restoration. So this one gives you a 20% attack speed buff and a damage multiplier against Sakurai mobs. So if I group up these mobs, 1 Blooming Death will kill these guys if I just do this and then just die. See how fast they die? This one puts a slow debuff. This Eyes of the Deep Sea. So you want to kill that as soon as you can. Additionally, all the towers will give you a 5% crit damage buff for 20 seconds. So regardless of what tower you kill, you can upkeep it. So if you can stagger the towers, you can get a buff. 20, it's this one, crit hit, extra damage 5%. All the towers will provide that. And then the flat one, this one doesn't do anything. At least I don't think so. The only thing it provides is that crit damage buff, but all the towers give that. So there's only the slow. Yeah. I think in the past it was just a slow debuff. Yeah. You can forward guard it though. The speed debuff. You can't super armor it, unfortunately, but you can forward guard it. Hey, so do you know she says Condi? Do you know what that is? She says Condi. Icy knows. Say again. She says Condi, but it's like a play on words from French. It's from the Arcane song. Do you know the Arcane song, Ma Mère? I think it's called Ma Mère. It's supposed to be a Tu sais Condi. It's from Arcane. It's supposed to be Tu sais Condi, like with a Q, Q-U apostrophe O-N D-I-T-S. Tu sais Condi. But someone made an AI version of the Gragas one, of Gragas singing it, and there's this guy that just makes Gragas compilations of him making, really skillful plays with Gragas, and his name is She Says Condi because that's what Gragas says. Hold on, Gragas. Hold on, maybe I have it here on my saved thing. What if I just says She Says Condi? Is it this one? Oh, none of this. Is it this one? Woody Fruity? Oh yeah, here. It's so funny. I found it. There it is. She Says Condi, and his name in game is She Says Condi. Damn, you see that? You see the plays? The Gragas plays are crazy. It's so stupid. It's catchy, isn't it? With Gragas singing. La plus belle des malédictions. She says Condi. I'm dying. It's so freaking good. It's the Gragas plays kill me. But anyways, that's my new favorite song from Gragas. Let's go. Is this the wrong song, Rex? Is this the wrong one? So it's always best to grab the direct Spotify link if you are ever doing song requests, just to make sure that it's the right one. Yes, I see. What's up? What's up? Rank 1 Woosa EU AOS. Ooh, good luck, I see. Good luck. Got this. Have you done your placements yet? This is the one? Oh, you need to do the command exclamation. So, there you go. I can skip it if this is like the wrong one. Oh, let me move it. But it might take a while for the song requests to go through. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's still 8 songs in queue. Yeah, it's no worries, Nason. Like the song request is for you guys, right? Ooh, is this from an anime or something? It's CSM. What is CSM? Who's that? Oh, Chainsaw Man. Oh. Oh, I hear the voice now. Yeah, this is the voice that the opening. It's very recognizable. It's so great. Yeah, his voice is very distinct. Started with Vocaloid music? Oh, really? Like his voice was a Vocaloid? Is that what you mean? Or like he started making songs using Vocaloid? Well, Vocaloid was like huge, right? In Japan, like with Hatsune Miku. Like, I feel like if you know nothing about Vocaloid, you've probably still heard of the name Hatsune Miku or seen the who she is, right? The twin tail teal haired girl. Whoa, why is that so difficult to say? Teal haired girl. Damn, say that 5 times fast, guys. Can you guys say Irish wristwatch 5 times fast? Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch. Can you guys say red leather, yellow leather 5 times fast? You riz what? My watch. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Can you guys say mixed biscuits 5 times fast? Mixed biscuits, mixed biscuits, mixed biscuits, mixed biscuits, mixed biscuits. Can you guys say toy boat 5 times fast? It's a lot harder than you think. Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. Toy boat always trips people up every time. You would think it's very easy to say toy boat, right? But when you actually try it, like your mouth, it like Can you say F my bussy 10 times? I don't think that's a very good tongue twister. I see. Repeating things like this makes me feel like talking in another language. Well, it's a lot of you know, it's a vocal exercise, right? Tongue twisters, in order to be able to enunciate the letters and the vowels, right? Whenever you're singing. Well, it doesn't have to be for singing, it could just be for speech. It's a good exercise for practicing speech. I do find, like, I feel like people have already noticed that I stumble a lot. I don't think I've been properly diagnosed or anything, but I kind of feel like I have a speech impediment that I just brute forced out of, or like brute forced practice to not have a speech impediment. But I do feel like I don't speak very well. It took a while to get to this point. Outfit also brings new quests for fairy look. The most of the way to heal these is to yeah, exactly. So when I was younger, I used to practice a lot of tongue twisters and just read a lot of things out loud, because my speaking capabilities when I was younger was, ugh, you don't want to hear me when I was speaking when I was younger. I think people normalize perfect speech too much. We aren't all meant to speak like robots. That is true. I mean, a lot of us do have, what do you call it? Filler, right? I feel like whenever you speak with filler, that kind of humanizes a lot of things. What I mean by filler is, like stalling words, right? That usually humanizes a lot of the speeches.
Futters says, "Are you a robot, Lil J?"
Beep boop, robot.
A robot? Nah, I'm a purebred adventure-loving raccoon with a sarcastic streak. I might be tech-savvy enough to keep up with Jaykun, but I'm all about the fur, fun, and chaotic vibes.
You can pause instead of using filler words. You could, yeah, that's another way to fill the void.
Says,
yeah.
"What's your favorite drink?"
Well, it doesn't really fill it, but...
Easy peasy, it's Advanced GG.
Advanced GG, that's true.
Keeps me energized and ready for all
Code
night
JaykunVT at checkout for 10%
They should
off.
call it Raccoon Fuel. Use code JaykunVT for 10% off your next order.
Exclamation mark ADVgg. Butters, can you type exclamation mark ADVgg? Thank you. Thank you. I myself also use a lot of filler words because silence makes me awkward. There was actually, in grade 9, I had a English teacher that would, I don't know if it's extortion, but basically every time anybody in the class would say like you know, all of those filler words whenever we are speaking, he would add 1 minute to quote-unquote detention, and if you wanted to get out, you had to pay 25 cents, like a quarter, right? And so at the end of the year, he would take all of the money and throw everybody, like all the classes, a pizza party with the money that he got, and he got a lot of money. But hey, we got a lot of pizza at the end, so. But yeah, that definitely helped with enforcing that habit of not, because he would say that too. He would say pause if you're gonna say a filler word instead of saying a filler word. And that definitely helped a lot of people stop saying, like, because they were broke. We were all broke. Then I end up pausing, like, yeah, the emote. Hi, Travesty. Welcome in, welcome in. Michael Jackson, the king of pop. You know, people have been calling Bruno Mars the prince of pop. I mean, he does have a lot of, Bruno Mars does have a lot of songs that have a very similar vibe to Michael Jackson. His newest one, there's my oh, there's an again. Frick. That's 2 minutes of detention. Frick. Son of the Prince. Yeah, Bruno Mars is good. What's the song that his latest song? I Just Might. That one. I just might make you my baby. That one. The Weeknd. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Amixia. The Weeknd does have a lot of bangers. You're right, you're right. Weeknd is also fire. Did you see the clip where the music stopped mid-concert? He kept singing in complete silence? I have not. Do you have a link to that clip by chance? I usually just vocal stim if there's too much sound. Vocal stim. What is your example of like what do you do is what I'm trying to say folks. When you say vocal stim, what do you say? You just start saying oh yeah. It's so you just started being a cat. The Bad Touch. You get so much stuff at Underground Gyfin. Oh, just like items to hold, yeah. For some reason, you know what this song reminds me of? It's a very old song from YouTube. And it's I think it's called Popular Girls. But it has a very similar vibe to, hold on, let me see if I can find it. It's so similar. Hi Zyka, welcome in. Where is it? Old YouTube Popular Girls song, old YouTube. What if I just search that? I first saw it on the Fine Brothers. Does anyone remember the Fine Brothers? Are they still doing stuff? It's been so long since I've seen anything from the Fine Brothers. Okay, let me see if I can find it here. I want a song request, but my music taste is too random for these good vibes. No, go ahead, Amixia. I'm always very flattered when people share me their interests, their musical interests. So no worries. You found it? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to find the song from a while ago. It looks like I might not be able to find it right now. Wait, how? Oh, I think I pressed something to make me go evil. Hold on. There we go. That's my evil template, lol. Oh wait, do I have an orb? Hold on, when did I get an orb? Hold on, let me finish this orb first. This random orb came out of nowhere. Gooning interests? What? Dang, it only turned green. Sag. Okay, let me go to the back here. Alright, let's see what Bruno Mars has to say. Yeah, I mean, Bruno Mars, amazing vocalist. Amazing vocalist.
System says,
Is that
Saiga?
Saiga? Holy moly.
Let's give him a warm
Is that the Saiga X?
Saigax and the legendary 93. Welcome to the Raccoon.
Orb Event RNG? I'm
You're here.
pretty sure it's
Ready for
RNG.
epic games and sky
Okay.
high vibes.
It seems to
Let's
be.
make this stream unforgettable with loads of fun and chaos together.
How was your stream, Saiga? Welcome ready from Saiga's stream. My name is James. Favorite animal is a raccoon. We are playing Black Desert Online. I'm not a Quinfall player. I heard Quinfall was very similar to BDO. But we play BDO. I'm going to research PoE build. Ooh. Have you looked into that new Ascendancy, Saiga? The Reliquary? We were just talking about that yesterday. The new Reliquary class. Reliquarian? Something like that. But she can use unique effects, or from uniques basically, right? In her passive tree, which is really cool. Might be some good builds to are you like a build maker too, Saiga? Or do you just follow a build and then alter it? Because that's what I do. I just follow a build and then just alter it to my playstyle. I can't be making builds. There's too much math behind it, frick. You think it might not work without some changes. Oh. Why do you think it might not work? When you say it might not work, do you mean it just won't be effective? Like it won't be meta? What's your go-to build? Like if you were to start a brand new PoE league, what's your usual go-to? Like a build that you would go every league if you only had one choice for a build. Probably Cycle. Oh yeah, you were doing that before, right? Like you were playing Slayer, right? I remember we had done some maps together. You were doing the spinning. The spin to win. Are melee builds your usual go-to? Because everybody always keeps making fun of melee builds. The melee. The beat of the drums. Minions are going to be strong this league. Oh, really? What's going on with the minions? Are they buffing them? Are you going to lurk? Okay, no worries, yeah. I'm sure you are tired. It is very late. Go get some rest. Huge buffs of 30 plus. Damn. It's kind of difficult to hit plus 30, you know? Mm, 24 hours? We have been streaming for quite a bit. Maybe it's time to wrap up here soon, actually. I've honestly been trying to wait until this song requests are over before I end, because I feel bad that I end and then the song requests, they don't finish, you know. But you guys keep extending the freaking song requests, so I can't end it. I probably get a bow base cast on crit with high LE bow as Inquisitor for strength, int, scaling, global crit, and battle mage to add all the damage of weapon to spells. Free crit and flat damage for spells. Ooh, Inquisitor. Ooh. But you have to play an old guy. That's the issue, Rex. You gotta play an old man. You gotta play an unk. You know what an unk is? Ugh. The big drawback? Yeah, you gotta play an unk. You better dance. I will remember. And he doesn't have pants. That's true. Why would you want to play as an unk with no pants? What about SR? I feel bad if you know, people SR and then they don't get to their song that they SR'd. That's it. So and so I'm kind of just waiting until the SR ends, but we still got a lot of songs to get through. You better dance. You better move. You better dance. When was this song released? It was like early 2010s, no? Has Kesha made any music recently? It's been a while since I've heard her. I know she got into a lot of legal stuff, right? There's a lot of legal issues happening with her. "2013. Holy. No, the freaking cake canceled my blooming death. Only 13 years ago? The shitty cake animation? I know, it's the freaking concentrated gem, right? Concentrated magical black gem. Ugh. I wanted to sell those, but they're kind of cheap. The magical black gems. How much are they right now? Might have a ton here. 99. Mm, 18 mil. I'll sell it for 18 mil. I think the max is like 20 mil, right? Fuck. What the fuck? I like tall buildings so I can leaf off of them is a crazy line. Is that what they said in here? Wait, field bosses? Do field bosses give any of the pearls of the decade? Jay, maybe you can help me with my identity crisis. Currently playing Awakening Megu, and I do be in love with her, but sometimes I get annoyed by the rather small AoE. What other preferably Awakening as well class can I try to keep smooth, fluid movement while increasing AoE? Well, yeah, Awakening Woosa I would say is pretty smooth movement. I mean, if you just want to do Shift W, this does work. And the AoE of Awakening Woosa is pretty good. And I know a thing or two about Awakening Woosa if you have any questions about the class. Going down. This is a good one. Do I have this on my playlist? I do. I already have it on my playlist. Launch Awakening Woosa has come a long way, Zyka. If that was the last time you played Awakening Woosa, it has come a long way. It is in a much better state now. So maybe give it a chance again. I mean, you're watching me play right now. Do you not like what you see? And if so, then, you know, I guess you could try something else. As for delayed damage, you can now detonate your flowers instantly. So you can do this, like this. You can instantly explode it now. So you don't have to wait if you need the damage right away. Or you can just let it go. So you have options like that. So again, you can cast your flowers and then immediately detonate them if you want to. So stuff like that is what I mean by it's come a long way. Awakening Woosa is different than normal human beings? Are you saying I'm not a human being? I wouldn't call myself like the best Awakening Woosa. I would say I have a lot of experience on it. So you could say my gameplay is of an experienced Woosa. That would probably be the best way to put it. But the only way to be an experienced Woosa is to play the class, right? The only way to be an experienced in any class is to play the class. So you gotta get started somewhere. Everybody starts somewhere, right? Nobody starts as an expert. I'm the best Awakening Woosa, and then everybody's down. Wow. I see, Watcher, you're just gonna take that? Beat him up. Give her a shot again? Yeah, try again. Very emotional song. Oh, is this from that one Enemies movie? I think. Chainsaw again, yes. I need to listen to more songs like this one in my lifetime. This is a very nice song. There's some really nice orchestral music. It's kind of like you're listening to a story, right? Someone's kind of like telling you a story. You're starting this journey. Where are my damn mobs? Hey there. Ooh. What's going on here? This is the song. Disco in the Panic Room. Wait. Is this like a play on the words Panic at the Disco? Whenever I think of Panic at the Disco, I think of I chimed in with a haven't you people ever heard of. That's what I think of. The freaking boy band enunciation is what I like to call it. Yeah, you. Exactly. Panic at the Disco reminds me of your teen years. Oh. What's another one? Mona Lisa? That one was a good one from Panic at the Disco. Wow, Mona Lisa, you're guaranteed to run this town. That one's a good one too. Is that your favorite song too from Panic at the Disco? Lying is the most fun a girl can have without taking her clothes off. Oh. What a name, yeah. Let me see if I can find. Do I have Mona Lisa? The Ballad of Mona Lisa. Here it is. Let me add that to the queue. Oh my god. The goosebumps when I heard the opening part. Holy moly. She's before. You're heading to bed, Futters? What? I thought you don't go to sleep. How's it going in Throwback Song? Yo, Temper Rogue. Welcome in. Tell me to me, tell me I'm right, and let the sun rain down on me. I wanna believe. Wow, Mona Lisa on this town. You're gonna lay down, okay. Don't say anything. What's going on with you two? What's happening? Give me a sign, I wanna believe. Ronnie's been awake for 24 hours? What? Ronnie? I think you need to go to bed. It's sleeping schedule fixing. How often does it get broken, Ronnie? Very often? Why? It kind of just happens. I see. Six or 7 hours? Oh my god. Butters, no. Oh my god. Okay, maybe after this orb, guys, we wrap up here because it is kind of late. It's a little late. Another hour trees? No, I don't think so. Butters, I don't think so. It's 3 a.m. Amexia. It's 3 a.m. I should not be awake right now. I'm just addicted to grinding. You're far. I'm from Canada. But this is a good song to end on. Fozia. West Canada, yes. All right, guys. Let's send you guys over to some for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys have any more questions, you can join my Discord. Please sub to my YouTube. We're trying to hit 20K at the end of the year. You guys can. If you haven't hit the follow button, hit the follow button, please, please, please. Can you send us that one person? Who is this one person you speak of? Who is this one person you speak of?
1, 2, 3. Hatsa, hatsa.
Why don't we send you guys over to... Send you guys over to AJ. I don't get to raid AJ very much. Alright, he just got started with streams, so he'll be on for a while if you guys still need your drops. Can you guys have my raid emote when we head over there? You just need to be a follower to use my raid emote, so if you guys haven't hit the follow button yet, please hit the follow button. It's free. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have a good night. Bye.